Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 16:01 Selfishness. Chapter 16:01 Selfishness 3. The only thing Claire could do was sigh. Her son liked to be perfect. He almost always did what was expected of him and never acted in ways that would make people admonish him. Perhaps it was a move he made to gain everyone's favor, or perhaps it was his nature. Regardless, Damien liked to be the person who never made mistakes. Even now, he couldn't admit that what he'd done was a mistake. And what was Claire supposed to do? She could see that he was waiting for her to yell at him or punish him. He had guilt in his heart, but he refused to show it. However, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. My son is not a perfect person. He made mistakes too. His were considerably more damning than the mistakes normal people made, but that was just something that came with the territory. And, in all honesty, this wasn't Claire's first time experiencing this scenario. "Your father is the same way," she said, patting Damien's head and drawing him closer instead of doing what he expected from her. He liked to run around and do whatever he wanted without thinking about the consequences. Oftentimes, we were stuck dealing with those consequences, and sometimes they were as severe as the ones that lay on the other side of your wager. Dante Void had taken many risky paths to get to where he was today. He failed in the end, but that was not because of the risks he took. Rather, the precise reason why he was able to stay alive while being chased by the full force of the Dark God's followers was the risks he took. At the end of the day, no matter what he wagered, Dante always came out the victor, so those things were maintained, and he was able to train with an efficiency that others couldn't replicate. If Damien wanted to relieve his guilt by hearing negative words from someone, Claire and them weren't the right people to go to. Not only did they unconditionally support him, as he was one of their own, they had been through things others couldn't imagine as they followed someone who was almost as impossibly talented as Damien. So their view of reality was typically different from the norm. But if Damien searched the rest of the palace, perhaps he wouldn't find anyone who would be willing to go against his decision. It wasn't because he was a tyrant. The people of the palace trusted and respected him. He had done so much for them in the short period of time that he'd been in the heavenly world, and every time he did something new, the palace saw a qualitative increase in strength and standing. Even this time, before he went to the Sacred Abyss universe, his actions allowed them to completely eradicate the forces of the Stria clan, completely wiping them off the face of the earth. And what about Claire herself? Wasn't one of the pillars of the palace saved from lifelong torment because of him? Damien wanted to feel the negativity that would inevitably rise in response to his decision, but Void Palace wasn't going to give it to him. That was what it meant to have a home. Damien calmed himself, fully accepting the benefits that came with unconditional love, and pulled himself away from his mother. This is how it happened. He already told his mother and Serena about the 5-year deadline and the war, but he had yet to explain to them the full situation and how it became like that. As he went over the events that took place in what was the past few years for him, but only months in this world, both his mother and Serena gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Damien was casually telling stories about fighting people on their level. He was eons younger than him, still a baby who hadn't even lived 200 years of life. Yet, he was already acting on such a high level. In all honesty, when looking through the eyes of someone with this kind of power at a young age, Damien's decisions became more understandable. He was still young and reckless no matter how mature his experiences made him. He still needed to take those risks in order to improve, and not even the greatest odds in the world would stop him. "Damien, I know you're confused, but that only means that you are aware of the consequences of your actions," Claire said. "Tell me, are you planning to let this world die?" "No," Damien answered without a shadow of a doubt. "Then is there any reason to worry? Be confident and chase your dreams. We will all support you from behind, so that even when you falter, you can stand back up." Claire smiled warmly at her son. Serena nodded on the side, the same expression on her face. This situation would not be dire as long as they worked together. This world, Serena was already doing the calculations in her mind. If our power is combined, then we can easily slow the time flow enough to gain what we need to prepare. Damien was planning to do it on his own, but he had forgotten that he had an entire clan of time users by his side, more than ready to work with him. Claire was also making plans, more for the future of the palace itself than the world. If they wanted to properly wage this war, they first needed to become the leaders of this world, a force that all others obeyed. Damien saw the gears in their heads turning. Perhaps more than anything else, this was what cemented it in his mind wholly. This won't be as much of a challenge as I thought, because he really didn't have to focus on anyone but himself. While he focused on improving to fight the Dark God, the rest of the world would follow him in stride. Damien calmed himself again. He felt a bit troubled by the fact that he couldn't oversee everything, but that was just how life went. Everything will be fine. He had to take the prospect of doomsday out of his mind entirely. No matter what reality told him, it wasn't real unless he allowed it. Then, my main focus should be improvement, and since I got the opportunity, I should reel the Dragon Clan in without fail. There was no need to panic, and there was no need to fret. Everything would go his way. Perhaps he came back here to be admonished, or perhaps he just wanted acknowledgement from the people he respected the most. Speaking of, how is he? Damien asked. Claire repeated in confusion. My father. Damien felt awkward. He couldn't call him Dad comfortably yet, but it felt awkward calling him Dante as well. He was left without a proper way to refer to the man who contributed to his birth, and that left him childishly fiddling with his words to move around it. Claire exclaimed as she realized what he was talking about. Your father is doing better and better every day. It won't be long before you get to meet him, she said with a smile. Damien nodded, not sure how to feel. He'd done what he needed to do here. He felt a pull to stay for longer for many reasons, but now wasn't the time to take even a single instant of rest. He needed to return to the Western region and recruit the forces there as fast as possible so they could join the rest in war preparation. And while he was at it, I guess it's right about time for me to truly get a hold of this thing called existence. Chapter 16, O2 Selfishness. Chapter 16, O2 Selfishness. 4. Damien left for the Western region not long after his conversation with his mother. He only stayed as long as he needed to, going over several plans to ensure that the heavenly world would remain stable. This trip was another self-satisfaction move from Damien, aside from the obvious importance of letting others know what happened. He childishly wanted others to tell him what he wanted to hear, so he could feel better or worse about himself. He didn't quite know which one it was, but Damien was definitely looking for someone else to tell him he was wrong. He didn't like that he was getting full of himself. He didn't enjoy wagering the lives of countless people for his own benefit. But he did it anyway, didn't he? It went against his moral code while following it to the T, which caused chaos in his mind. He had to force himself to put it away. Damien never forgot his humanity. He couldn't just throw away his emotions like everyone else seemed to do. He had the ability to make sure he felt nothing, but that wasn't the kind of person he wanted to be. Even if he did something arrogantly like a god, he didn't want to forget this terrible feeling in his chest that reminded him of what was at stake. He didn't want to lose his sense of reality. Nevertheless, that was a problem for him to deal with on his own, not something for him to push on others. Damien teleported away, focusing everything on work. As his spatial fluctuations filled the room, Claire turned to take a look behind her. Are you sure you don't want to see him? A shadow came around the corner. He had been there from the start, but even Damien had been unable to sense his presence. It's fine. If he sees me now, it might mess with his mental state. It's better for us to meet once he's in a better place. The man smiled. His sapphire blue eyes gleamed in the light, and though he didn't have his divinity, he radiated a strange aura of power unlike anything else that existed in the cosmos. He walked up to Claire and Serena. His smile was directed at both of them, after all. He is one of ours, isn't he? He said, nothing but confidence in his voice. I want to see how far he can go when he's living as he pleases. For us, as his parents. Dante Void peered through the layers of existence, laying his eyes on Damien, who was already in Aurelian. Isn't the only thing to make sure our children can be happy? Claire nodded with a smile. As of a few hours ago, her husband had woken up, and now her son had returned and finally showed her that he was truly safe. Life was going to be good from now on. The only prerequisite was the destruction of that being called the Dark God. Dante was awake. That much was true. However, it wasn't that simple. The reason Dante stayed in his coma for so long was because the Dark God was tormenting him in the depths of his existence, forcing him to fight his shadow for eternity. The only way to escape that imprisonment was to defeat the Phantom, but Dante didn't have that kind of power. No, he had gained a great deal through those battles and had gotten much closer to reaching the peak of that thing he had started sensing not long before he was captured, but he wasn't nearly enough to face the Dark God alone. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were the two women he loved more than anything else in the world carefully taking care of him. When they noticed that he was conscious, they erupted into emotion. He couldn't make them worry by acting like something was wrong. Still, in his mind, he knew, I didn't escape. That being, he let me go. A pulse of energy flowed into the illusionary world earlier and shattered it. Dante almost wanted to thank his savior, but that energy had become too familiar to him over the eternity he spent trapped. What did it mean for the Dark God to let him go? Was it provocation? Was he saying that Dante's presence wouldn't change the outcome of his invasion? After fighting against the followers of that being for his entire life, Dante didn't think he would be gracious enough to just give him a pass. But he didn't kill me. This time, the Dark God didn't have his people aimed to kill. Since he was still alive in the first place, does that being know about? It seemed like his secrets had been exposed. If things were as he believed, then that being was far greater than he'd ever imagined in the past. The illusionary world was a nightmare. The celestial prison was a nightmare as well. Dante was fine on the outside, and he didn't even care about his broken divinity and lost power. However, he was haunted by that experience. The Dark God had completely traumatized him. The only way for him to quiet the screeching memories that reminded him of that place was to focus his attention on the real world. A world that was completely different from the one he'd left. A lot has changed. The world he woke up to was a new one. The palace was not his anymore, and the younger generation had already surpassed the old. The influences that were still growing in the past were now in their prime, and some of those he knew well were long deceased. But it didn't bother him as much as he thought it would. They really did it. Hearing the stories about his sons, daughters, wives, and people, he felt immense pride, especially Damien, who was born with the worst starting point of them all. He actually made it here, and when he regained his bearings completely, the memories of the many clones and projections he'd left through the cosmos came back to him. He almost cried in that moment. As if he was looking at a collection of images, he watched his son change as he progressed through life. And he realized something. This isn't my world anymore. Everything belonged to his son now. Even his own life was primarily saved because of the countless efforts his son made to save him. Damien wasn't the only one, either. Dante had 5 children, yet he hadn't seen any of the rest of them in millions of years, considering that they'd only been born in the past 200 years. The disconnection he felt was even more severe. That level of time dilation wasn't easy to overcome. It was a bittersweet feeling to see how they'd grown. It was even worse since he wasn't able to experience anything that had happened before now. The separation of 1,000,000 years became painfully tangible when he saw the palace. Still, he was here. No matter how it happened, he was here. So there was no way he'd miss out on anything else. No more mistakes. That was the promise he made to himself. In order to live the rest of his life in a way that he wouldn't regret, in order to never feel the emptiness of being separated from his family again, Dante Void was willing to do anything, no matter the cost. Chapter 16, 03 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16, 03 Dragon Clan. 1. Damien made it back to Aurelian as soon as he left the palace and found himself a place to stay. The money he used was, well, a very well-made counterfeit, but that was beside the point. He wasn't in the same city he found after being transported here by the Dark God. The citizens there didn't know much, but they knew the rough map of their own lands. That city was on the periphery of the kingdom. It was one of the places with the least contact with the true draconic lineages, and thus, it was useless for Damien's current quest. Kadia had told him in the past. The dragon clans that led the rest were not friendly to those with thin dragon lineage. There was a requirement for people to even enter this land, and once they were here, if they weren't up to par, they'd be forced to the edges of the kingdom to live with other dragonkin. Damien had met all types of dragons before. Some, like by Yuxuan, welcomed half-breeds and dragonkin, teaching them the methods to rise and become true dragons. But that wasn't a common practice. The dragonkin knew they could become true dragons, and they'd come to Aurelian for exactly that purpose. However, they would never receive direct aid. If they wanted to reach that point, they needed to work and use merit to earn pieces of information that could help them progress. Slowly and steadily, they were turned into more of a workforce for the true dragons, the disciples, trying to reach their level. It was an unfortunate situation. For dragonkin, the outside world was honestly safer than the land of their own people, which was a real tragedy. Damien had come for the royalty. Seeing how they treated their own people, he was pretty clear on what their policies would be towards foreigners. If I just walk up and throw around some power, they'd probably try to go to war. And that would be annoying. Dragons were, without fail, prideful creatures. If he touched their bottom line, they wouldn't sit down and take it, nor would they throw away their pride for security. They were a species who would do anything for the sake of their pride. So I need to find a way to justify my presence, and I need to find a way to meet with the highest authorities of this place the hard way. He had to first earn their respect. He would try to recruit allies, not slaves or enemies. First, information. Damien was currently in a city far closer to the central areas of Aurelian than the one he was in previously. This place was named Arvelheim, and it was something of a segregation line. On the line created by this city and 9 others, both true dragons and dragonkins lived together. Past this line, only true dragons were allowed, and in front of it was the area where the dragonkin were forced to live. Though, saying they lived together is an overstatement. It was more like the dragonkin were being blatantly enslaved across this line, while it was a bit more vague on the other side of it. This was the best place for Damien to be before he had an idea of what was going on inside the land of true dragons. It was a place where he could meet true dragons and read their memories to understand and mimic their culture before making rash decisions. I made one of those recently, and I think that's enough for me for the next little while. Nevertheless, Damien had learned many things about the culture those true dragons practiced, and he learned about the hierarchy they followed. There are a lot of dragon lineages. There weren't many that were highly respected, but there were a lot of dragons who could claim themselves royalty. Among them, there are 6 holy dragon clans. They're the ones that really matter. The Ignis clan of fire dragons, the Liqua clan of azure dragons, the Noct clan of darkness dragons, the Aurora clan of light dragons, the Ether clan of void dragons, and the Aureate clan of golden dragons. Each of those clans was created by a holy dragon, the pinnacle of dragonkind, and I happen to be acquainted with one of those holy dragons. Damien almost couldn't believe that the azure dragon he met was that azure dragon, but as he spent more time in Aurelian, the memories locked away in his head became clearer. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that the person who'd entrusted him with his legacy was the very person who once stood at the head of that clan. Perhaps he'd been replaced by now, but that didn't change anything. The original azure dragon, the being who created the azure dragon god-beast lineage. That was the azure dragon Damien met on Beast Emperor's Star. And there was something he wanted me to do here. He didn't make his request clear, but Damien could almost ascertain it with what he currently knew. Putting that aside, the easiest way to establish myself here is to create a new dragon lineage that qualifies as royalty. Nobody would question it if I can prove it with my bloodline, and as long as I don't make it too powerful, I'll be able to exist without much prodding from others. His first priority was to find a place in the true dragon half of Aurelian. After that, he could take the step-by-step approach to get himself in the same conversations as the holy dragon clans. But no matter how slow and steady it is, I still have to remember my time limit. It would take a few months for the barrier spells to be prepared for the heavenly world's time to be completely dilated. If he could help it, Damien planned to get everything in Aurelian wrapped up before then. I've pretty much gained everything I could from here. I need to get over on the other side before I can do anything else. Damien nodded to himself. Tomorrow, he would change his existence and become a royal dragon. For tonight, though, crack. A subtle crack immediately destroyed every plan Damien had for the night. He raised his brow curiously. That didn't come from reality. Damien turned his eyes elsewhere, to a spatial storage he hadn't checked in a while. Actually, this space was created when he was in Grand Heaven's boundary and existed separately from the sanctuary. It hadn't been used since he ascended to the heavenly world, but now he was sensing something interesting from it. An egg that he'd almost forgotten about, yet one that had more connection to Aurelian than he could ever dream of having. Crack. Another crack. At this point, it was hard for Damien to think anything else. He pulled it out of storage and immediately put an existence barrier around his room to shield it from any peering eyes. There was a certain egg gifted to Damien by a certain being. He was told nothing about it, but was given the task to take care of it and make sure it inherited that being's legacy. That egg had remained dormant for what felt like centuries. It didn't show reactions to anyone or anything. But now that egg was hatching, and the being that was born from it. Chapter 16:04 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16:04 Dragon Clan 2. The Azure Dragon's egg was a treasure. It didn't matter who that child's parents were or what form it came out in. Because it had the Azure Dragon's blessing, it was destined for success. Damien was quite curious about the being that gained this kind of affection from a being who was known to hold no regard for others. He watched intently as the cracks on the massive egg's surface widened. Pieces chipped off, giving way to an oddly humanoid figure. Damien raised an eyebrow. At first, he couldn't be sure, but he eventually had to accept it. The being inside that egg had white skin, 2 arms, and 2 legs like a human, and features that looked oddly similar to me. Damien scratched his head in confusion. This has to be some kind of trick, right? He couldn't believe it. Even as the egg was torn apart, completely revealing its figure, he couldn't fathom it at all. The child was certainly a boy. He had Damien's amethyst purple eyes and facial features, but he didn't quite look like he was Damien's child. Spare for the more telling features like the ocean blue horns on his head or the draconic slits in his eyes. There were some distinct differences in his features that truly made it seem like a combination of Damien's genes and someone else's. But my genes weren't involved in his birth at all. No, this was someone else's child. However, he had clearly taken influence from Damien's mana after being in the spatial storage for so many years. The child sat on the floor, surrounded by the remains of his egg, looking around curiously at the world he'd been born into. When his eyes landed on Damien, "Papa." His first words came before he did any incessant babbling. "Me?" Damien replied, almost forgetting to treat the child as a child. "Papa." The child exclaimed as if it had been confirmed. He crawled over to Damien and grabbed onto his leg, and, with a level of strength that should have been impossible for a child, he crawled up Damien's leg and torso until he was properly sat on his shoulder. Damien frowned, but didn't say anything about it. He wasn't really concerned about being this child's father. I mean, it's literally what I agreed to when I took him from the Azure Dragon. My main concern is, aren't you supposed to be a dragon? "Papa." "Fair enough." Nodding matter-of-factly, Damien looked into the child's existence. It's chaotic, and for some reason, he hatched in human form, but he's certainly a dragon. There's no doubt about it. Inside of that child, there was a vast ocean beyond anything a newborn should have been able to contain. His growth potential was immense, and his genetic advantages were beyond anything most other dragons could ever experience. He was a direct descendant of a holy dragon. Anyway, before we get you into all of that nonsense, let's get you some clothes. The child didn't have a name yet. Damien didn't think he could name this child without feeling guilty, so he held off on it. Before any of that, he went to the store and found a few outfits for him, considering that he was born without clothes, and that made going out in public quite difficult. The excursion was really just so Damien could get a feel of what others were wearing. The clothes themselves were made out of his energy. This child has an extremely strong Azure Dragon aura. If anyone manages to sense it, things might get a lot more complicated. After all, I still don't know why the Azure Dragon was forced into Grand Heaven's boundary. Damien's energy could be expertly concealed as clothing. It could mask the aura so that others would assume both he and the child were from the same clan. That made entering the central region a lot easier, since that was something that needed to be done regardless of the child's presence. He was an oddly agreeable toddler. He liked to crawl over Damien's body like he was a cat tree, but other than that, he never cried or raised a fuss. The only problem was his love for food. Damien found out within hours that the child was able to eat more than a practitioner who gained power for being fat. A dragon's appetite really lived up to expectations. If it was anyone else, this would have been a problem. Me, on the other hand, Damien was a hoarder. He wasn't just a hoarder, but one with access to an infinite space where time didn't flow. Anything and everything could be preserved. There were monster corpses in his spatial storage that dated back all the way to his days on the cloud plane. With the cooking skills he developed over the years, it wasn't hard at all to satisfy that demonic appetite. As such, Damien and the child set out on a journey to Aurelian's central region to establish themselves. That journey was interesting. This was Damien's first time raising a toddler. He's adopted children in the past, but he'd never actually had to do the parenting. This time was different. This child didn't have anywhere else to go, and Damien didn't have the sanctuary to contact people who were more suited for childcare than him. They were stuck together, and Damien was honestly enjoying it more than he expected. Life was full of challenges, but sometimes it would become stale. The usual stimuli would lose their effect, and people became more like zombies going through routines without many thoughts at all. Having children was a challenge that one could give oneself willingly. It would add a flavor to life that couldn't be experienced elsewhere, a mixture of unconditional love and indescribable emotion. Damien had thought about it a few times before, but his life was just too busy for him to want to bring children into the world. His wives were the same. None of them were ready to settle down and take a break from their training to become mothers. When life became more peaceful, they could have children of their own. But this child, the Azure Dragon's kin, was showing Damien what that experience would be like. He was a strange child who didn't show the same naivety as other newborns, but he made Damien understand what it felt like to be a real father, to be responsible for a child's life. Still, he never forgot what the child in his care represented, and he never forgot the Azure Dragon's wish. As Damien made his way into the central region to move forward his plans of recruiting the Dragon Clan, he caught wind of a certain rumor. An event was going to take place soon. It was supposed to be something that rarely ever happened, an event beyond all others in dragon culture. Whispers were spreading through the royalty, becoming so loud that even a newcomer like Damien was able to hear them with ease. The Dragon Emperor, a being above the holy dragons, the true, strongest person in the entire Dragon Clan. That being was looking for someone to take his place. Soon, it would start, an all-out competition between anyone with some talent. The Air Wars. It was not only a grand occasion for the dragons. This is my chance. This was the entry point Damien had been looking for, and now that he'd found it, I should probably raise this little kid into a future Dragon Emperor. Chapter 16:05 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16:05 Dragon Clan 3. There was nothing new about the Air Wars. It was a Dragon Clan tradition that would take place every time an old Dragon Emperor decided it was time to end his reign. This one was special mainly because of the circumstances behind it. Nobody was ready for it. Not a single person expected it. The Dragon Emperor always seemed like he was in good health, and even the greatest experts believe his vitality would allow him to rule for another 100,000 years without a problem. However, they were wrong. The Dragon Emperor never revealed any weakness and never directly told anyone why he decided to start the Air Wars now. As such, most of what was said about him was just guesses. Still, historically, there had only ever been one reason for a Dragon Emperor to step down. He was dying. While speculations about his health flew around in many communities, that didn't stop people from preparing for the Air Wars. There were three main rules that absolutely had to be followed in this time of preparation. No violence was allowed. Until the Air Wars had truly begun, the several dragon clans weren't allowed to get into altercations with each other. If they did, they would lose their spot entirely. Their clan would essentially be blacklisted. The participants had to be under 100 years old. Logically speaking, this rule didn't make sense. Why would children compete to become the Dragon Emperor? They didn't have the experience, the power, or the maturity to take on such a position of power. The Dragon Emperor wouldn't die immediately. Once the Air Wars were announced, the Dragon Emperor's lifespan could be estimated to have at least 1,000 years remaining. The dragon who stood above all others and rightfully earned the heir position would be personally trained by him and instilled with the values of an emperor from their youth. Adults were too stubborn. As they'd lived their entire lives developing their own opinions on the world, it was impossible to tell them what to do and expect them to follow. The position of Dragon Emperor was simply too important. That person would gain absolute control over all dragons, and someone who would abuse those privileges couldn't be allowed to sit in the seat. A child who was raised to be an emperor. While there were many factors that could cause such a prospect to go horribly wrong, it had never happened before. This was the method that allowed the Dragon Clan to function as it had for the past several eons. The second rule usually didn't make the competition any less fierce, since people under 100 years old could still be sufficiently powerful. However, in the current situation of the Dragon Clan, it created problems. Dragons had powerful reproductive systems. When they mated with other races, they were guaranteed to create life every time. When they mated with other dragons, who had systems that were just as resistant as they were powerful, it became more difficult. There was a reason why there were so many more Dragonkins compared to true dragons. Only 1 to 3 dragons could be born to a royal pair every century. This century was a rut. Across the board, dragons had found themselves less fertile than they were used to. As such, the children under 100 that were able to participate in the Air Wars, all of them had been born in the past 20 to 50 years. They were young, weak, and reckless. Since the wars hadn't begun yet, nobody could say what that would mean. But for Damien, it meant only one thing. This kid can probably compete. If Damien wanted to raise a participant in the short span of time he had before the event began, he still had the chance to do it successfully, as long as he followed the first rule and, of course, the final one. The third of the 3 was a bit stranger than the rest, and oddly enough, it was accommodating. Usually, a Dragon Emperor will be chosen from one of the Holy Dragon clans or one of the established royal clans. This was mainly because the talent of those children had far surpassed their peers. However, others weren't barred from participating. Anyone with a sufficient level of talent and bloodline could aim for the Dragon Emperor position. And to make sure those with lesser backgrounds wouldn't be too outmatched, the third rule provided them with something like compensation. It simply stated that anyone who wanted to compete needed to register at one of 3 locations in the central region. These facilities were constructed specifically for testing the qualifications of those who weren't affiliated with or backed by a major clan. It didn't seem beneficial, but from what Damien had heard, if they deemed someone talented enough, that person will be given the same amount of support as a holy descendant. The entire Dragon Clan favored talent over status. After all, status was just a concept. Talent was a direct manifestation of powerful dragon lineage. Now, if Damien bolstered his faux lineage a little and de-aged his body and soul to seem sub 100 years old, he could absolutely murder this competition. But he wasn't going to do that. The Air Wars were meant to choose a Dragon Emperor. If Damien won, then wouldn't that defeat the entire purpose? Rather than gaining the favor of these dragons, he'd only earn their ire. I could also ignore the Air Wars completely, but this was the Azure Dragon's final wish. As his memories in Damien's mind became clearer, that fact became painfully obvious. The child in his care was born for the sole purpose of taking that throne. It definitely wouldn't be easy to raise a dragon, especially when it needed to be done over the course of a year at most. But Damien was up to the challenge. Hadn't he been looking for ways to put pressure on himself? Even if he wasn't directly participating, supporting and backing a contestant was just as much of a challenge. Raising a disciple wasn't easy. When that disciple needed to inherit the techniques of the Azure Dragon clan, rather than Damien's inherent techniques, it became even harder. That senior, I wonder if he saw this coming. The power of a holy dragon couldn't be underestimated, especially not when he was one of the first holy dragons to ever exist. A lot has changed since he left the heavenly world. The Aurelian that existed now was nothing like the one in the Azure Dragon's memories. And from what Damien could gather, the Azure Dragon bloodline that existed in the current Holy Dragon clan, it's a fake. It wasn't the same bloodline that the child possessed. Since Damien hadn't seen it in person, he couldn't say anything for certain, but he was sure of it. He didn't leave this world voluntarily. There was a conspiracy behind it all that needed to be unraveled, and Damien had no plans of letting darkness fester for any longer than it already had. The heavenly world could only ever be a beacon of light. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to stand against the malevolent darkness of the Sacred Abyss universe. Chapter 16, 06 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16, 06 Dragon Clan. 4. The central area of Aurelian was actually more of a city than half of a kingdom. There were definitely swatches of untouched land here and there, but for the most part, the central region was both developed and connected. Dragons very much valued their true forms over their humanoid forms. However, the old tradition of building nests in caves was simply too outdated. As the independent beasts formed a society, they were forced to change a lot of their ways to accommodate more people. The holy dragons and the strongest beings under them were given the privilege of moving around in dragon form whenever they wanted. It was possible for others to earn time they could spend transformed, but it was an expensive privilege and often used to identify the upper class. Even if they were called dragon royalty to those in the outside world, the majority of the true dragons who were able to live in the central region were still just regular middle-class citizens. They maintained their human forms and lived in the megacity, pretty much entertaining the same daily lives as regular humans. The training process of a dragon was, after all, quite slow and uninvolved. They would eat, comprehend laws, and try to purify their bloodlines by gaining merit through tasks posted by the true royalty. It was quite funny. The illusion of high society shown to the dragonkin, the lives they yearned for and worked to gain. They weren't much more decorated than the lives they were already living. Damien and the child were on the outskirts of the central region. They would eventually need to go closer to the center when the time came to register for the Air Wars. However, that time was not now. This place is good. Though they were in the central region, the area was relatively rural and the people lived simple lives. There was a mountain in the distance that would be perfect for training, and since it was a more isolated district of the city, there wouldn't be any unnecessary eyes watching their actions. This kid can't be raised as a weapon. Even if his purpose was designated from birth, Damien refused to force the child to be a tool. He was innocent, naive, and intelligent. He had talent surpassing talent. Even if Damien waited a while, he would still be able to train that child to become great. First and foremost, he deserves a fulfilling childhood. Damien had a soft spot for children. He knew how much trauma that developed in one's youth could negatively impact one's future. He had seen several times what happened when children raised as tools finally became strong enough to demand free will. In order to keep this child on the right path, in order to set him up for not only success, but happiness, Damien chose this district. When he arrived with the child on his head like an ornament, he raised his arm into the air and sent out a wave of mana that rapidly grew into a dome that encompassed the entire district. It didn't bar entry and exit from the district. Rather, it made time truly relative. Within the district, time would flow at a rate far removed from the outside world. Damien had 10 years to spend as he pleased. The residents of this district would also be subject to the time distortion, but not entirely. The moment they left the territory, their time would be reoriented, and it would be as if there was never a dilation in the first place. It was hard to understand and pretty much impossible to pull off without alerting those who were being influenced. However, existence changed the story. As Damien got closer to the concept of control, his ability to maneuver existence became far more precise. He could now accomplish things that would usually be impossible by imposing his will upon reality, but he couldn't yet make seamless changes like the Dark God. Damien still had to make sure that his powers wouldn't completely destroy reality. He had to at least somewhat abide by the natural laws, bending them rather than changing them to his liking. Nevertheless, this place had become a home where Damien and the child would spend the next few years. And that was exactly what happened. There were 3 months until the start of the Air Wars, and 6 months before the entire heavenly world was placed under a time dilation. Those first 3 months had been stretched into 10 years in a place that nobody cared about, and a mysterious man and his son had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At first, the residents were a bit skeptical of them. They didn't look like commoners at all. That man was handsome enough on his own, and had an aura like a supreme ruler. However, his son was even more of a spectacle. He was perhaps the cutest and most well-behaved child any of these people had ever seen. And because of him, the district had become far more joyful than ever before. He was truly a bundle of light. But when the denizens asked that man what his son's name was, "He doesn't have one," Damien was honest. "I just encountered him recently, and it doesn't seem like his parents ever gave him a name." It was a sympathetic situation. That man, Damien, had become a father to a child someone else had left behind. When they realized this, the denizens went into an uproar. That was the first great event this place had held in many times. A grand feast that they put together just for the two of them. Damien had been unwilling to name the child because he wanted the name that child remembered to be one his actual kin had chosen for him. However, it was indeed inconvenient to just call him kid or boy for his entire adolescence. August. They named him after what was, in earthen tradition, a month. It was the start of autumn, a period symbolic of change. However, August wasn't the same in dragon culture. After all, those months that existed on Earth weren't necessarily used in the heavenly world. To dragons, August was a name close to the first dragon emperor, Augustine. It was a name they used to put their wishes and hopes for the child's success into his identity, to make sure that the universe would support him in achieving happiness and prosperity. It was nothing more than a nickname that would suffice until the child gained his true name from his real family. But it's nice. Damien quite liked it. Everything that had happened here happened in no more than 3 months in the dilated district. The denizens warmed up to the duo fast, and before even Damien could get used to this calm lifestyle amidst the madness, they'd given him and August such a warm welcome. It wasn't a bad thing to use the name they'd come up with, right? For better or for worse, these people were the ones that child would grow up around, the people that he would look up to and learn from when he was establishing his sense of identity. A child environment was just as important as their upbringing. If it was these people, then Damien didn't have to worry about bad influences at all. 10 years. For 10 years, they would remain here, living in peace. For now, the hurried pace of the outside world could be put aside. All that mattered to Damien in this moment was being a responsible parent to the child that had suddenly become a part of his life. Perhaps, just a little bit, he wanted to live vicariously through him. Maybe Damien wanted to give this child the upbringing that he could never have. But the real question was, would he be successful? Chapter 16, 07 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16, 07 Dragon Clan. 5. There was a district in a kingdom called Aurelian, a district in a city so large it could completely cover an entire planet. That district was small, so small and so peripheral that barely anyone even knew it existed. Here, people lived simple lives. They farmed when they wanted to farm, they shopped in markets and ate at stalls that their peers opened, and generally enjoyed their quaint and happy lives. This kind of place was rare in Aurelian. No matter how they were treated by their own kind, dragons were dragons, after all. Most of them refused to do mundane things. They spent their entire lives striving towards power or knowledge with everything they had. But in every society, there would be outliers. The only people who were willing to live in the more rural parts of the megacity were those who had discarded that pointless chase. They renounced their claim to power as they realized how the royal dragons truly thought of them. They lived simple lives because they could, knowing that their lifespans would allow them to enjoy peace for many, many years. What was it like growing up in this kind of place? Time was already different in the perception of a dragon, and due to their long lifespans, their growth periods were far longer than other beasts. A usual dragon would take centuries to get through adolescence, and would take thousands before properly reaching adulthood. August, well, he didn't quite have that time. And with his intelligence, it would have been a waste if he had to wait decades or centuries for his body to match his mind. By the time he gained his name, August had already started talking. By the time a year passed, he was fluent in English, dragon tongue, and the universal language. Speaking English was, of course, a redundant skill to possess, but since August was his son, Damien figured it was only right to teach him his native language. At 2 years old, August was not only walking and talking, he was capable of sensing mana. It was only to the smallest and most instinctive form of perception, but Damien often found August playing with mana, like it was a toy, laughing happily at the sparkling blue energy floating in the air. He had not been taught at all. Rather, Damien had been giving him the regular education a child should have, though August was learning at the level of a middle schooler already. Nevertheless, with a child who was able to grow mentally and understand concepts faster than anyone his age humanly could, Damien felt it remiss to force him to grow slowly. With existence, bringing his body up to match his mind wasn't difficult at all. Still, Damien didn't push it too much. August's knowledge grew by the day, but his mental state was still that of a child. If Damien increased his age based on his smartness, August would have already been 14 or 15, but he was not nearly there emotionally. As such, though only 2 years had passed, August already looked 5 years old. He could run as he pleased without being inhibited, and his physique allowed him to play with mana without being burdened. He's a good kid. Damien smiled as he watched August play. They were on the mountain behind the district. It didn't have a name before, but ever since Damien started bringing August here, it had gained the name Green Green. I'm going to have to find some language where that sounds cool, because there's no way I'm letting any map call this place Green Green. Well, it was a name created by a 5-year-old, so it was to be expected. Damien had been bringing August here since he was old enough to walk. August was incredibly interested in mana. He didn't talk to anyone but Damien much, but he was always finding ways to play with his mana and experiment. Since he was an Azure Dragon, his ability to intuitively do wondrous things with the energy was great. The city was constraining. August couldn't do as he wanted when he was stuck in a place with so many people. The mountain was a perfect place for him. August was a bit shy, but it wasn't because he was socially awkward. What's the best way to describe it? Was it that he couldn't fit in with his peers? Damien was always too strong for the majority, but too weak for the minority. He never had enemies among his peers, but those stronger than him were far, far stronger than him. Because of his rapid development, August was in a similar situation with his intelligence. Though, he didn't seem to mind it. He was very vocal with Damien, and when the two of them were alone, he was an incredibly vibrant child. Truly, with every day that passed, August made Damien more and more certain that his decision to provide the kid with a proper childhood was the right one. "Dad, look!" Damien's attention was grabbed by the call. When he looked over, "Whoa!" he exclaimed in admiration. Damien didn't quite know what he was looking at, but it could definitely be described as an expression of August's creativity. The mana was entangled and strangely patterned in a chaotic manner, but no matter how disorganized it looked, it was something that required a surprising amount of mana control to maintain. "Good job, kiddo." Damien walked over and ruffled August's hair. He giggled, leaning into Damien as he continued toying with the mana. "That time is approaching, huh?" It was a bit bittersweet. If August's control kept improving like this, Damien would 036 pretty much be forced to teach him, so that he wouldn't harm. If August's control kept improving like this, Damien would pretty much be forced to teach him, so that he wouldn't harm himself. And when his ancestral memories eventually awakened, would he still be the same kid he was now? I guess this is the struggle of a parent. In the end, his job was to support his child and watch over him. Whatever he became, as long as he was happy and safe, it was fine, right? 2 years had passed, and another 2 years passed soon after. August continued to age, but only until he was 8 years old. Nothing much had changed. August's personality was consistent. and so was everything else. It was the product of the mundane place Damien had chosen to be their home. Nevertheless, the passing of 2 more years meant that August's skill improved by leaps and bounds. Damien had taught him some basic control skills to keep him safe, but he'd managed to hold off on any real training. Until now. For human children, Damien believed that mana training should only begin in their teenage years. That was the same principle he followed before letting Schweder start training. However, dragons were inherently different, especially holy descendants. Damien could sense it. August's ancestral memories would awaken soon. Before August abruptly gained great power, Damien needed to make sure he had at least a comprehensive understanding of the basics and a true moral code. There was really only one thing that still concerned him. For some reason, despite the fact that years had passed, he still hasn't transformed. August had never once tried to enter his dragon form. It was almost like he refuses the idea of being a dragon at all. Chapter 16:08 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16:08 Dragon Clan 6. It was a case Damien had never seen before. The pride of the dragons didn't need to be mentioned more than it already had. It was an ingrained trait that every dragon was born with. Most dragons spent their formative years in their original forms and only transformed into humanoid forms when they reached a certain age. This was a practice supported by the laws of Aurelian. No matter what one's status was, one would be allowed to experience the pride of dragons before eventually being suppressed. August was different. It wasn't that he'd been born different. He was instilled with that same core personality trait as the rest of his species. However, his trait was almost instantly suppressed. Damien could have figured out the problem with a simple scan of August's soul, but he didn't want to. This was his first time experiencing parenthood, and he didn't want to give up the learning experience for easy answers. His brows were furrowed as he fell into thought. Should I just ask directly, or would that make him more anxious? A child's trust was a strange thing, and Damien didn't want to ruin their current relationship by trying to push his boundaries. But I'm his parent, am I not? He wanted to think he wasn't some regular stranger in August's eyes. He wanted to believe that he had privileges above everyone else. But Damien remembered his own childhood. He remembered how he felt when his mother tried to learn what was happening inside his mind. Their inability to come to terms with each other was one of the main reasons a rift formed between them. Each and every argument they had after that only served to widen the rift and drive an immovable wedge between them. It took Damien's mind breaking from trauma and a very slow recovery after that for him to finally come to terms with his parents and understand their perspective. As night fell, Damien brought August back to the small and cozy home he'd built for them in the city. It had a rural and wooden aesthetic like those around it, but the interior was modern like the earthen styles Damien preferred. After a hefty meal, enough to feed 10 human adults, he put August to sleep and made his way to his own room. I wanted to start teaching him the ways of a practitioner, but it might not be a good idea to do that until he's gotten over whatever's happening. Damien frowned. He was being so careful with August that it was almost hypocritical. His recent actions had been the complete opposite of careful, so he almost felt like he didn't deserve to be this hesitant. Maybe my concern is holding me back. If he treated August like he treated disciples, life would probably be much easier for him. But will it be good for him, or would it be detrimental? In the end, it was that desire. The desire to live vicariously through his child, to use parenthood as a way to truly absolve the negatives of his own childhood by making sure his child wouldn't suffer through any of the same things. Wasn't that really the thing holding him back? Is it because I'm getting stronger? The traces of mental instability remaining in the core of my existence are slowly revealing themselves, pleading to be resolved. He sighed to himself. Taking a new path in life led to new challenges in places where he least expected them. It wasn't unwelcome. It was just a bit strange and hard to get used to. Damien's mind returned to reality as he heard a knock on his door. Dad, are you up? August peeked his head in, his voice soft in case Damien was asleep. I'm up. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. August nodded and entered the room. He closed the door behind him and walked up to the bed, jumping up to sit next to Damien. He wiggled around to get comfortable on the bed, or so it seemed at first, But as Damien looked closer, he saw the hesitance on August's face. "What's up, bud? Is there something bothering you?" he asked softly. August nodded slightly. It was clear that he wanted to speak, but he was doubting what he wanted to say. Did he think Damien would get angry? Or did he perhaps fear the question itself? "Dad," August started, the hesitance in his voice not fading at all. Despite the anxiety he was feeling, August tried to power through it and say what he wanted to say. If there was something Damien had always taught him, it was how to vocalize what he wanted. Never be ashamed of yourself. That was the motto. If he wanted to ask something, he could ask without fear. If he wanted to act a certain way, nobody could tell him he was wrong. August had grown up shy, sure, but that was only when it came to expressing his hobbies and talents. He had never been afraid to satisfy his curiosity. In the end, after a few seconds of struggle, that question finally made its way out into the world. "Why can't I be like you?" Damien was immediately stumped. "What do you mean?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Why am I different?" August fired back. "I want to be like Dad, but I can't." "This is actually fake, right?" he continued, grabbing his skin and pulling. "Dad, actually, am I a monster?" August's voice shook as he asked. Tears welled up in his eyes. Damien's expression immediately softened. He pulled August into a strong hug, as if to expel all of those doubts with a single motion. "I understand now." This was why August never entered his dragon form. This was the problem that had been plaguing him all this time. It was the complete opposite of what Damien expected, but at the same time, it was exactly what he thought. August truly didn't want to be a dragon, but it wasn't because of any of the normal reasons. It was simple but heartbreaking. He could instinctively sense Damien's soul, and despite the alterations that disguised him as a dragon, August wasn't fooled. Was it the connection between father and son that surpassed even existence? Or was it because this child had been absorbing his mana since he was just an egg? August idolized his father. To him, Damien was the perfect person. But Damien was a human, not a dragon. And that was exactly what bred insecurity in his heart. So it ended up being my fault. Damien never stopped to consider the consequences of raising a son who came from a completely different species and culture. He never thought there would be consequences at all, considering that, in all aspects, he was currently a dragon. Still, August had come to him honestly and expressed his worries. Since Damien now understood the problem, I can work to fix it. It was time for Damien to embark on a new mission, to build August's confidence. "You're no monster," Damien said confidently, pulling August closer to make sure he could clearly feel his sincerity. "You are my son. No matter what happens, no matter what differences we have, that will never change." He didn't know if he was saying the right thing, but he said whatever came out instinctively. This was, after all, just to calm the overwhelming emotions currently controlling August's actions. Action spoke louder than words, right? The real surprise would come when the sun rose. After this conversation ended and August was put to sleep, I have a lot of preparations to make. Chapter 16, 09 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16, 09 Dragon Clan, 7. Did Damien have to explain the concept of adoption now? Since August was already questioning why he was different, it might have been better for him to know that he and Damien were different. But Damien didn't think so. If August, who idolized his father, suddenly learned that he and his father weren't biologically related at all, how would he feel? For now, that information could be omitted. The most important thing was to help August value himself and stop feeling insecure. There was nothing at all wrong with him. He was, in fact, the coolest and most awesome 8-year-old in the entire world. Damien assured him of this in every way possible, adding a bit of comedy to ease his emotions. But there wasn't much he could say. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, and it also wasn't that August didn't want to hear it. Rather, August ended up falling asleep where he sat while Damien was coaxing him. It was already incredibly late at night, and it had taken a lot out of him just to voice his concerns. Now that the hardest part was over, and now that Damien had calmed him down, he was properly tuckered out. Damien smiled a bit sadly as he felt August grip his hand in his sleep. "So, it was because he wanted to be like me, huh?" He suddenly felt like all of his worries were unwarranted. For a long time now, he'd been worried about his relationship with August. He'd been worried that he was doing everything wrong in parenting because he was too focused on comparing himself and August to his mother and him from the past. However, while he didn't know it, August had done something monumental for his father. He had shared his inner feelings. He had shown in a single action how much he trusted and respected his dad. And there was nothing more valuable to a father than the trust of his child. Damien had been validated beyond belief. He felt the tension in his body release as he realized that he was doing a good job. What a feeling. There was never another feeling like this. It was a first among firsts, and the warmth it provided was indescribable. What a good kid. Without even realizing it, he was a beacon of light. It wasn't right to let him wallow in darkness, right? Damien's body blurred as several clones jumped out and disappeared from the house. Tomorrow would be a day just for August. As for training, well, that could wait. They still had 6 years before their time ran out, didn't they? The morning sun shone through the windows across the many houses in the small district. Its rays flooded the eyes of those sleeping within, awakening them to the dawn of a new day. A pair of eyes fluttered open in Damien's house. Their owner looked around in confusion before suddenly propping himself up, embarrassment written all over his face. This is Dad's bed. He had been sleeping in his own room for over a year now, and he thought he'd gotten used to it, but it seemed he was wrong. He still slept the most comfortably when he was holding his father's hand. As August woke up and went through his morning routine, groggily walking down the stairs to the living room, he smelled something delicious from the kitchen. Now, on a normal day, he'd rush to the dining table as fast as possible to see what was on the menu, but today, Dad! August peeked around the corner at the edge of the stairs. He had only just remembered what had happened last night, and despite his father's assurances, he was still a little afraid that he'd get scolded. However, what was there for him to get scolded for? It was nothing more than the irrational fear of a child who was just starting to come out of his shell. "Oh, you're up," Damien said as he saw August's small figure out of the corner of his eye. "Come sit down. I'm making pancakes." "Pancakes? Potatoes and eggs, too." "Eggs? Ah, and there's also some bacon I made with the sun, swallowing pigs we caught in the mountains." Bacon? Well, to his defense, August didn't do it himself. His body somehow arrived at the table and seated itself without telling anyone. Damien held back his laughter, since August's face was already as red as a tomato. He brought the food to the table, ruffled his son's hair, and sat down himself. "Eat up. We have a lot to do today." "We're doing something?" August spoke with surprise. Damien always told him the night before if he had something planned for him. This was the first time he was learning of it right before doing it. "Yep, it's a surprise, though, so that's all I'm going to tell you." August's heart beat a little faster. Surprises, he hadn't experienced them before, so he didn't know how to feel. But he ate far faster than usual. Damien hadn't really given him a proper response to the questions he asked last night. He was smart enough to know that, but he also didn't ask questions. For them to be going on a surprise excursion now, it had to be related somehow, right? To put it simply, Damien had only one goal for today. He wanted to show August how cool dragons were. August had never seen them being their true domineering selves, only ever being around dragons who embraced the mundane. It was about time for him to realize that he was not a monster. No, rather, he was a monster in the best ways possible. The day started with more regular activities. Damien and August went deeper into the central region, enjoying the various delicacies and cultures showcased as they came closer to the land of true royals. The entertainment in these places was quite nice. There was music unique to the Dragon Clan and all kinds of shows and plays that represented the deeds of heroic dragons of the past. Watching those, August's eyes sparkled. This was his first time seeing people who looked like him portrayed in such a good light. He didn't know he could be a hero, but as he realized the possibility, a sparkle of childish ambition lit his heart aflame. Damien's eyes lit up as well when he saw August responding well, but they hadn't even gotten to the main spectacle yet. Once they finished up with the more regular activities, their adventure actually took them away from Aurelian. The constraints of society made it so that the true nature of dragons was muted within the kingdom. There were some hidden experts and more traditional dragons who hid away in the mountains outside the central region, refusing to accept the more human society that the kingdom had adopted. And Damien's clones had spent the entire night visiting each and every one of them, telling them about his problem and recruiting them for a very special event. Damien and August arrived in the middle of an expansive flatland far away from anything else. August's eyes were covered by a blindfold for the sake of the surprise. That was probably why he hadn't freaked out by now. After all, Chapter 16, 10 Dragon Clan. Chapter 16, 10 Dragon Clan 8. You ready? Damien's voice resounded in August's ears. His heart pounded. The entire day had already been exciting, but it was clear that everything had been leading up to this. I'm a dragon. That was what August had learned so far. He learned what dragons were, and he learned that they could be heroes and scholars if they wanted to. But it was all still theoretical. He'd only seen plays and reenactments. He'd never seen that sort of power with his own eyes before. Here we go. Damien's voice was all he heard above the whipping winds of the environment. August nodded, and soon after, he felt the blindfold rising off of his face. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw nothing more than an open field. That was until he looked up at Damien. No, he wanted to look up at Damien, but he was forced to look past him. Hush! A huge aura filled the sky, a massive being swept past with such speed that it caused a sonic boom to ripple through space. Boom! The emerald green dragon that swooped by was only the first. A second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. So many dragons, kilometers long each, swept past Damien and August, flipping and rolling through the clouds as they claimed the sky as their dominion. Whoa! August's eyes widened in adoration. He held onto Damien's leg, and Damien's mana covered him to protect him from the wild energy and sound. As he stood there, he laid witness to a sight that not many would ever get to see. 16 ancestral dragons zipped through the air. They roared and displayed their auras, fought and danced, and put on a show for the child below. They didn't know who he was. They only knew that he had a very powerful and caring father. And if it was for a young dragon pure of spirit and uncorrupted by the ways of Aurelian, then they'd happily lend their aid in helping him awaken. Dragons had several ancient rituals, many of which were symbolic and used to praise their species and their traditions. This type of maneuver, where they flew together and embraced the sky with such passion, was one of such beautiful performative rituals. A rainbow of beautifully deadly dragon's breath painted Damien and August in their reflections, and the majestic aura of so many ancestral dragons washed over the young dragon watching from the ground. That aura made him shiver. It excited something deep within him, making his blood boil. Instinctively, he wanted to transform right then and there, embracing his true form. Though, isn't it amazing? Damien said, looking at August. It is. August responded somewhat half-heartedly. He truly enjoyed what he was seeing. He felt inspired, and he felt more confident in his identity after seeing people like these. However, his heart was still a little gloomy. Knowing that dragons were cool was one thing. That was half of the problem, and with this, it was certain that August took pride in being a dragon. But that didn't change his desire to be more like his dad. Weren't the two paths too different? August couldn't choose between them at all, and his mind was torn in two. What are you making that face for? August looked up as he felt Damien's hand on his shoulder. It's nothing, he said, trying to brush it off. But Damien just smiled. You know, he stepped forward, turning around to face his son. I could do that too. You can. The look in August's eyes changed immediately. I can. You're lying. He simply didn't believe it. He could feel it. His dad wasn't a dragon. No matter what happened, there was no way his dad could be a dragon. That was the exact reason for his sadness. However, Damien didn't think the same. I'm not lying. Say, do you want to see what I could do up there? August was definitely still skeptical, but seeing the confident grin on his dad's face, he had the urge to hope for a miracle. He nodded, his eyes slightly gleaming. Damien's grin widened. He no longer had a bloodline core. That much was true, but he was part dragon too at one time. His dragon form wasn't just an imitation. but a true face of his existence. There was nothing fake about it, unlike his disguise. Damien sent mana into his core. He talked to the mist and brought forth existence, sending waves of energy into his bloodstream. That strange black and white blood that flowed through him was not something of this world. It morphed with just a single command, and suddenly, a bloodline that had long disappeared returned to Damien's body. Thump! His heart thumped. Thump! Once again. Thump! Damien's body vibrated as his heartbeat echoed off the walls of his skeleton. His blood rushed and roared, and as it gained more and more power, his body began to change. He grew massive, morphing until he was no longer humanoid. Black scales grew all across his body, lined with a dark purple tint that was barely recognizable in the sunlight. 2 horns jutted out of his head and twisted around each other to form a crown as his head itself changed into that of a dragon. 2 massive wings, larger and more powerful than those of the dragons, surrounding them jutted out of his back as he grew a tail and changed from a bipedal creature to a quadrupedal one. A terrifying black dragon, unlike any other in the world, was revealed. Hoosh! Damien flapped his wings and shot into the air. Ruohair! His powerful roar filled the skies, causing space itself to tremble. The aura of the black dragon's birth caused bells to chime in the heavens. Damien's presence was recognized as that of a true dragon, and not just any true dragon, but one on the scale of a holy ancestor. Damien's dragon transformation was a huge event. So huge, in fact, that the 16 ancestral dragons he'd invited to build August's spirit had paused to watch him. However, Damien didn't care about the reactions they had, nor did he care about who else recognized his otherworldly presence when the heavens chimed. He was focused on one boy, his massive amethyst draconic eyes looking straight into his. And that boy's reaction was everything he could have hoped for. Thump! It wasn't Damien's heartbeat anymore. August's heart was beating so rapidly that he almost couldn't breathe. His eyes were wider than saucers, shimmering with a layer of tears that appeared due to the sheer amount of overwhelming emotion he was feeling. That was it. That was all he needed. He could feel the authenticity from Damien's dragon form. He could feel that his father was, in this moment, a true dragon. And he looked damn cool. I could be like Dad. He could be like his father, and he could also be a great dragon. He didn't have to compromise one for the sake of the other. Being a dragon was awesome, and being Damien's son was even better. August felt his body lighten as his worries drifted away. A light shined over him, and something that should have happened long ago finally happened. August's body changed, and his dragon form was revealed to the world for the very first time. Chapter 16, 11 Innocence. Chapter 16, 11 Innocence. 1. Blue light cascaded from the heavens and graced the ground below. Far, far away, in the distant seas of Aurelian, waves crashed into each other and rose to create tsunamis that charged towards the land beyond. On. The heavens rang bells again. It could be regarded by others as a continuation of the phenomenon that had started a bit earlier, but that simply wasn't true. The unveiling of Damien's dragon form flustered the heavens. That was the main reason for its reaction to him. When it came to August, the heavens weren't flustered at all. They weren't surprised by his transformation. Rather, they celebrated the event that should have taken place several thousand years ago. August was, at first, perturbed by his transformation. He'd kept his human form for 4 years now, and had become more than just used to it. He was comfortable as a human, so when his skin flipped and revealed deep blue scales that covered his entire body, when his form elongated and a tail appeared behind his back, when his aura transformed and his horns grew into their true appearance, he wasn't just feeling discomfort. For a moment, it felt wrong, like this wasn't who he was meant to be. But that was when he looked into the sky and saw his father. Their scales were different, as were their auras, but there he was. He flew through the sky with such dominance that all of August's doubts disappeared without a trace. That's my dad. The immense pride he felt drowned the insecurities in his heart. Not just the pride he had in his father, but the pride he had in dragons as a whole. August embraced his natural form. For the first time, he viewed his gifts as gifts, not curses. And that was exactly what the heavens wanted from him. Vumum. August's body was filled with mana like he'd never experienced before. He was always enamored by the energy. The way it flowed, so freely yet strictly dictated all things, was fascinating. And the fact that it responded to him so openly and honestly made him feel a connection to it that only his relationship with Damien could rival. He thought his bond with mana was the best it could ever be already, but that was just a product of his naivety. Dragons were something like apostles of mana. The energy always favored their kind, and those who were able to make use of that favor were the ones who established dragons as scholars and sages. The environment itself responded to August's presence. The ambient mana chose him as its liege, swirling around him in a whirlpool of respect and submission. A 10-foot-long baby dragon was revealed to the world. His scales shimmered in the sunlight, and his eyes reflected the clarity of an Arctic reservoir. The regality in his aura was unmistakable, and though they were only invited to aid in the child's awakening, the 16 ancestral dragons currently present felt the need to overstay their welcome. But could it really be called that? They were awestruck by Damien's aura, that caused them to stop what they were doing and stare mindlessly. August was on an entirely different level. If Damien was respected for his power, then August was revered for his inborn status. Roar! He let out a roar instinctively. It didn't have the extreme power of the roars these other dragons had emitted, but it stirred something deep in the souls of those who heard it. Even Damien, who wasn't a dragon at his core, felt that call. The 16 ancestral dragons came down from the sky, prostrating themselves on the ground with their heads bowed to the child they encircled. This is... August's eyes widened in shock. He looked up at Damien as if to ask what he was supposed to do, but Damien just smiled and shrugged his massive draconic shoulders. August smiled too. Right? I just need to do whatever I want. He was a child who knew his desires well and knew how to differentiate the good from the bad. Perhaps it was disrespectful to ignore the display of these ancestors, but I really want to fly with Dad. It was the chance of a lifetime. August never thought he'd be able to do it, and now that he could, he really couldn't wait. Whoosh! He flapped his wings once. He wasn't used to having them, but controlling this form came instinctively. Hush! He flapped his wings again, then again and again. His body rose from the ground, and as the wind grazed past his face, he angled himself upward and launched into the sky. Roo-way-rare. It was a far more powerful roar than the one he released before. If it had to be translated into a language humans could understand, then... Whoa! August was ecstatic. He was doing flips and rolls in the air before he even reached Damien's altitude. When he finally did, he circled his father several times out of pure joy. Damien's smile never faded. It's a little hard to move, isn't it? If there was one major qualm he had with his current form, it was that his eye position and the structure of his head made it difficult for him to turn and watch as August did his laps. Still, there was nothing more rewarding than seeing the pure and unadulterated emotion on that little boy's face as his spirits reached an all-time high. How about that? Damien said, laughing all the way. I told you dragons were awesome, didn't I? Yeah, this is awesome. August was just speaking to speak, really. He was too overwhelmed to properly formulate his words. He just wanted to respond to his dad, no matter what. It wasn't about dragons anymore. This happiness stemmed from all of his wishes being fulfilled. His dad didn't lie to him. He didn't say anything just for the sake of cheering him up. He really wasn't a monster. He really wasn't alone. The fact that everything he dreamed about was in front of him now was more valuable than any confidence he gained from all of Damien's efforts. Dad, let's go flying. The size difference between them was monstrous. Compared to the hundreds of kilometers that Damien's currently shrunken form filled, August was just a speck of dust. But did that matter? Since his son wanted to fly with him, he would happily oblige. Come up. August pushed his little wings as hard as he could in response to his father's words, taking position above his back. Once Damien was sure that August was there, he covered him in a slight film of mana for one specific purpose. 3. He pulled his legs in to maximize his aerodynamics. 2. He charged his mana for a perfect launch. 1. After one last check to make sure everything was good. Let's go. Boom. Mana raged, the sound barrier broke, and Damien and August became blips on the horizon. This was a future godbeast's first flight in his dragon form. Since Damien was the one supervising it, he had to make it more memorable than anything else. That was his one and only goal. Chapter 16:12 Innocence. Chapter 16:12 Innocence. 2. Damien and August shot past all of the greatest sights of Aurelian without any thoughts in mind but those of enjoying every moment of their flight. August flapped his wings with everything he had, enjoying the rush of wind against his face and the feeling of the world zooming by as if it were incorporeal. This wasn't a speed he could reach on his own, not in the slightest. Damien was supporting him with mana and allowing him to personally experience what it was like at the peak of a dragon's power. It was truly something amazing. To fly in tandem with someone he admired more than anything else in the world was a dream for August, especially since that person was his own father. And even when they landed on the ground and returned to their human forms, the feeling he felt in the clouds didn't leave him in the slightest. As August reveled in new sensations, Damien approached the ancestral dragons who'd waited for their return. Once again, I thank you all for your help in this matter, he said, giving them a slight bow. They'd all retreated from the world, not because they were lazy, but because they didn't support the way the current Aurelian was being managed. Dragons were meant to be free creatures, not a people restrained by their own society. Aurelian worked too hard to mimic human culture, and as those at the top actively worked to suppress those below them, a majority of dragons have been turned into wastes. To the outside world, Aurelian was a haven for dragons, a place where they could live without persecution. However, that reputation was merely the product of rumors. The real Aurelian was nothing like that. Not anymore, anyway. It is no trouble. The one who responded was the same green dragon who led the pack when they arrived. He, Alcarist Ravel, was originally a holy dragon comparable to those ruling the kingdom now, but as his element of wood wasn't common enough for him to form an entire clan, he couldn't stand against the others and was eventually cast out. He never tried to retaliate, because revenge simply wasn't in a wood dragon's nature. Still, that didn't mean he didn't wish to see change in the kingdom. It was just that he knew he wasn't the person who would start the revolution. I hope you could deliver on what you promised us. Damien looked at each and every one of them. Some were strays who'd made it to the top through brutal struggle. Some were disowned members of royal clans, while others more were dragons as old as time who had watched the kingdom change and devolve. They all had the same thing in mind when Damien came to visit them. They all saw the exact same spark in his eyes, and when he made them that promise, they found themselves unable to reject. Damien smiled. All of you can see it for yourselves, can't you? He said confidently, your future emperor. Do you think he will lead you into ruin? He turned to look at the little boy currently playing in the field they stood in. The little boy who was loved by both nature and mana. The ancestral dragons joined him with the same expression on their faces. Indeed, if it is him, then maybe this kingdom can be led to a better place. A heart as pure as his, untouched by the corruption of the upper echelon. If it was allowed to thrive, then there was no telling what kind of miracles would happen. He had only just accepted himself as a dragon. He didn't know it yet because of that. Realistically, he was only 4 years old. Yet, his dragon form was already so breathtaking. These ancestral dragons who'd seen geniuses rise and fall knew what that meant. But after all, Damien knew best. The heir to the Azure Dragon's throne was no soft persimmon. And now that he had properly reached his starting line, he would be unstoppable. Aurelian was already a hidden world. The real western region was just a heap of undeveloped land. The Dragon Kingdom was superimposed on it in a different direction created by the Ether Clan. However, even it contained worlds within. Because of the structure of Aurelian's central region, the Holy Dragon clans wouldn't have enough space to accommodate themselves without going to war with each other. They built their palaces in the absolute center of the territory, but these could, at most, be called embassies. They were used when visitors arrived or when events needed to be held. Otherwise, they were just there for show. The holy clans had their real territories anchored to those palaces, existing as separate worlds that spanned for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Despite creating a human-like society for Aurelian, the holy clans themselves enjoyed the privileges of a real dragon. Their territories were mostly natural. They lived in caves filled with treasure and had more than enough space to give each and every member a territory they were happy with. It was a little funny, but it was equally tragic. Even the ancestral dragons living away from the world believed that Aurelian's royalty was straying away from their true lineage as dragons. But they were wrong. They just made sure that they were the only ones who experienced its bliss, while all other dragons were forced to live in cramped cities, suppressed. In one of those hidden realms belonging to the Liqua clan, two people stood in front of Koi Pond. They had humanoid forms, but were clearly not human. They made sure that, even when they were choosing a smaller form for convenience, others would still see their pride as dragons. Did you sense it? The man among them asked his female companion, his gaze focused on the koi pond. I did. However, it cannot be real. The woman responded, not a shred of doubt in her mind. That man died when we killed him. I still remember the feeling of my claws in his heart. For his mana to appear now, it must be the result of some sort of coincidence. If not, then someone has discovered some of his treasures. The most obvious reason was the awakening of one of his descendants, but as the woman said, that was simply impossible. That man was dead. Even if he had descendants, it was far too late for them to hatch now. Nevertheless, it is worth investigating. Just send a few children. There is no need to try too hard when nobody else knows of its existence but those who discovered it. That distinctive aura could only be felt by those of the Liqua clan. As long as the other holy clans were unaware, their only competition was the dragons who lived in Aurelian. And they, at most, they can only be practice targets for geniuses. Now that the air wars are approaching, the woman's eyes sharpened. We must come out victorious. She didn't finish with the words she actually wanted to say, but the man understood what she meant. Right. Our enemies now are the other holy clans. His treasure can wait until it is over. The woman nodded, but as the two continued to stare into the koi pond, the man's brows furrowed. Regardless of the woman's opinion, he couldn't believe that anything could be so coincidental. If it's children, then he knew exactly who to send. A few geniuses that even the ancestral dragons outside couldn't touch. As long as they were deployed, he'd get his answers as fast and efficiently as possible. And anyone who could possibly get in their way, well, their only fate would be death. Chapter 16, 13 Innocence. Chapter 16, 13 Innocence. 3. Damien wasn't even the one who suggested it. It seemed that August had glimpsed the benefits of power once he'd unlocked his dragon form, because the instant they got home that night, August practically begged for Damien to train him. Dad, you're strong, right? He didn't really understand before. He didn't know anyone other than his father, so he didn't have a way to compare the things he'd seen to the norm. Damien wasn't shy about using his power around August. Whenever it was useful for their daily convenience, he'd do whatever he needed to do. However, those conveniences were mundane impossibilities. Normal people couldn't just create animals whenever they wanted to. They couldn't take people from one place to another in an instant like Damien could. When August saw the ancestral dragons, he was awestruck, sure, but not nearly as much as he was when he witnessed Damien's dragon form. Whether it was coincidence or fate, the aura radiating from Damien was exactly what August envisioned when he imagined the strongest in the world. Despite the fact that those ancestral dragons were extremely strong and domineering, despite everything they'd done before Damien transformed, the second he flew to the skies, they all froze in shock. That was when August realized just how great the man he called father really was. And it wasn't like Damien was going to disappoint his expectations. Of course, his answer was simple. Your dad is the strongest man in the world. What else could a young child hope for? August instantly jumped up and climbed onto Damien, asking incessantly for him to teach him. Since that was the goal from the start, there was no need to say anything more. It's going to be hard. Do you think you can tough it out? The only thing left was to test his resolve. This path was a difficult one, and it was just as punishing as it was rewarding. But the child was innocent. He could learn of the viciousness of society at a later time. For now, letting him learn as he pleased was more than enough. August still didn't know anything. Unlike Damien's worries, his ancestral memories had yet to appear. Damien also hadn't gone out of his way to tell August anything about the Air Wars or what he'd been born for. Now that a few years had passed, it was hard for Damien to see August as someone else's child. He made some mistakes by instinctively trying to raise him like a human, but now that he'd realized his mistake, he was confident in his choices and his parenting. Eventually, August would come to know these things. But that was a story for another time, when details about his origins slowly began trickling into his mind. The training for now was simple. Damien had August do foundational mana training exercises as usual, but he added a bit of physical training into the schedule as well. He was still learning about how to properly teach him the techniques of his clan, since they were still revealing themselves to him. So Damien didn't rush past the basics faster than he had to. I know he's a dragon, but he's still a 4-year-old. No matter what, he'd have to introduce August to the true struggle of a practitioner within the next 2 or 3 years. But he wanted to put it off for as long as possible. Be it selfishness or compassion, Damien didn't believe August needed to lose his innocence yet. Rather, he just didn't want it to happen. Even now, Damien's eyes narrowed. He suddenly caught wind of a strange aura. It's still far away, but I'm certain of it. Those are people from the Liquid clan. The distinctive aura of an Azure Dragon. No, it's the aura of a couple of posers. The Liquid clan was not the true Azure Dragon's clan. That man, Qing Long, had formed his own clan when he became a holy dragon, and the Liquid clan could be considered a branch of it. For it to now be regarded as the Azure Dragon clan itself. Even if they're grunts, they should have some useful information. It hadn't yet come time for August to interact with those of the Holy Dragon clans. It also wasn't the time for them to notice Damien's presence in their kingdom. Unfortunately, this little scouting party would need to be slightly inconvenienced. Though, wasn't it a bit more than that? There were 5 people in that party. All of them were just slightly over 100 years old, geniuses that were technically from Damien's generation. They were those who had just barely missed the cut to participate in the Air Wars. They couldn't be used for that anymore, but they would still become valuable assets in the future. As such, excursions such as those meant to find treasure like this one were usually left to them. In another reality, perhaps they could have become stars that shocked the entire world. Regrettably, they lived in an era where Damien Void existed. They were fated to remain nameless and mundane despite all of their power and training. What were we even looking for? There were 2 women among them. One of them, Alexis Liqua, was the one who asked the question. None of us really know. Gabriel Liqua, the man who led the group, answered. Apparently, this order comes from the matriarch herself. We're to find the traces of that aura they showed us earlier and investigate it. They've been given the scent to chase and were let loose to find it. Their search had led them to the outskirts of the kingdom, to a random field in the middle of nowhere, and frankly, it didn't seem like they'd find anything here at all. Still, since it was an order from the matriarch, they couldn't half-ass their search. They'd come here, maintaining the slight hope that there would really be something amazing for them to discover here. And there was. But it was not for them to discover, for it had already discovered them. Damien hovered in the sky above the 5 young dragons with none the wiser to his presence. He watched them as they spoke about their mission, and he paid attention to their auras. The Azure Dragon's legacy inside of him reacted with unbridled disgust when he got close to them, and though Damien didn't have any particular grudges against them. Well, at the end of the day, their competition. He flicked his hand out, and from a distance of over 100 kilometers, his existence touched the souls of those 5 dragons. Memories they had would become his. Techniques they knew would become his. And the things in their possession, well, while they wouldn't become his, they wouldn't be theirs either. To put that less confusingly, I'm going to twist the shit out of their existences. It could be considered a boon for them in a certain sense. After all, since Damien was about to formulate an entirely fake experience for them, where they discovered a tomb and unveiled a number of treasures from the last era. I have to give them the rewards to make it real, no? It felt a bit like cheating to win at a competition and then giving the losers $5 as a consolation prize. And though that was quite the vile feeling on paper, Damien had to admit it, at least to himself. In this specific scenario, it really didn't feel bad in the slightest. Chapter 16:14 Training. Chapter 16:14 Training 1. There was no need to over-explain what happened then. Damien had already done something like this a few times. The young Liqua clan dragons had been sent to investigate what everyone thought was a treasure. This excursion was a learning experience for them. They weren't equipped to deal with someone of Damien's caliber in the slightest. As such, they couldn't put up a shred of resistance as he toyed with their existences. No, they didn't even realize they were being manipulated. The 5 of them fell unconscious. Their memories changed drastically as an experience they never had became real, and their environment followed suit. A dungeon that didn't exist was born in the empty plain, entrenched in the ground and overgrown as if it had been there since the beginning of time. Damien had their memories already. He could tell why they were here, and since his goal was to throw the holy clans off rather than confront them, he made serious efforts to make everything believable. It was unfortunate that he had to use the more annoying solution. But what could he do? This wasn't his story but August's. He couldn't act as if he was doing all of this alone. Nevertheless, he pulled some treasures from his spatial storage and created a few more, imbuing them all with the aura of the Azure Dragon and aging them to match the age of the tomb. After planting them on the 5 young dragons, Damien threw them into the dungeon and left them there to wake up whenever they were ready. Or when the mechanisms of the dungeon decided to wake them up with a deadly morning alarm bell. Whatever the case was, Damien finished as quickly and efficiently as possible before returning to August. He now had some new information on not only the Liqua clan, but also the air wars that were approaching. And both of those things would be very helpful for August's future training. How would the Liqua clan feel when they realized that their geniuses had been manhandled so easily? Well, that depended on if they even discovered that it happened. There were no flaws in the memories and treasures Damien left with those geniuses, so by the time they returned to their clan, nobody would be able to tell that something strange happened. The lack of time passing between their departure and return would probably be the main issue, but Damien made sure to age the dragons up by a few years to make it seem like they'd been stuck in a time dilation, which would be corroborated by their memories. It really was a perfect deception, and for Damien, it was quite convenient. The Azure Dragon's memories aren't unlocking in the most efficient way. Damien had learned a lot about that senior in the time he'd spent raising Auguste. Things about his life and morals were the most common revelations, but the ones that concerned Auguste were hidden much deeper in the recesses of Damien's mind, almost refusing to come out. It was the same with the foundational techniques of the Azure Dragon clan. Damien was mainly receiving memories from most recent to least. As such, he knew a lot of Qinglong's most powerful techniques and abilities, but since he wasn't aware of the process, he would have to experiment with and learn entirely different discipline to interpret it all and make it something Auguste could comprehend. Unfortunately, that took time. Damien was already working on it, but he would need another year or 2 to become proficient enough to teach someone. There was a far easier solution to the problem, and the Liqua clan delivered it to his doorstep. It was even more convenient since they were young geniuses. They'd pretty much spent their whole lives comprehending the foundational techniques of the clan and observing examples of their end goal. With those memories at his disposal, Damien had the starting point of the Liqua clan and the ending point of the true Azure Dragon clan. Trying to figure out how to get from point A to point B was far easier than what he'd been doing before. In fact, with a single week and some dilated time, Damien was able to fully reconstruct the Azure Dragon's techniques. That feels like I'm downplaying my efforts. It wasn't arrogant in the slightest to say that he'd taken those techniques and improved them beyond what they'd ever been in the past. And more importantly, he'd tailored them for August's use. With this, we can start for real. Damien didn't need a stall anymore. And with August's practically insane desire to learn, This is going to be fun. Damien's encounter with the Liquid Clan took no more than half an hour to reach an end. He went back home before August could notice that he was gone. After the week he spent creating the new Azure Dragon Manual, Damien took August back to Green, which had now been renamed the Viridia Mountain for the sake of future explorers and cartographers to start his real training. Dragons were special creatures. Their growth system was more like cultivation than any other species, but they still needed to abide by the system's mandates to grow when they were young. Eventually, training alone would allow August's power to rise at monstrous rates. But for now, if he wants to get stronger, then he has to learn how to kill. Damien couldn't get over the discomfort in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He had already told August honestly the night before, "You'll have to do heart-wrenching things for power." But August didn't flinch. His emotional acuity was still steadily growing, but his intelligence gave him a more practical view of life than others at his age. He had already presumed that he would need to lose his innocence if he wanted to enter the world that his father and others resided in, and his thoughts could be considered both mature and immature depending on the lens they were viewed through. "Dad, I have to hunt, right?" He could instinctively feel it. His awakened draconic instincts craved blood. "Yes, and not just animals. You might have to hunt people when you're an adult, and even dragons if the situation arises." Damien never lied to August. He tried to sugarcoat his words most of the time, but it didn't feel right in the moment. And while the prospect did strike fear in his heart, August answered by the moral code that Damien had taught him to live by. "Dad, I'm not scared to hunt." "Why is that?" "Because I'll never hunt unless I have to." August was firm in his words. "If someone wants to hurt me or Dad, or if I need to hunt for a necessary cause, then I won't feel bad. If hunting makes me feel bad, then I won't do it." It was quite a rudimentary way to say it, but it was more than enough. August was already subconsciously distinguishing between enemies and allies. He was separating himself so that all of his good qualities would only be shown to those who deserved them, while those who stood against him would see a completely different face. It was a good mentality for a practitioner, but for some reason, I can't shake the bitter feeling in my heart. Damien realized that his son was growing up far too fast for his liking, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Such was their unfortunate fate. Such was the consequence of a lack of time. Since it was Damien's fault that time had been constrained so wildly, he didn't have the right to complain. However, that didn't change the feelings he had deep inside of his heart. Chapter 16-15 Training. Chapter 16-15 Training 2. The Azure Dragon Manual. It was Damien's own creation, but its origin was a period long before he ever existed. These techniques were first developed by Qinglong himself, doing something similar to what Damien was doing now. He took the teachings of his Dragon Clan ancestors and transformed them into a technique geared specifically towards people who wanted to follow the same path as him, the path of water. It started out simple, by having one feel water with one's body. Damien took August to an artificial river he'd created for this purpose. It was actually an entire waterway that now ran along the Viridia Mountain and into the lands below, branching out and creating a completely new ecosystem. It had to work on its own for August to truly feel water. Damien made sure that his own influence was completely removed from the system before they ever arrived. August was assisted into the river. Its flow was quite strong, so Damien had to carefully make sure he wouldn't be swept away. He created a transparent mana barrier that kept August stationary, covertly adding existence to bend the laws and make that mana entirely impermeable. August was given the perfect environment and was told vaguely what he needed to do. The rest was entirely up to him. The potential that everyone seemed to see in him, would it manifest now? The simple answer was no. Laws highly depended on individual interpretation. That was the main reason why Damien couldn't simply devour someone and immediately use their law comprehension for himself. He had to interpret those laws on his own. Only then could he make use of what he stole. It was the same now that he was teaching. August needed to establish his own perception of the law of water. He needed to incorporate it into his beliefs and learn what laws meant to him. Potential didn't mean anything during this process. What mattered was one's understanding of oneself. And August, well, how could one expect a child to have an established sense of identity? He would need many years to reach that point, so obviously he wouldn't be able to immediately grasp the flow of law and utilize it. Hell, humans only started comprehending laws when they reached third class, so it was stupendous to expect someone who didn't even have a single level to his name to rapidly grasp these unfamiliar concepts. Still, this was the way that dragons developed, so Damien was training August accordingly. It was scary at first. The rushing water carried with it an aura of death that poked and prodded at August, provoking him to lose concentration. Yet at the same time, there was a familiarity, a feeling of closeness like meeting a long-lost relative. August focused on that feeling for the sole purpose of calming himself, but it ended up doing a lot more than that. Beneath that familiarity was peace and calmness. It was the powerful and steady flow of the river that felt like the back of his father, ready to protect him at any moment. Water. It could be soft and flexible. Despite August's presence impeding its path, it easily split and flowed around him, losing no time in its journey. It could also be stubborn and rigid. It forced its way through any situation that couldn't be overcome with flexibility, and when it revealed that deathly aura to those who provoked it, it would exert a force incomparable to any other. Water was incredibly versatile. It could kill as well as it could protect. It was a necessity for life, yet it could cause some of the most brutal deaths imaginable to man. August only grasped this concept in its most basic form as he experienced its flow. But that was only the first step. What did it mean to him? What did he want it to mean to him? The feeling as it brushed against his skin was almost like it was patiently waiting for him to give an answer, for him to define the core of their relationship. What do you want to use your power for? August felt like he could hear his father's voice in his ear, helping him forward. I want to protect Dad and be happy. It was a pretty obvious answer. The entire reason why August asked Damien to teach him was so that he could one day fly alongside his father again, just like they'd done before, but with his own two wings. August remembered what Damien had told him before. You are blessed with the gift of water. The seas will respond to your every call, and the world itself will bend at your will. But you must first decide, what does water mean to you? What aspect of water do you want to define you? August was able to understand the essence of those sentences with his current academic level, but the more philosophical aspects were harder to digest. What is water to me? August intensely pondered on the concept. This was his first time really feeling it. Damien told him that he could be patient and take his time to figure out his answers to those questions, but August didn't want to. He already knew what he wanted. His goal was clear, and what water meant to him completely depended on how it could contribute to reaching it. As such, I want to be strong. He needed the rigidity of water to make sure he could protect himself and hunt. I want to be a shield. He needed the flexibility to be able to stand in front of the people he loved and protect them from any harm. I want to be cool. He needed everything else to be like his father and those ancestral dragons and heroes, unfettered by all things. The last one was a bit subjective, since the first two would achieve the third, but August still felt the need to mention it, because the things he'd seen in the past few days were really, really cool. As August started to truly formulate what he wanted from the element began to respond to him. A small whirlpool formed around his body, disrupting the flow of the river. To think it would be that easy. Damien laughed, mostly in astonishment. Bear in mind, it had already been over a day since they came here. August didn't realize how fast time was passing while he silently perceived the water around him. But if it hadn't been for Damien keeping his body satiated in secret, he would have collapsed long ago. A single day to establish a fundamental bond with the element. This wasn't the stage where his potential would bloom, and he was already showing a performance like this. I guess I lied to you. Damien thought to himself with a grin. You really are a monster. In the best and most illustrious way, you are a monster, my son. With immense pride glowing in his eyes, Damien got ready for the next step of their training. Even at this time, there were 6 years left before the Air Wars began. It was more than enough time for August to become someone that his competitors couldn't even begin to stand against. Chapter 16 Training. Chapter 16 Training 3. The daily life of the father-son duo revolve around training ever since then. They didn't even notice as the months passed. They were simply too entrenched in what they were doing. Damien had never been this involved in someone else's growth before. Even when he trained Astoria and the others, he just aided them and gave them what they were lacking. They all had their foundations built beforehand. With August, he was the one supervising from beginning to end. It was more than he expected. Damien was the type of person who learned best when he was left on his own. His mentors had always been there to help him through the roadblocks he couldn't overcome on his own, but everything else was left to him. August was different not only because he was young, but because he responded to learning in a different way. Unlike Damien, who needed to experience things to learn, August did best when he was taught. He was able to interpret words and information to gather what he needed better than anyone else, and Damien wasn't about to ruin that advantage. He was there every step of the way, giving August tips and tricks to get past the hurdles he faced. At the same time, August progressively learned and eventually managed to establish a connection with water that was both pure and sturdy. August had decided that he wanted to pursue multiple concepts of water at the same time. Damien didn't stop him either, since he believed that the increased workload would actually stimulate August's inquisitive mind better. Still, 1 year was spent exclusively on feeling and connecting to water. By the end of that year, not only did August have the appearance of a 10-year-old, he also had a physical body even other baby dragons would envy and a grasp on the foundation of his power. With that, it's time. They couldn't put it off anymore. It was time for August to hunt for the first time. Though, I've eased up a bit more now that some time has passed. Damien wasn't as worried as he was before. He had been taking August on hunts with him for the past few months, teaching him how to maneuver in both his human and dragon forms. August had seen the deaths of several creatures, and he'd become used to the rules of the jungle, at least when he was hunting for animals. If there was something new Damien had learned about his son throughout all of this, it was that he was more confident than he liked to let on. He seemed to believe that he would be able to do anything he said he could. There were instances where that just wouldn't be true. Eventually, August would have to face defeat so that he could grow from it and learn how to deal with it. However, that was something Damien wasn't willing to fake. It would only have a real effect if it was a loss that August felt in his core. Nevertheless, that didn't have anything to do with the current situation, since there was no way for August to lose right now. The exercises they were starting now were meant to acclimate him with blood and hunting. It wasn't meant to test his strength and push him to his limits. So, the animals August was to hunt really were animals. Wild animals that saw them as enemies, sure, but animals nonetheless. Against a dragon. Remember what I taught you? Damien asked. August nodded with a firm expression. Hunt like a dragon. Be confident, don't doubt, and always aim for the kill. They were already on Viridea Mountain. Damien had filled this place with several new species and created an ecosystem that had been functioning on its own for about 4 years now. Since it was able to grow and develop, the species he created here had developed habits and personalities of their own. In this completely primal environment, Damien disappeared, leaving August alone. That was when it finally set in. Dad is probably nearby. Rationally speaking, August didn't believe Damien would actually leave him behind, and nobody could tell him he was wrong, but that's not the right way to think. Eventually, he would have to learn to give himself confidence so he could protect his dad instead of it always being the other way around. He calmed his heart and focused his mind. He remembered the lessons he'd been taught and spread his awareness to search for prey. There! August's nose twitched as he sensed them. There was a pack of wolves about 500 feet away. They were natural predators of August's favorite breakfast source, swallowing pigs. August's eyes lit up. That means, if a wolf pack was exposing itself like this, then it was marking its prey. Those wolves would completely vanish from perception in a few moments and start their hunt. That was one thing. It didn't really matter to August. What really caught his attention was a simple bacon. He was a dragon, after all. If there was one thing that was irresistible to him, it was good meat. And there really wasn't a variation of meat that tasted better than sun-swallowing pigs, at least not to August. He rushed through the forested mountain. His feet tapped the ground lightly, but his every step propelled him forward by several feet. He could feel the wolves getting closer. He couldn't sense the pigs yet, but knowing they were in the vicinity was enough. Hunting these predators came first. For 100 feet, 300 feet, by the time he was within 200 feet of them, the wolf pack noticed his presence as well. His hostility was plain as day. But since these wolves didn't have any sort of training, they were not able to sense the draconic notes in that aura, a sign for them to run. No, they didn't have a single thought of fleeing. They charged together, the 12 of them as one, towards the new prey they'd sensed on the horizon. August's eyes sharpened. The smells in the surroundings filled his nose. The scenes his eyes perceived were digested by his brain and processed rapidly. Those draconic slits, no matter how beautiful they may have been, were purpose-built. They existed for the hunt, and now that August was in nature, they were responding better than ever before. 100 feet. The wolves were already in sight. Their powerful aura could now be felt, but August refused to be pushed back. He jumped into the air. As he twirled his body, it morphed, elongating into the form of a dragon. Ruhar. It was a rookie move, but August felt the need to roar anyway. He slammed down to the ground in front of the wolf pack, and without paying a single bit of attention to their cowering selves filled with fear, he swept his claw out with all of the power he had available to him, aiming for the kill. There was no hesitation. There was no struggle. The second August was given the opportunity, he took it in stride. Because he was a dragon, it was bred into his blood, his bones, and the very essence of his existence. He was born to be the king of the hunt. Chapter 16-17 Awakening. Chapter 16-17 Awakening, One Blood. It was August's first time seeing it in such quantity. He had rarely ever been cut before. His skin was, after all, draconic. No matter how he nicked himself or fell, his body was never actually affected. And he never knew how strong he was inherently. He was able to play with Damien without any problems. He was already climbing over Damien's body when he was still a toddler. He didn't lose the habit when he grew up. He still liked to wrestle with his father, and he often ended up accidentally scratching him and whatnot. Damien never flinched. Even when August thought he had hurt him, Damien assured him that there was nothing wrong and even proved it by showing him the uninjured area. August just didn't realize that it wasn't because he was weak. He never even thought to think that Damien's skin was just stronger than a dragon. Until now, August was comfortable in his dragon form by now. Damien allowed him to freely transform and made sure he could feel absolutely secure. As such, his actions weren't hesitant in the slightest. The fluidity with which he attacked was more than enough to generate a ton of force. Shick! The sound was disgusting. Blood flew through the air as the wolf August attacked bursted into pieces. The sheer force of his claws tore it apart before their sharpness could even come into play. August was mystified for a second. His body shivered, not with fear, but with a strange sense of glee that he couldn't explain. The wolf's legends flowed into his body in the form of experience, and for the first time in his life, August witnessed his own status panel, though he swept it out of his vision instantly. Not yet. He'd already been told that it would appear, but it wasn't the right moment for him to check it. He was still surrounded by the rest of the wolf pack, and he refused to take his attention off of the battle until it was over. Now, what was a usual first battle like? It was a scene of failure and weakness where one realized that the training they had done wasn't enough to get them through the real world. It was a time for people to adapt to the rapidly changing situation that a real battle where life and death were concerned was. However, one couldn't expect that from August. After all, this was a dragon's natural habitat. In their youth, they were meant to be reckless and belligerent. All of that talk about scholars and sages only came once they were old enough to get over those primal urges. August awakened to these instincts late, but now that they were allowed to shine, they flowed in full force and allowed him to feel every ounce of what they represented. More. August twisted his body and slashed his claw down, cutting another wolf into 3 pieces. Oh, another jumped up from behind, its teeth bared. August turned his head, but he found that the wolf had entered his blind spot. Covered in shining light, he flipped and returned to his human form. Mana appeared in his hands as he pushed them towards the wolf's exposed underbelly. Boom! A pulse of water slammed into the wolf and threw it into the sky. August immediately returned to his dragon form, planting all four legs on the ground. Ruahar, a blue and white swirl of energy, was released from his jaws. As August swung his head around, the beam cut through not one, not two or three, but 5 of the wolves in the pack, turning them into mincemeat. Dragon's breath was an inherent skill. The moment August found his connection with water, he found that ability. And it wasn't the only one. August had unlocked 3 of the dragon race's best natural traits. Only, he hadn't been able to find much of an opportunity to use them. He wanted to. He wanted to fight with even more power than he was using now. Boom! With 6 enemies left, August felt emboldened. He used more mana in his claws despite not needing it all. He watched his enemies turn into blood mist and reveled in the feeling of it. He almost lost himself to that emotion. Almost. Remember, his father's voice once again rang in his ears. It was only a subtle reminder, but it was more than enough to snap August back to reality. Whoosh! He jumped back and crouched, growling at the wolves, who took a similar position as they started to encircle him. This is a hunt. This was not the time to be consumed in bloodlust. He was not going to be an evil dragon, nor was he going to be someone consumed by things that went against his ideals. If he wanted to reach the future he desired, then he needed to stay on the right path. Focus, August. He pushed away the emotions in his mind and tried to fill it with thoughts of the battle. There were only 6 of them left at this point. They were still able to surround him, but the fact that he'd taken down half of their pack without sustaining a single wound had struck fear into their hearts. They weren't stupid creatures. Their minds were developed enough for them to have a fight or flight response. Everything told them that they needed to flee as soon as possible, but they also realized that if they turned their backs on the enemy, they would instantly die. This was a losing battle for them. August knew it as well as they did. Now that he'd collected himself, the rest of the battle was just going through the motions. His claws moved rhythmically, and his body moved with the flexibility of water. One after another, the wolves were taken down, and only in the end did they realize how outmatched they were. Crunch. It was an incredibly dull sound, but it wasn't supposed to be at all. There were only 2 wolves remaining, and as August focused on killing one of them, the other snuck up behind him and clamped its jaws around his hind leg. That didn't sound like an action that would result in a dull sound, right? Unfortunately for the wolf, that was the sound of its teeth shattering into pieces against the scales of a dragon. August looked back, the curious expression on his face heavily contrasting his blood-covered appearance, and glanced at that wolf. It slowly let go of his leg and backed away, looking at the ground the entire time. Was it pleading for mercy? August frowned to himself. Would it be okay? He didn't want to kill an enemy who'd surrendered. Maybe it wasn't the right decision, but that was what he wanted to do. And if there was anything he'd been taught, wasn't it to follow that instinct? August gave the wolf one last look before flying away to look for his next prey. And from the sky, Damien nodded as well. In almost every way, it was an incredibly satisfactory performance. It had been mentioned too many times already, but there was no way for Damien to stop feeling it. Pride. He was unbelievably proud of the boy he was fortunate enough to call his son. Chapter 16, 18 Awakening. Chapter 16, 18 Awakening. 2. The rest of the hunt went swimmingly. August was able to keep his wits about him after the first incident. He really wasn't an overly aggressive person in the first place. Once he realized that his instincts were taking over, he was able to make sure it didn't happen again. Wolves, sun-swallowing pigs, and many other animals fell prey to August's hunt. And to finish everything, he faced a tiger by himself, achieving victory almost as smoothly as he did when he fought the wolves. In fact, he was even more fluid since he'd become more used to combat. That tiger didn't stand a single chance. The training turned out to be too easy for August. The mental hurdle that Damien originally thought would be his greatest challenge was overcome near the start. The rest was really just a matter of him getting used to his own power. August was still relatively innocent. He'd spared several enemies instead of making sure they died. In this way, he was completely different from his father. It took Damien until recently to even consider showing mercy to his enemies. August, on the other hand, was a naturally born hero. It made Damien smile. He couldn't say he agreed with the ideology. He was not a heroic person. He was willing to sacrifice anyone and commit any evil if it meant the things he valued were protected. That was not the mentality of a hero. That was just a common practitioner. August wanted to save everyone. When he said he would only hunt when he needed to, he truly meant it. Enemies who'd surrendered were included in his mercy. And from what happened on Viridia Mountain, it seemed to work out. The ones who were spared never came back. Maybe it was because they were nursing their wounds, but pack animals like the wolves he spared were bound to send their pack after him sooner or later. Damien observed the entire mountain to make sure no outliers affected August's training, and he saw how those animals reacted to his son's kindness. It was strange, unlike anything he'd experienced himself. But maybe that's just the fundamental difference between us. Truly heroic people would be able to rouse those kinds of feelings in people, to make people change for the better, to convince them to acknowledge their mistakes and move forward. If August could do that, he would lead Aurelian to a future far better than the one it was currently scheduled for. As such, despite the fact that he believed that all enemies needed to be killed before they became a problem, Damien didn't try to influence his son's thinking. He just resumed August's training as usual. "Dad, did you see me out there?" When August came back, he was ecstatic. He jumped on Damien and talked incessantly as if his mouth had no off button. "Of course I saw it," Damien responded happily. "I was watching the whole time. You did amazing." He really did. He showed Damien that he was a real dragon and practically affirmed his decision to let August come face to face with danger despite his age. "But if I end up having kids, I can't really use him as a baseline. That would be far too unfair to them, and there was no way in hell he would let his human child fight and kill at 5 years old. That was a privilege reserved exclusively for dragons." Nevertheless, the two most important steps had been taken. August had now built his foundation and was ready to kill. Everything that came next was just textbook. He needed to increase his level and comprehend the Azure Dragon Manual at a higher level. This period of training, it would be monotonous and taxing, boring at times, yet incredibly rewarding. All August needed to do was stay strong and power through it. As long as he did, when the remaining years passed and he went to participate in the Air Wars, well, nothing more needed to be said. Though on the topic of the Air Wars, it was about time, wasn't it? I guess I need to tell him about everything soon. Damien was wrong the first time, but he was confident now. August's bloodline memories would awaken soon, and with that, he'd be exposed to the gnarly truths behind his birth. 5 years really could pass in a flash. But perhaps that was because it was only 2 months in the outside world. Not much had changed in Aurelian, though the excitement surrounding the Air Wars had spread further and enveloped the entire kingdom. The common people wanted to see, just as much as the nobility, how their next leader was chosen. And if that leader didn't match their expectations, naturally they weren't going to sit still. Despite the policies of the current Aurelian, these dragons had been living lives they'd learned to be satisfied with. It couldn't be allowed to get worse than this. Nevertheless, as the time approached for the challenge to begin, more and more people lined up at the 3 locations that had been specified as testing centers for trial participants. All of those without noble backgrounds who thought themselves talented enough to compete for the throne had rushed to those centers to test their qualifications, and, as expected, most of them went home in shambles. The level of talent necessary to participate was far higher than what a common dragon could have. The current Dragon Emperor was quite insistent on adding a method for the common people to get involved and participate, but in reality, it was just a pretense. The bar was too high. 1 or 2 people could make it through, sure, but none of them would make it that far in the actual Air Wars. Rather than a hand extended for peace, it served more as a way to show common people the gap between their geniuses and the noble geniuses. Still, every testing center would always experience a few outliers, people who couldn't be judged by the same standards as others. This year was particularly filled with them. There had never been more than 4 commoners in the air wars at a single time throughout the entirety of Aurelian's history. However, somehow, in these few remaining weeks before everything began, 10 of them had shown up. 10 geniuses beyond all others. People who, based on talent alone, could easily compete with the noble geniuses. It was incredibly surprising for those who watched them be tested, but the true surprise hadn't even come close to arriving yet. No, he was still within a time dilation, hidden away from the world. But he would be out soon. Years had passed for him, and his training had reached heights that he couldn't have imagined when he first began. He was evolving into a new person, a person he quite liked, and, about 3 years prior to this moment, they started to awaken, memories that presented him the history of his lineage. Perhaps that was the moment his change became severe. What went on in August's mind? And how did he react to the tragic story of the Azure Dragon? To find out what truly happened to him, one had to rewind to that time and see for oneself. Chapter 16:19 Purpose. Chapter 16:19 Purpose. 1. 3 years before the Air Wars began was 7 years into August's life. But that wasn't the key that unlocked his ancestral memories. Instead, it was his power level. In the years following his first few sessions of training with Damien, August improved rapidly. The Azure Dragon Manual was an exponential growth method, and it truly showed its worth once August started really comprehending it. Damien would take him out to fight in the wild at least once a month, increasing the strength of his enemies to scale with his growing strength. Other than that, Damien would spar August once a week to help him develop his battle sense and learn how to fight against enemies who were capable of complex thought. The rest was mostly up to him. Damien was able to guide him when he needed it. When August had questions, he could always trust that they could be answered. Still, with his inquisitive mind and those hints from his father providing him with a clear path, he was able to make rapid progress through intense studying and practice. Within a few weeks of killing for the first time, August had achieved his 2nd class. Within another year, he reached 3rd class, and as time passed, he got closer and closer to the definitive bottleneck that was his universe baptism. That was the key. As that moment approached, the gateway to those memories slowly opened, letting them stream into his mind. That first night was terrifying. Since the Azure Dragon God-Beast lineage started with Qing Long, August's ancestral memories were exclusively about his life. It started in his youth, when he was a young dragon in the heavenly world. Back then, Aurelian didn't exist. For millions of years, the dragons truly lived openly in the western region, and without too many god-beast lineages to their name, they all followed the path of the dragon emperor who ruled them. Qing Long did the same at first, but it didn't take long for him to face disappointment. Contrary to the majority of his race, he did not have a neutral element. He was born with an affinity for water, and when he tried to practice techniques unrelated to it, he was stumped and unable to move forward. Qing Long had a wild dream. He didn't just want to be a great dragon. He wanted to be like the Dragon Emperor, forging his own path amidst the darkness. But it was difficult. There was simply no basis for him to follow, even if he tried to interpolate existing techniques. Qing Long was only 10 years old when he went out into the world to explore and learn on his own. And for August, who was seeing these memories when he was around the same age, it felt like he was watching an alternate version of himself. Except, it wasn't like that at all. Soon enough, August's privilege was revealed to him. Qing Long was immediately struck with misfortune. He was young and ambitious, but he didn't have the necessary power to walk the cruel world on his own. Within a year of his adventure, he'd been captured by poachers and sold into slavery. He was abused and tormented. His scales were torn off to sell to those who wanted them, and anything else that could be stripped without killing him was stripped away. By the time Qing Long was eventually sold, he was no more than a sack of skin and bones, nothing like the true dragon he was a year prior. The person who bought him wanted him as a pet. He was given a lot of healing elixirs at the start and brought back to his original form, but that was the end of his new master's grace. He was trained as a mount. He was whipped and beaten whenever he refused to listen, and he was forced to carry an air of subservience wherever he went. It was because he was a dragon. Humans had always been terrified of their species, as dragons did sometimes terrorize humans for amusement or other unexplainable reasons. It wasn't as if dragons didn't earn hatred from weaker races, but it had nothing to do with Qinglong. He was just a child, completely uninvolved with those matters. Still, he was singled out and tormented because he was on his own. Perhaps it was at that time, when none of his fellows came to his aid, despite some of them knowing about his situation, that Qinglong realized how ugly the real world was. He only had himself. If he wanted to escape the hell he was subjected to, he needed the power to stand above those who persecuted him, to find the path of water. How was he meant to do it when he was in captivity? Qinglong's beginnings were truly humble. He didn't earn his connection with water through calm meditation in a flowing river like August and many others in the current day. He had to make do with his circumstances. Faucets, puddles, rain. Anything he could use, he used. The process was grueling and arduous, taking several years to finish. However, Qinglong eventually gained his starting point. The water he always felt connected to responded to his emotions. It was a symbiotic relationship in every way. And the instant that relationship was established, Qinglong felt the power brewing within him. He hid away. He let others think he'd been broken. But as someone seeing his memories, August could feel his emotions. No, it was just a singular emotion, a rage beyond anything August knew was possible. That malevolence, that bloodlust, was the start of Qinglong's journey. With it, he went to confront his master and those who'd forced him into his pitiful circumstances. And it wasn't hard to imagine what he did. It was brutality on a level August didn't think was possible. Naturally, it struck great fear into his heart. The disconnection he felt confused him immensely as well. When he woke up that morning in his own body, he almost couldn't recognize himself. He immediately went to Damien, unable to stop the tears that welled up in his eyes. But for the first time, there was nothing Damien could do. This was something August had to witness not only for his ancestors' sake, but for his own good. This was how he'd see the world he was going to enter, and this was a test that would show whether or not he could maintain his beliefs in that icy environment. Damien did his best. He comforted August to the best of his capabilities and even eased up his training regimen so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by it all. Yet, when August went to sleep that night, he returned to that place, right where he left off. The torture of the nighttime, the memories of his ancestor. It started now, but it wouldn't end anytime soon. August was forced to struggle for the first time in his life. Qinglong's experiences tried to shatter his mind, but at the same time, they tried to teach him. It was up to August to find the teachings hidden within the suffering. And that, for someone who had lived such a coddled life, it was incredibly, incredibly hard. Chapter 16, 20 Purpose. Chapter 16, 20 Purpose. 2. August's demeanor started to change from then on. This was a dragon's process of maturing. Every single one of them would eventually go through it, but the actual one would differ depending on when they reached the appropriate power level designated by their ancestor. For most, it would happen during or after their universe baptism. And for most, that would only come decades or centuries into their lives. During the process, they'd adopt some of the traits of their ancestors while retaining the core of their personalities. This was the reason for the massive divide in thinking between each dragon lineage, since they all functioned on a different pre-established ideology. Nevertheless, even for dragons from the holy clans, ancestral memories took decades to unlock. Their geniuses weren't influenced by them until they were properly ready. August didn't have the same privileges because the Azure Dragon didn't have those privileges. The Liquid Clan doesn't receive Qinglong's memories. That was a fact Damien learned when he stole the memories of their geniuses. Their ancestral memories contained the experiences of dozens of ancestors and mainly focused on techniques and other power-related matters. Qinglong wanted his descendants to know his story. He knew they wouldn't be able to meet in his lifetime, so he at least wanted them to know what kind of being he was. Despite being only 7 physically, August's mind aged several years or decades every single night when he went to sleep. It was only natural for him to mature. His body had grown into that of a 15-year-old, but that could hardly reflect his mindset. Qinglong didn't want his descendants to suffer from the curse of naivety, so he made sure they would learn from his mistakes and erase that mind state altogether. August still cared deeply about Damien. He became quieter, but he did find other ways to show his affection. It was just hard for him to stay childish. He had seen so much. He had seen Qinglong suffer to levels he couldn't believe. At first, he couldn't understand how his ancestor managed to stay sane through it all. But that ancestor came to him eventually. It was conviction, a pure, unbridled conviction towards his goal, towards his desire to leave his mark on the world. Everything told him to quit. Everything told him to just give up and die. But he didn't, did he? He refused to let life have the upper hand. He cursed fate and fought against it tooth and nail. That was the reason why Qinglong was able to eventually achieve the heights he did. He got revenge on the people who thrusted him into madness. He punished those who stood against him, took victory in stride, and learned from every mistake he made. Could August do that? With the mindset he'd had until that point, he knew it was impossible. He had to change if he wanted to survive, but that didn't mean he had to throw everything away. Just like his ancestor, he needed to keep his belief strong. Since he was a child, he'd always idolized heroes. He wanted to save people and bring peace to the world. He wanted to create a place where another Qinglong would never need to be subjected to those torments. It seemed more and more impossible the more he saw. But wasn't it the same for Qinglong? Aside from maturity and a sense of reality, Qinglong gave August the conviction he didn't have. Perhaps that was the greatest change. August wanted to train harder. In the years that came, he pleaded with Damien to train him seriously, to teach him through force. Damien was obviously averse to the idea, but August's stance was immovable. He was practically forced to go along with it, to give August what he needed to stimulate his growth. As a parent, it was hard to watch his child change and become someone different from the innocent child he knew. Especially when he wasn't assured of the path his son was taking, he couldn't help but doubt it. But he had no choice. It was not his life, and he was not going to let his hesitation inhibit his son. Unless something went horribly wrong and he strayed from his path, Damien didn't want to impede a child who just wanted to become the person he wanted to be. He stopped holding back. For August's sake, he cut off his emotions during training so he could do what he needed without doubting himself. That was how those last 3 years passed. The atmosphere had lost its heartwarming air, and with fierce training as the only thing that defined it, August began to live like someone over twice his age, someone who was truly on the road to becoming an expert. 3 years went by, but August wasn't able to easily overcome the barriers separating him from fourth class. It was different for dragons. Since they got in contact with laws from young, instead of slowly working up to laws like humans, they were always a level more powerful. However, their progress also took much longer to achieve. Laws weren't kind. They didn't just present themselves to be comprehended. Even for someone with as much potential as August, it was impossible to just breeze through these extensive processes. Rather, because of his talent, it was even harder. He had to prove himself worthy of his natural-born gifts. He could do more, but more was expected from him in return. He put everything he had into training, and when the time came for that conversation to happen, he was already prepared for it. August, I'm sure you've realized this already, but I am not your biological father. It was a bit late, but Damien still felt the need to say it. August nodded. As Damien guessed, he already knew from long ago that they weren't related by blood. It remained unsaid for one obvious reason. I don't care. You're my dad, no matter what anyone or anything else says. August was unflinching about it. Nothing could change his mind. Damien was the one who raised him. He'd done so much to make sure August would have a good childhood and grow up properly. August loved Damien as his one and only father. That was the end of that conversation. Damien smiled a bit at the sentiment. The memories you've been seeing, those that once belonged to the first Azure Dragon, Qinglong, they tell a story that you have yet to fully witness. August was still young, so he was still experiencing the younger years of Qinglong's life. That amounted to thousands of years of memories. But when that number was taken in relation to the millions or more years that Qinglong lived, it was really nothing. August would experience those memories on an exponential curve, and at some point, he'd be digesting millions of years at a time. But that was not now. Your ancestor was once the Dragon Emperor. He founded the Azure Dragon clan with nothing but his own hard work and eventually came to be the strongest dragon in the world. However, his success bothered a lot of people, and they eventually came to stab him in the back. Damien had to simplify what happened a lot to make it comprehensible in a short amount of time. But Qinglong's story was somewhat similar to his father's. Qinglong was removed from the throne and usurped by a regime that suppressed their own kind. His clan was taken from him and turned into something that no longer represented what he stood for. He was forced to flee into the lower universe, a place where his enemies couldn't reach, and, coincidentally enough, the place where I am from. August's eyes shook as he realized where the story was going. He steeled himself, preparing for what was to come. I was able to meet him coincidentally during my travels, and after seeing my memories and conversing with me, he decided to entrust your safety and his mission to me. You were born in that hidden place, not from two parents, but from a sacrifice of Qinglong's legend. Damien looked August in the eye, his face utterly serious. You are the perfect successor he birthed to reclaim the throne he left behind. There it was, the revelation of all revelations. It felt like Damien had been rushed these past few years. It was like he knew something was going to happen and wanted to do his best to prepare August for it. This was it, the revelation that he had been born for a purpose, to become the Dragon Emperor. And since this was being told to him now, it's probably time for that to happen. Something big, something that would allow August to get closer to that goal. It was here. Chapter 16:21 Purpose. Chapter 16:21 Purpose Free. August actually wasn't as perturbed by the news as Damien originally expected him to be. It was definitely troubling for him to realize that he had been born for a specific reason. The burden of his ancestors' dying wish was a hard one to carry. But while he did respect the Azure Dragon, he wasn't willing to give up his life for his dream. His ancestor was worthy of his respect, but not his fealty. Obviously, the fact that Damien cared about his ancestor's goal was the most important factor. That made August take it into serious consideration. And more than that, the reason why he was fine with doing as his ancestor pleased was, that was my goal from the start. He heard tales of the Dragon Emperor when Damien took him to the town. He wanted to be that person who could stand above 1,000,000 dragons, and he wanted to be the shield that protected them from harm. The only thing Qinglong's story changed was context. August didn't know what kind of state Aurelian was in until now. The new regime, the current Dragon Emperor, and the Holy Clans, was a cancer preying on the greater community. It made reaching his final goal more difficult, but that only further motivated August to get stronger. Plus, I'm not alone. There was a definitive difference between him and his ancestor that became more pronounced as he saw more and more of those memories. His ancestor was a lone wolf. He liked doing everything on his own and would only feel satisfied if his achievements were a product of his effort alone. August never had that kind of ego. He wasn't afraid to ask for help or make relationships with others. And he knew that no matter what he did, his father would always be there to support his back. That was the fortune he had, and it was exactly because his ancestor had chosen Damien as his guardian. In that sense, I do need to be thankful. He owed his ancestor for introducing him to his father. For that, he would make sure that he not only became the Dragon Emperor and brought Aurelian to its peak, but also took revenge on the enemies that led to this unfortunate present. "Dad, when is it?" he asked directly after Damien finished his explanation. He went into a bit more detail, which gave August an even more grounded understanding of what was expected from him. 1 month, Damien replied honestly. In 1 month, the Air Wars will begin to choose the next Dragon Emperor. You just have to participate and win. Everything else, well, just leave the boring stuff to me. August nodded with a smile. 1 month. That was enough time for him to learn more about the outside world and fully prepare himself. In 1 month, his story would truly begin. And though that meant there was a lot of trouble in store for him, August couldn't help but anticipate it. All of his training had been for this. He really couldn't wait to see what level he'd truly reached. That month was over before it even began. August spent all of his time digesting Qinglong's memories, training, and studying the power structures and common sense of the outside world. The sun shone to mark the start of another day. Damien and August stood in front of the house they'd called home for the past 10 years. This is it. It was the moment August left the nest on his own. "Dad, promise me you'll be safe," August said. "You brat. I'm the one who should be saying that to you." Damien responded with a smile, ruffling his hair. "Remember, if anything goes wrong, just call for me and I'll be there. Don't befriend suspicious people and avoid women at all costs. They're dangerous, and with your looks, they'll pounce on you the instant they get a chance." Damien was mostly joking. Mostly. Nevertheless, they kept their farewells short, since this wasn't their last time seeing each other. Damien pulled August into a strong hug. "Seriously, be careful out there." August nodded, evaporating the tears that formed in his eyes. "I will, Dad. I promise." The existence barrier that separated the district from the rest of the world slowly broke apart and drifted away with the wind. With none the wiser, the two time flows were merged into one and returned to their original state. Damien lost any excuse he had to keep August at home. Even if he wanted to ignore everything they'd been preparing for, he couldn't ignore the genuine excitement in his son's eyes. "Go, you brat," he said, turning away. "The world is waiting for you." August looked at his father's back for a long moment. There was so much more he wanted to say, but he had already said it all. He rushed forward, gave Damien one last hug, and turned around to face the world. That first step into the unknown. August put all of his weight into that step, and the one after, and the one after that. His walk turned into a run, and as he ran faster and faster, he glided across the earth, leaving the small district and his home in the dust. Damien didn't turn around to watch him go. Honestly, he was having a hard time keeping himself composed. God, when did I become such a baby? Damien chastised himself sarcastically. But it was true. He didn't think there was a time when he wanted to cry as much as he did right now. "I know we'll probably meet again soon, and it's not like I'm going to just sit back and act unconcerned while he's fighting for his life out there." Damien was absolutely going to go watch every part of the air wars that August was in, but that wasn't the point. His son was going independent. His life was now being left to his own discretion. It was a monumental moment for the both of them, and truly, fuck, I need to get my shit together. Damien needed to take a moment to get used to being alone again. Wow, it was the only thing he could say. August had been traveling by himself for around a week now, and he'd finally reached the first destination on the map Damien had given him. This was R.E. Vale, the closest metropolitan district. Here, he could take a teleportation array to one of the testing centers, located relatively close to the true city Aragon, where the holy clans and Dragon Emperor resided. And upon seeing such a sprawling city filled with the aura of life and the vibrance of a huge society, August's eyes immediately widened in fascination. In no way could he be called naive anymore. He'd seen far too much to ever suffer from such a fatal affliction. However, the world he'd seen in Qinglong's memories was eons old. It didn't resemble the current world at all. As August stepped out of the small district he'd called home for his entire life, he was welcomed with a spectacular world filled with new things for him to see and experience. It was only natural for him to react wildly. Actually, while August was definitely more mature, he made sure his personality didn't completely get washed away by his ancestral memories. Everything he stood for as a child was still within him in some way. That included his innate curiosity and love for the world as a whole. It was a great attitude to have because right now, August felt more empowered than ever. He was ready to take on the world. Let's go. He made his way to the teleportation array with a fiery heart and a cool mind. If he was going to make a name for himself, then I need to start with a bang. Chapter 16:22 Qualifications. Chapter 16:22 Qualifications. 1. August was now out in the wider world, but while he did have a decent amount of general knowledge from Damien's teaching, he was still relatively clueless about the more nuanced happenings and relationships between forces. There was a lot going on in Aurelian. It was a massive kingdom, after all. It was hard to notice its scale when discussing it since a majority of its land was filled with similar people doing similar things, but it wasn't the same everywhere. Take the Oriate clan of Golden Dragons as an example. The original Golden Dragon was quite the promiscuous fellow, so it wasn't rare for there to be several Golden Dragon lineages throughout the world. Every once in a while, people from these lineages would appear in Aurelian, and the Oriat clan accepted them in stride. It was always good to have more people, at least from their perspective. Because of their ancestors' nature, they were far more accepting of common people than their fellows of other holy clans. Still, there was a strict process by which these people could enter the clan, and their bloodline needed to be properly proven. The Oriat clan still needed to make sure they didn't let just anyone in. It wasn't rare for holy clans to fight each other. They ruled this place together, sure, but they were also each other's greatest enemies and biggest contenders. Aside from the few who had alliances with each other, they were all on relatively bad terms. The Oriat clan had never experienced a traitor because their treatment of their own people was great. They made sure that anyone who passed their inspection was given the treatment of any other legitimate member of the clan, so they were particularly liked by their people. And nobody had slipped past to their defenses yet. Every single member of the Oriat clan was a true member of the Golden Dragon lineage. Until now, an individual had snuck into their clan, and that person wasn't a dragon at all. Golden dragons, known for their ability to handle fate, were a rare breed in this world. The Golden Dragon clan of the lower universe was one of their last remaining branches in the outside world. As such, they didn't get many new people anymore. When someone finally appeared, and their bloodline was proven as part of their clan, they were extremely happy. They welcomed that person with open arms. Except the entire time, that person had only arrived at their clan for a single goal. Rose Adelaire. Originally, she came to Aurelian to follow a lead about a treasure that could awaken Dante Void. For that purpose, she'd done extensive research on dragons and had managed to perfectly replicate their bloodline with her illusions. Getting into Aurelian wasn't difficult at all. Once she was there, she hunted for leads until she found a trail leading back to the Oriat clan. It was more difficult to mimic a golden dragon's bloodline. At first, Rose couldn't find any way to perfectly mimic the way their blood felt and flowed. She got a lot of help from the Golden Dragon clan in the sanctuary, which she could still access, unlike Damien. And after forming a rudimentary version of the bloodline, she managed to get in close contact with a few members of the main clan and use them to complete it. It was a tenuous process, but it really wasn't all that hard, especially since it dealt with Rose's specialties. She made it into the Oriat clan, and she'd spent the rest of her time here, perfectly melding into their society. Fate really was a big thing here. It wasn't an incomprehensible force like it was to the rest of the world. It was an energy, a law, another form of mana, just like everything else. The entire hidden world was filled with the aura of fate, and it enhanced each and every golden dragon within, providing them with the luck to gain opportunities and chances far more often than the average person. Rose, despite not being a real member of their clan, also happened to get this boost. Perhaps that was why she had such an easy time maneuvering and fitting in, even though she made sure not to establish relationships with anyone. The Oriat clan managed the finances of the entire kingdom. They were just as good with money as they were with fate. They also possessed the storage vault with the most treasures among all of the holy clans. If it was about things that the Oriat clan could teach her, there weren't many, but Rose put aside her personal quest for a moment so that she could prioritize the treasure. Of course, that treasure wasn't entirely necessary anymore, since Dante was awake, but that didn't mean it couldn't be helpful. After all, he was still in a weakened state, and not just because Damien was in possession of his divinity. A treasure like the one Rose was looking for would be perfect for stabilizing his mind. That was its entire purpose. The Golden Medallion was one of the Oriat clan's crowning treasures. It could not only stabilize the mind, but also provide absolute protection from outside forces. It was a treasure that even supreme gods would die to get their hands on, and if it could provide the same protection for the unrecorded, then Dante would be free of his suffering. There was still a question about if it worked, and Rose wasn't sure if it was actually in the vault or if it was being used by one of the higher-tier members of the clan. If the Patriarch was in possession of it, she'd have an incredibly hard time stealing it away. But when it came to the vault, I'm almost in. Rose had created an elaborate plan that would allow her to take what she needed from the vault and disappear from Aurelian without a trace. For it to work, she had practiced creating dozens upon dozens of illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. With weeks and months of practice, she reached a new height in her training, ascending even further through the ranks of demigodhood. The time to strike, I should probably wait until the air wars begin. That was when their defenses would be at their lowest. All attention would be focused on those young geniuses in their competition. Plus, the ancient dragons will all be gone. They who represented the highest level of power under the 6 holy dragons and the Dragon Emperor would be too busy facilitating the event to pay attention to their own territories. But regardless of how many people she has to actually face, this would be the true test of her skill. The illusions she made, could they really replace reality? Could they fool even supreme gods? Rose wasn't a fan of danger, but she was truly eager to find out. And if she could find a new lead that would take her somewhere magical, somewhere she could find her true purpose in life. Well, the Aureate clans specialized in fate, didn't they? It was about time to see if that power could influence her too. Chapter 16:23 Qualifications. Chapter 16:23 Qualifications 2. Even Damien didn't know that Rose had come to Aurelian. Since she'd been in the Aureate clan's hidden territory for the entirety of his stay in the kingdom, he hadn't sensed her either. It would be quite a surprising moment when they met each other or realized each other's presence. But that wasn't any time soon. Currently, Damien was headed towards a completely different hidden territory. August won't be able to grow in time. It was a simple yet true statement. Even if August won the air wars, he'd face far too much opposition for him to actually be able to take the position of Dragon Emperor. Of course, he still wouldn't be strong enough even if Damien removed all of the obstacles from his path. But that was something Damien had already planned for. For now, the most important thing is supporting his journey. Damien wasn't going to directly start a war with the holy clans. Not yet, at least. He wanted to convert as many of them as possible before resorting to killing. Not because he was a pacifist now, but because they were necessary meat shields for when the war against the Sacred Abyss began. I mean, they're a great fighting force that will be respected and honored. Yeah, that's a better way to say it. Damien had a lot of respect for dragons as a whole. It was the second bloodline he'd ever possessed and the basis of his strength for a long time. Most of the dragons he met in the lower universe were people worthy of respect. However, these holy clans were not the same as them. They needed to be destroyed and restructured before they could be of use to anyone. The respect they thought they deserved was only meant for their holy dragon ancestors. They were nothing more than leeches. But that's usually how it goes with things like this. No matter how great the first generation was, power would eventually corrupt the family line and lead it to ruin. It was a story as old as time, a fate that had befallen many a kingdom and empire. The real question is, what is that guy doing? The Dragon Emperor. Qinglong's memories were unraveling almost to a point where Damien and August were seeing the same thing despite starting at opposite ends. From what Damien had seen, the Dragon Emperor wasn't one of the people involved in overthrowing Qinglong. Rather, it's more apt to say that he doesn't appear in Qinglong's memories at all. It was suspicious. The position couldn't just be taken by anyone, and if he wasn't a member of any of the holy clans, then just who was he? And why is he even sitting on that throne? That was what Damien wanted to know, and now that August was on his way to gain qualifications for the Air Wars, he was planning to find out as soon as possible. For the safety of his son and the prosperity of the heavenly world as a whole, it was imperative for him to distinguish allies from enemies, and those who could be saved from those who could not. For your sake and mine, Damien thought as he rushed to that place. I really hope you're one of the good ones. August didn't actually have that hard a time in the outside world. It was all new to him. He wanted to stop by every shop and eat every new food he saw at every street stall. However, he was currently on his way to a completely different city, so he obviously didn't have the time to do all of that. His biggest problem really was reigning in his curiosity. When it came to matters of people and whatnot, he didn't have any trouble at all. August had an appearance that made him stand out. Damien had given him an artifact before he left home that disguised his Azure Dragon aura. lineage, and bloodline so that others wouldn't get suspicious too soon. So that wasn't his problem. His ocean blue hair wasn't a problem either, since it was a common trait among dragons. Their natural hair colors were more varied than any other race, since they changed to mimic the element the dragon was closest to. Water was an extremely common element. Qinglong wasn't like the golden dragon, but for the sake of the dragon race, all of the original holy dragons had been around the town quite a few times. If not, dragons wouldn't have become the prolific species they were today. There were several types of water dragons, and though almost all of them descended from Qinglong in some way, not all of them had his bloodline. Those who did were rare by today's circumstances, even in the Azure Dragon itself. The new Azure Dragon bloodline was contained within the Liqua clan, so it was impossible for more to be born as well. Minor water dragons were insignificant, just like the minor versions of every elemental dragon. August had no problems blending in, though he did have quite a striking appearance. He drew gazes from all over, but it wasn't like he noticed. Versions of every elemental dragon. August had no problems blending in. August was just happily going on his way, in his own world as he made it to the teleportation array and paid the fare. This wasn't his first time teleporting. Unlike most who took the arrays to get around, he didn't feel any discomfort as he arrived at his destination. Aragon was just as prosperous, if not more, as the place he'd just come from, but August did his best to stay focused on the goal. The Air Wars. He'd been studying about it for the past month. It was a long event, spanning over the course of several months, or even years depending on how well the participants were doing. Young geniuses would compete in several categories, and those who came out on top would fight each other directly for a chance to become the Dragon Emperor's successor. Even then, the winner had to pass one more trial, presented by the Dragon Emperor himself. If that trial couldn't be passed, then the Dragon Emperor would choose his favorite prospect from the final tournament and give them a trial. If even that person failed, then the tournament would have to start over, and the same process would be repeated until a satisfactory candidate appeared. Now, it rarely took that much effort to find the successor. However, the process was completely fleshed out to accommodate for the possibility. They couldn't skimp on the details for a ritual so important. I wonder who I'll meet. Damien told him he would find geniuses on his level, and even those above him. He was excited to meet the people who represented his generation. After all, they were not only his competition, but also the allies he'd take over the world with. August almost forgot how to be optimistic when he was experiencing his ancestral memories. However, the world made him want to think otherwise. There was a lot of bad, but there was an equal amount of good. Optimism wasn't something he could have just because he wanted it. But if he could fix the bad parts of the world and protect the good, as long as he could achieve his goals, then his optimism would be warranted. That was all the assurance he needed to maintain it. Chapter 16:24 Qualifications. Chapter 16:24 Qualifications 3. The testing center was a massive building. Dragons were surprisingly good architects when they wanted to be, so despite the fact that it was created in just 2 months, it stood out and was absolutely pleasant to look at. The line that stretched past its doors and wrapped around its entire vicinity 3 times, on the other hand, was not. Really, it wasn't like August didn't know he was late, but he still didn't expect it to be like this. I can't do that. If he had to guess, with them testing people in batches of 10, the people at the end of the line wouldn't actually get into the testing facility for 3 whole days. It was unbelievable, and more importantly, I'm not doing that. August hadn't been taught to be a bad person, but his father happened to be just a little bit mischievous. After seeing someone do whatever he wanted for the sake of personal convenience for 10 years, August had most definitely been influenced. Maybe Damien hadn't been using existence for the right things, but he just couldn't help himself. It really was too convenient. Nevertheless, with Damien's mindset, there wouldn't be any harm done as long as nobody was actually affected by his actions. In August's case, sorry, Dad, but I'm going to use it. The testing center was huge. It, in its own right, was bigger than the entire district August lived in during his youth. Surrounding, it was a field several tens of meters long that separated it from the rest of the city. August had to slip back into the city to find an alleyway where he could hide. Once he did, He took a silver brooch out of his spatial ring, provided by his very generous father, and pinned it to his shirt. Immediately, he disappeared. Well, not really. Invisibility wasn't efficient. Perception blocking was far more practical. August's presence just vanished. He was still completely visible, but the people around him just couldn't register him in their minds. He slipped back into the street and walked back to the testing center. Not a single person could see him. It really works. This was his first time trying it, and it worked even better than expected. Life became easy when cheats were involved. August made it through the doors and far into the line before he managed to find someone with a similar build to him and sneak in behind him. It was really perfect since the person behind him wasn't paying attention. Phew. August covertly took the brooch off and stored it. And now that his wait had been shortened to an hour, he was more than happy to stand in line and enjoy the scenery and atmosphere. It went by quickly. There was a man standing behind the registration checkpoint that August waited in line to reach. He had been here for the past 3 months, and frankly, he was getting tired of it. Why does everyone else get to discover a genius? Out of the 3 testing centers, the one in Aragon was the one that found the least real talent. It was probably because the people who lived this close to the central area didn't need to get qualifications to participate in the air wars, but that didn't make his job any easier. Raycon Astigard was a member of the Scorched Dragon clan that was subordinated to the Ignis clan. He had been put in charge of managing this facility and overseeing the testing process. However, he was bored. Every single one of these young dragons was dreaming above their station. Most of them didn't last more than 10 minutes, and the rest were disqualified within half an hour. The line was long exactly because these kinds of people had lined up in droves. Raycon sighed again. Send the next group in. He gave the order to those at the front, and the next 10 people were allowed to register their names and enter the facility. All of these common names. The information came through immediately, and Raycon was made aware of who each of them was. They had names that were shared by hundreds of thousands or millions of dragons, and they would probably have talent matching that commonality. But Void, August Void, it was a name more like a human than a dragon. But as he wrote, just another water dragon. They were useful in society, but unless they had the Liqua clan's bloodline, they were practically useless in all other ways. Whatever, I just have to do it. There's only 3 days left at this point. His job was almost over. So, he welcomed in the participants as he had done 100 times before. This test is simple. He went straight to the point. The theatrics had already become too tiring to keep up. First things first, we will release a true dragon aura on your bodies. If you cannot withstand it, then you do not deserve a chance to test for qualifications. It began immediately. A pressurized chamber opened on the other side of the room, and the aura trapped within was instantly released. Vumum. It wasn't an ancient dragon's aura. Suppressing these youths with power couldn't test their talent in the slightest. Instead, it was the pure aura of a holy dragon. Its suppression was exerted through bloodline, not strength. Draconic talent was directly linked to bloodline. Even if they weren't from a holy lineage, the blood of those dragons with talent would always lead back to a powerful ancestor in the past. Bloodline suppression would rouse the blood hidden within them and give them the strength to resist. However, if that blood wasn't present, or if it wasn't dense enough, then they would fail without a doubt. Talent is the most crucial differentiator between us and them. Someone of Raycon's level was already unreachable for most of those common dragons. As for those like Zaria Ignis, these people probably can't even comprehend someone who reached 4th class at just 15, could they? That was like a human reaching that level as a toddler. Raycon had already stopped paying attention. 10 people had entered. He had already heard 3 buzzers, signifying that there were only 7 remaining. As expected, 3 more buzzers sounded within 10 minutes. When another 10 passed, there were only 3 participants remaining. Raycon waited as he'd waited every day for months. He closed his eyes and indulged himself in random thoughts as he waited for half an hour to pass so he could call on the next group. But has it not been 30 minutes? It certainly felt like it. Say, how long has it been? He turned to the woman next to him, an assistant who was helping him with his duties. "It has been almost an hour," she answered in a monotone voice. "An hour." Raycon shot to his feet and rushed to a nearby railing. He was several tens of meters off the ground on a suspended balcony, but he could see the field below clearly. There was one boy on his knees. He wouldn't last much longer. However, the last two, a boy and a girl, stood strong, sweating heavily, yet refusing to bend a single knee. Oh, oh, oh. Raycon suddenly couldn't hold his excitement. It was true that this was only the first part of the test, but if this was the performance they were showing already... Raycon grinned. "I can finally shut those pesky brats from the other centers up." With these two kids appearing at the last second, the Aragon facility also had something big to talk about. At this moment, that was more important to Raycon than anything else in the world. Chapter 1625 Qualifications. Chapter 1625 Qualifications 4. Vilhelm. That feeling enveloped all of his other senses. For a moment, when the draconic aura was released, it pushed down on his lineage and made him see black. Within the dark world, it was only him and the dragon the aura was taken from. They stared each other in the eye, and the difference in power immediately became clear to August. This was a being he couldn't touch. That fear crept into his heart for the first time ever, and it did mess with his senses. When the trial first started, he was almost one of the first people to kneel. However, he felt a small vibration in his chest. It spread, reaching the tips of his extremities and flowing up into his brain. Dad? Well, not quite. The feeling did originate from the artifact Damien gave him to temporarily hide his lineage away from the world, but that wasn't what spread through his body. Rather, that first vibration was Damien's artifact attempting to silence August's Azure Dragon aura that was threatening to burst forth to suppress anyone and everyone. It didn't succeed. August's blood rushed and roared. It was awakened by the threat to its nobility, and it refused to go back to sleep until that unworthy peasant was shown the difference between heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon was a mighty dragon. Those of their species were never cowardly, never willing to back down, and always looking for a fight to prove their worth. They were the rulers of the seas, the rulers of all water in existence. At their beck and call was a force that many couldn't even hope to comprehend. Naturally, the Azure Dragon who created this power, Qinglong, was a domineering man in his youth, and August was being pushed to act the same. His bloodline screamed in his ears, urging him to turn this entire testing facility to dust. It ordered him to subjugate the dragons around him and establish his rule. However, August refused. "That isn't my way." He respected his ancestor, but they were different people. He was willing to use those traits to his advantage when he needed to, but he would never be ruled by them. He stared into that dragon's soul, the one who tried to suppress him. And though he didn't choose to release his aura, though he reigned in the bloodline that was threatening to go wild, he didn't stand down. This is not a battle of power. If his bloodline believed he could tear this place down with his own power, then strength wasn't the key to passing this trial. Instead, is it potential that you want to see? The dragon didn't answer him. He was, after all, a mere projection created in August's mind to replicate the dragon who created it. But August was sure of his thoughts. He was sweating. Feeling an aura this majestic was still difficult for someone of his level, but he straightened his knees and his back, staring directly at the pressurized chamber that the aura originated from. August controlled his Azure Dragon lineage, letting it flow through his body smoothly and under his fine-tuning. That was the solution he needed to find. The instant he managed to achieve a level of dominance over his own lineage, the one he was facing faded into the background as if it never existed. The rest was easy work. August watched the people around him intently and made sure to match his exertion level to theirs, at least in appearance. He couldn't make the judges too suspicious. That was something Damien had warned him about countless times, and even if he hadn't, August wasn't the type to crave unnecessary attention. Ancestor almost died too many times because he showed off his power without consideration. Their differing personalities allowed August to see not only the good, but also the bad parts of his ancestor. While it seemed like this went against Qinglong's attention, that wasn't the case. Rather, wasn't the exact reason he left behind his memories to make sure that his descendants would see his errors and learn from his mistakes? August's acting was top-notch. 30 minutes went by, and an hour passed soon after. Most others had already dropped out, including the boy who was in front of him. Only he and another girl remained. Isn't she the one I cut in front of? It was a wild coincidence. The brown-haired girl was obviously an earth dragon. If it wasn't because of her hair color, then it was because of the stance she took to withstand the incoming aura. Her legs were at shoulder width, and her knees were slightly bent, giving her a level of stability that August didn't have when he was standing straight. Oh, she wasn't using mana, but her stance itself seemed to do something special. Is it because she's using a stance that coincides with her element? If earth was stubborn and stable, then water was flexible and adaptable. If I change my stance, August decided to try it. He calmed his lineage down so it couldn't help him resist the pressure, and he aimed for a more fluid stance that allowed him to meld into the aura and redirect its energy elsewhere. Man, wa. August felt the opposing lineage in its full glory for the first time. It was heavy, mountainous almost. It felt like a peak that was impossible to climb, urging people to give up the notion before even trying. However, August was not perturbed. He was going to try regardless of what it said. It took a second for him to adapt, since he'd stopped using the easiest solution, but he managed to find his groove soon enough. He didn't move much, but he made slight adjustments when he needed to, and he circulated his mana to change the way his body reacted to the force. And just as he managed to get a grasp of it, clap! A single clap resounded from the suspended balcony, and the pressurized doors slammed shut. The remaining aura in the facility gradually diminished, allowing August and the brown-haired girl to relax. Melania Aiken, August Void, congratulations. You are the only two who will move on to the next test. Raycon's voice echoed in their ears, causing them to look at each other. August grinned. Congratulations, he said. You too, Melania responded, somewhat coldly. Harsh, August whispered under his breath, shrugging his shoulders. Well, for now, they were competitors, so it made sense. More importantly, August watched as a corner of the training facility changed. Two massive chunks of stone rose from the ground, evidently for the next test that the instructor had mentioned. His eyes narrowed in response. So it's going to be boring. He could already tell. Until he entered the actual air wars, he wouldn't find anything interesting. They're underestimating us. Because they weren't from the holy clans? Because they were commoners? Bullshit. August was aware of his privilege. He knew that his talent was also provided by a holy lineage, but that didn't change his stance. All dragons deserve a chance at excellence. Their species was one that was proud and great. And even if his own advantages were provided by lineage, he wanted to find a way for all dragons to reach the same heights that he could. Chapter 1626 Qualifications. Chapter 1626 Qualifications 5. The next trial was pretty much exactly what August expected. He and Melania were given 10 minutes to rest and recuperate before they were led to the rocks that appeared on the other side of the facility. The next few tests are just to find the baseline of your strength. As long as you can reach the minimum required level, you will immediately be slotted to participate in the elimination round, Raycon said, explaining to the two young geniuses. Excuse me, August said, raising his hand. What is the elimination phase? Raycon's brow raised slightly. Well, it's not surprising that you don't know. Surprisingly enough, we've had over 100 young talents pass the qualification phase. The Air Wars allow anyone with enough potential the chance to become the Dragon Emperor, but that is only on paper. Actually, nobody was expecting a number like this, he continued honestly. Usually, we only have 2 or 3 commoners pass. I don't know why the number exploded so much this time, but we really can't have that many participants in the Pheno competition. Even from the Holy Clans, there are only 50 participants. In order to keep the numbers even and make sure that only the best of the best can take part in the sacred tradition, a new elimination round has been added. It only has one purpose: to weed out those that got lucky and make sure that only the top 100 geniuses gain a spot in the true battle. I see. August responded as Raycon finished his words. It made some sense. If the air wars usually took months or years with 3 commoners and a similar number of nobles, then how long would it take if there were 100 more participants? The problem was, how is this elimination round formatted? It doesn't matter to you yet, but there's no harm in knowing, Raycon responded. He was more than happy to answer questions from geniuses who had already proven their amazing talent. It'll be simple, since nobody wants to waste more time. The lot of you who pass will be placed in an arena together. Simply put, you will fight until only 50 of you remain, and those 50 will proceed to the true air wars. Now, Raycon said, moving the conversation along, allow me to tell you about your current trials. August nodded. There wasn't much more information he needed, anyway. The trial was the most basic of trials. It was used by dragons, humans, and all other races with fists alike. The stone was special. Mana was used to make it denser than it should have been. As long as August and Melania could strike it and dig their fist a certain distance into it, they would pass. In this case, that distance was an entire foot. Dragons were physically stronger than other races. After all, they required more from their young than others did. Still, it was manageable. Punching stones was one of the most basic physical training exercises that Damien made him do. How much harder can it be? August and Melania walked up to their own stones. They were not allowed to use mana externally, but anything else was permitted. To the side, Melania took a lowered stance and was obviously planning to use mana to enhance her movements. August could practically see it flowing through her body. As for him, I think I'll do it with just my strength. Mana was, in August's mind, mana was not meant for things like this. Mana was purer than this, and far too sacred to be wasted on mere physical enhancement. He didn't need to use it to justify his strength. He didn't have anything against those who did, nor did he look down on them. They just had different perceptions of power and mana, and that was totally fine. I would wish her good luck, but she'd probably just glare at me. Scenes flashed through August's mind. Boom! The powerful force of his father's punches when they sparred. Damien practiced technique, but wild strength was more his forte. When he struck, power would be emitted regardless of what kind of form he used. It was an efficient type of fighting that allowed him to attack from any angle while maintaining the same amount of power. August didn't fight with the same wild style, but to say he wasn't inspired would be wrong. The ability to distribute strength that Damien had was ideal for August. He pulled his body back and got into position. His fist was at his side, as he wasn't yet ready to strike. He closed his eyes and prepared himself. Since there was an elimination round, he needed to stand out as a top seed before it started. 1 foot. Bang! From the side, the sound of Melania's impact rang out. That was the last thing August heard as he tuned out the world. His fist and that rock. Those were the only things that mattered. His mana was as calm as his breathing. His heartbeat slowed as he entered a state of extreme focus. A single breath. He used it to prepare himself. He went over the motions in his head, and without an ounce of hesitation, he raised his fist, pulled it back, twisted his body, and flung it forward. Bang! August felt the rock scraping against his skin as his arm pushed deeper and deeper into its surface. By the time it stopped, he didn't have much arm left. He was practically wedged into the rock's surface. August made a silly expression and tried to pull his arm out. This? Raycon looked at him with wide eyes. Sorry. August made a silly expression and tried to pull his arm out. This? It didn't move easily. He pulled at it a few times before putting his foot against the rock and using his entire body weight to drag it out. Only then did it crack. August's arm flew out, throwing him back a few steps, and the rock cracked into 5 pieces, crumbling under its own weight. Raycon repeated himself, louder this time because his surprise was immense. August scratched his head awkwardly. Am I in trouble? Raycon speed walked up to him and grabbed his shoulders. Wow, what a showing. His eyes were practically glowing with excitement. Young man, you are one of only 3 people who managed to crack the stone. Congratulations. Oh. August glanced at the stone and turned his eyes to Melania's side. She had also passed, but she had just barely made it past the mark. Nothing extraordinary happened on her side. Currently, even she was staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. How could anyone expect a mega genius to appear out of nowhere like this? Now, nothing had been compared. There was still a mana test and a mental test before the elimination round, and only if he passed that could he be considered a real genius. But to produce physical strength like this, and without the help of mana at that, if he does good, then it'll do great things for me. Raycon could already see the promotions he'd receive for finding such a talent. He would even have the potential to enter the Ignis clan's hidden territory to train. And if a genius he supported showed good results in the air wars, he would gain even more. This is good. He couldn't wait to see what happened in the next two tests. Because if August showed the same performance as he did in the first two, then supporting him will be my best investment yet. Chapter 16:27 Qualifications. Chapter 16:27 Qualifications. 6. Melania sort of faded into the background after that. She was still there. She did the remaining two tests along with August, but her genius was overshadowed by his at every step. August didn't mean to do it. In the last two tests, he really couldn't control his results. He just had to pray that he didn't show anything too crazy. Nevertheless, the next two tests measured mana and mind. They were categories that would become incredibly important when the air war started. So even before they entered, these geniuses needed to prove that they were worthy. August was only 3rd class. Many of his competitors were 4th class. He was also a 10-year-old, the youngest of the young. He'd lied about the latter when he registered because they would probably lose their minds if he was honest, but the first part was already enough of a crutch. That was why Raycon needed another reason to put his money on August. For a 3rd class to stand a chance, they needed to be far beyond others of their same caliber. The mana test was more about purity than capacity. Capacity would grow for anyone, and since they were dragons, they already had an unreasonable amount of space to house their energy. Dragons were inherently expected to have large mana capacities. To them, purity mattered more. It told of how a genius treated mana, and what kind of work they'd done to maintain it. August was particularly skilled in this facet. He had been enamored with the energy since young, and it was the first thing he learned even when he didn't have any thoughts of training. Mana purity was hard to achieve for commoners. Since they didn't have the necessary means to purify the mana on their own, they'd often end up with mana as rough as what their environment could provide them. August had Damien. Not only did he learn how to purify his mana, he was given an environment where the mana was already extremely pure. Putting those two facts together with his love for mana, which caused him to constantly interact with it, August's mana purity didn't even have to be mentioned. The testing device practically danced with spirituality when it received his energy. It was a reaction that only those of the holy clans could produce, which instantly put August's identity under question. Though nobody actually addressed the elephant in the room. Raycon's eyes shined. He's definitely a hidden noble. Sometimes, people of that caliber had strange desires. Wanting to participate in the air wars as a commoner seemed to align with those actions, usually taken under the excuse of experiencing life. Melania also thought the same. That was why she didn't feel too bad about losing horribly to him. Her mana was also relatively pure, especially for a commoner and an earth dragon. But how could she dream of coming close to a true noble? It helped her put aside the negativity brewing in her heart and concentrate on the test, so it didn't matter to her whether her assumptions were true or false. He sure doesn't act like a noble. August was an outgoing person, and he looked to be interested in others purely out of curiosity, not out of some twisted sense of superiority. It was hard for nobles to hide their regality. They'd never touched the common air before in their lives, so how could they properly mimic their less fortunate counterparts? August's ability to do so meant that he'd either been living away from his clan for a very long time, or he had a disgustingly twisted mind. Well, the chance of him not being a noble at all also existed, but nobody considered it in the slightest. When August and Melania finished the mana test, they were led to another chamber within the facility. It was a large building, but most of the space wasn't put to use for testing. A large percentage was made to hold people, since large crowds were expected, and the rest was used for a variety of purposes, since these buildings wouldn't just be torn down after the testing ended. Nevertheless, when they entered the room, Raycon immediately shut the door behind them without another word. The two of them were left alone, and before August could say anything, the lights shut off with a large bang. The darkness was complete. He knew that Melania was nearby, but he couldn't feel her presence. He knew that his senses were working, but he couldn't hear anything, smell anything, or attempt to perceive his surroundings at all. His mind was isolated from all else, and that was when his final trial began. A trial of mind, created to see if geniuses could endure the high-risk, high-reward environments they'd be thrust into when they joined the air wars. If their minds couldn't handle the pressure, there was no point in their talent. It would all go to waste regardless of what happened. So, this was the last test, and the most important. The scenes that flashed through August's mind made him feel like he was really present inside them. He could feel the sensations of war as he was enveloped by a battlefield. The sword in his hand was real. He couldn't control his actions, but he could feel the movement of his muscles as his arm chopped down to kill another enemy. Blood was everywhere. Mayhem was everywhere. And on the other side of it all was a treasure that everyone present wanted for themselves. It was all or nothing in this place. In August, the light in his eyes immediately died. His emotions numbed, and his perception of everything changed immensely. This scene, it wasn't new to him. Qinglong had been in wars like this thousands of times at the very least. He was always fighting tooth and nail to gain a treasure that he had no business of getting his hands on. For those rewards, he risked everything. He killed and killed until he was the only one left, and after attaining what he fought for, he'd go looking for the next battlefield. It was a tiring life in August's opinion, but it was one he'd been forced to live every single night for the past 3 years. This was how he dealt with it. The instant he found himself in a life-or-death situation, he turned everything off and embraced his draconic instincts. When it was necessary, he'd become a monster he feared when he was a child. When he needed to, he could give an entirely new meaning to the name August Void. And that was the most bittersweet thing for Damien to watch happen, knowing that he couldn't do a thing to change it. It was a mentality a child should never have. But when that child was a dragon, and the Azure Dragon's successor at that, it was a mark of fate, the makings of a ruler. It was already obvious that August would participate in the air wars before he even entered the room. But if this was any indication of how that event would go, surely it would be far more significant than anything that had happened in Aurelian in many, many years. Chapter 16:28 Qualifications. Chapter 16:28 Qualifications 7. The test ended soon enough. August's qualifications didn't need to be questioned anymore. His mental stability in the midst of chaos was astonishing. No genius at his age should have ever been able to show results like those. That includes those from the Holy Clans. A mentality like August could only be developed through years of experience in combat. August had put his age down as 18. His body looked young, but just barely mature enough to be passable. For him to maintain such stability could only mean that he'd been involved in war for his entire life, from birth to now. It was incomprehensible, really. Raycon and his assistants had their jaws wide open as they made sense of the data. How much more surprised would they be when they realized that August had never actually been in a fight with another sentient being before? None of the other dragons had to go through what he did. Ancestral memories were called that because, in a sense, that was what they were. However, they weren't really memories. They were comprehensions. They were records of techniques and how to use them, laws and how they worked, and the most prideful moments of a draconic ancestor's life. Draconic ancestors were worshipped. They were seen as perfect beings by those descended from them. Naturally, they didn't want to ruin that perception by showing them their faults. Qinglong was different. Because of his unique ideologies and circumstances, August had been raised totally differently than a usual holy dragon successor would be. The version of him that existed within his mind was completely different from the one that existed in the world. Someone like Melania ended up serving as a control. She was as a genius of her and August's age should have been. Melania passed the test. She had her reasons to participate in the air wars, and she refused to give up before she even caught sight of them. Seeing August's performance motivated her. If someone younger than her could achieve results like those, then what was she doing lazing around? She put her all into the mental test, but even then, she wasn't expecting her own reaction. She froze up the second she found herself in danger. Her mind was stuck in stasis, and as her elusive body followed her mental state, she was instantly cut in half by an enemy soldier and killed. She was revived in the illusion, but her mind didn't stabilize. Death only shocked her further into her frozen state. Over and over again, she died. It was getting to the point where her health was in concern. Raycon and the rest were preparing to pull her out of the situation and mark her attempt as a failure. However, even she didn't know how she did it, but she regained control over her mind. Her arms shook, reflecting the instability within her, but she raised the sword in her hand regardless. She closed her eyes as she swung it down on the approaching enemy, but that only made the feeling of cutting through flesh and bone more palpable. Melania wanted to vomit. She was nauseous beyond belief. Her every instinct told her to give up so she could leave this place. She had never been in this kind of situation. She lived with her family in Aurelian. Crime didn't even exist here, and since she'd never left her district to see the wildlands where other beasts roamed, she'd never fought outside of sparring. This was her first time seeing so much blood, and this was the first time she'd ever killed anyone. The assistants in charge of the illusion advised Raycon to pull her out. It was already too dangerous for her to continue. Her results had already been recorded as well. But let her stay. He didn't agree. Despite his somewhat nihilistic attitude towards the entire qualification test, Raycon was still an avid supporter of geniuses. He could see how Melania was trying, and he could see that if she was given time, she'd manage to adjust. As such, he allowed her to continue, and eventually, she barely passed the standard by the skin of her teeth. That was the expected result. No, the expected result was for both of them to fail. If they ended up failing the mental test, they still would have been allowed into the elimination round. Mentality could be improved, unlike talent. However, both of them passed the test. To differing degrees, of course, but that didn't change the fact that they both passed. Among the 150 that made it to the elimination round, only 10 passed the mental test. They were the ones Raycon was most excited to see. Yes, he held prejudice against commoners. That was normal for anyone in his position. But when it came to geniuses, his standards were different. Plus, he really couldn't contain his curiosity. If someone outside the Holy Clans really did win the Air Wars, what would happen to Aurelian? It was an exciting prospect, and it was more than enough to make a prejudiced man drop his bias. Not everyone really understood what it meant, but a lot of those near the front of the line realized that something was strange when over an hour passed before they were allowed to enter the facility. When the line had been moving every 10 to 30 minutes before that, it was a pretty obvious change. But there was no way for them to actually know. After all, August and Melania didn't exit the facility with the rest of their group, who had been too busy suffering through the wild draconic aura to notice what anyone else was up to. There was still an indicator. The fact that only 8 people left the facility when 10 people went and let others understand that 2 people had either passed or done something insane. Since the former was more possible, well, tensions heightened immensely. Many were starting to wonder if it was even possible to make it through the qualification test after seeing so many people fail, but the fact that other commoners had passed gave them hope that they'd be able to do the same. Whether or not they could was a completely different issue, and it didn't really matter to August. He and Melania were taken to a room connected to the suspended balcony where Raycon was when they first entered the testing grounds. They didn't need to be there. Their names had been registered for the elimination round. There was indeed some information they needed to know before they left, but it definitely didn't take enough time for them to relocate and sit down for the conversation. Nevertheless, Raycon had brought them here with an offer, and he didn't want them to leave until they'd at least heard it. "I'll be honest with the 2 of you," he said, looking at the 2 youths who sat on the sofa across from him. "I want to sponsor the 2 of you." What did that mean? How would it benefit them? Raycon had prepared a speech to explain those things long ago, when other facilities started welcoming real geniuses. However, this was his first time actually being able to give it. He was quite excited for this moment, as he had been since the two of them arrived. August, on the other hand, he didn't have any plans of accepting that sponsorship. He lost interest in this conversation the moment it started. But, since he was already here, well, I guess I can at least hear him out. Forming relationships with others was never a bad thing, and perhaps Raycon's offer could actually provide something valuable, even if he gave it up. Chapter 1629 Qualifications. Chapter 1629 Qualifications 8. What Raycon said was relatively standard in terms of sponsorship. He didn't want to invest too much into geniuses he'd just met, but he also wanted to give off a friendly impression in case they turn out to be more than they already were. What he offered them was simple. Resources. I can give you access to resources that you can't imagine right now, and I can take you to training locations that will easily boost your strength. Plus, having a connection to the Scorch clan and Ignis clan could never be bad, right? There was a more detailed explanation, but he needed to hook them first. He was ready to give them what they needed to become great dragons, even if they didn't win the Air Wars. And all I ask for in return is your cooperation and hospitality when it's all over. He wasn't giving them a free contract. At the end of it, they would owe him a favor that would probably outweigh the level of aid he provided them. That's how this always goes, right? Qinglong was captured into slavery against his will, but after he was purchased, he was given a similar deal. He was told that he could work off his slavery and earn his freedom back as long as he promised his owner a favor in the future. However, when he approached that man with the money, he was met with betrayal. It was expected, but it was still a humiliating moment for the young Azure Dragon. Deals like these were presented often in the world. Young geniuses were easy to scam. Not all of them were nefarious, and Raycon definitely didn't seem like he had nefarious intentions, but he was not an individual entity. He's directly connecting this to his clan. When that favor comes, it won't be to him. It will be to them as a whole. And at that point, nobody could say what they'd be asked to do. Raycon talked for several minutes before he was finished. As he looked to the two youths for their answers, August sighed. I'll have to decline your offer, but I do appreciate it, he said. Unfortunately, neither his father nor his ancestor were any good at pleasantries, but he did his best to sound friendly. Can you tell me why? Raycon asked, his brow raised. August thought for a moment before answering. I think I want to try and fight on my own. Maybe after I've established myself, we could talk about sponsorships again. I see. Raycon frowned for a second before fixing his expression. What about you, then? Raycon looked towards Melania, who was silent with her brows furrowed. It looks like she has a lot more to consider than I do. August thought. A woman had come to his side and subtly given him a cue to exit the room. He immediately rejected it. So, it was obvious that he'd never even considered the offer. If Melania was going to seriously entertain it, it was best for her to have a more comfortable environment with less prying eyes. August in mind, he followed the woman out of the room and down an elevator that connected to the suspended balcony. He was shown to a door on the opposite side of the building from where he entered and escorted off the premises. They're succinct. August was given all the necessary information about the elimination round on his way out, along with an emblem that he could use to identify himself when the time came. I have a week. In a few days, the qualification round would end. Only a few days after that, they'd be sent straight to the elimination round to duke it out for their final places. They're really rushing it. It wasn't just inside the facility. The entire process for admitting commoners into the Air Wars was compressed into the least possible amount of time. It's probably because the Air Wars should already be underway. Was there a delay of some kind? August shrugged. He didn't know anything, so there was no point in trying to guess. More importantly, I now have a week of free time. Barring the time he used for regular training, he could do whatever he wanted for the next 7 days. And Dad left me a lot of money. August's eyes shined. It wouldn't hurt, right? After only recently entering society, August had been focused on doing what he had to do. That was mainly because he didn't have much time left to take the qualification test. However, his father had been especially stern in telling him, "Don't overwork yourself. If you want to explore and relax your mind, then do it without regrets. It was a little ironic that Damien was being so serious when he was telling August to have fun, but it was just a reflection of his strong sentiment. August looked into the city, separated from him by a large green field. Then, let's not waste any time. There is too much to see and too little time. So August wasn't going to let even a single second go wasted. Without an ounce of overstatement, August spent the rest of the day eating. Nobody could comprehend his voracious appetite. Damien managed to feed him solely because he had the power to create animals out of mana, but anyone else would have suffered immensely. That was exactly the reason Damien gave August so much money. He predicted this scenario. August went to every food stall he saw, sat down at 8 different restaurants, and practically drained several vendors of everything they had to offer in the span of 6 hours. By the time night fell, August was in some random part of the city that he couldn't even find on a map. As he glanced around, there were only slightly run-down buildings everywhere, most of which were houses. And I'm lost. He had no idea where he was. He followed his nose here because he smelled something delectable, expecting there to be a large restaurant in the vicinity. But after an hour of searching, he realized that the smell was coming from someone's house, and at that point, he had to give up on his quest. August scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I have to make my way back to the city so I can find somewhere to stay. Where was the city? He had no idea, but that was his goal. August continued to walk around. He followed his nose and his eyes, searching for signs of more active areas. He figured that the city would still be alive at this time of night, unlike where he was now. However, he didn't end up finding what he wanted. His path took him further outside of the city, and the houses around him became more and more decrepit. Slumping down against a nearby wall, August sighed again. Now I'm foodless and homeless. The outside world was great, but he was also not equipped to deal with it yet. Life was definitely a lot easier when Dad was here. August didn't think about it when he was out and about, occupying himself with activity after activity, but now that he was alone and stuck with his thoughts, loneliness started to dawn on him. An entire week, huh? He didn't think he'd be able to take it as easily as he originally expected. I guess I'll just go train. He didn't want to sleep on the ground, but he didn't want to waste the night searching for the city. It would be easier in the daytime. His best option was to just spend the night practicing. He could worry about his problems later. But perhaps it was because he was a lucky person. Just as he had that thought, he saw the shadow of a person in the distance. It was a familiar face. My savior. August rushed over without hesitation. They'd only met briefly, and they'd only met today. Yet, right now, Melania Aiken was his only hope of finding shelter. Chapter 16, 30 Curiosity. Chapter 16, 30 Curiosity, 1 Hey. August's voice echoed through the quiet streets. Hey, wait up. Melania reacted to it. There was no way she couldn't, considering how obvious he was. However, in the darkness, the first thing she registered was an unknown shadow approaching her rapidly, so she naturally took a defensive stance. She was holding a bag of groceries, but she'd already prepared to drop it if things got ugly. Whoa, relax. Remember me? August slowed down and let her eyes adjust so she could see him. You are the boy from before? Melania said, somewhat relaxing but keeping her guard up. They didn't know each other. There were loads of things August could do to her right now that she wouldn't want, especially if he really was a hidden noble. That's right. My name is August. We met at the testing facility early. What do you want? Melania cut him off and got straight to the point. She was too close to home to allow any random man to take up her time. Nothing could be allowed to go awry. Why is she wary? August understood mostly, but he didn't understand why she'd instantly assumed that he was trying to do something nefarious. It must have something to do with her own experience. Her life was different from his, so they reacted to things differently. He would probably be curious first and wary later, but Melania suppressed her curiosity and stayed cautious of everything around her. Well, I don't know how to say this without embarrassing myself, but I'm lost. Would you mind pointing me toward the city? August was frank. Obviously, she didn't want to entertain him, so he was fine with just getting directions and leaving. Melania looked him up and down. His clothes were dirty, since he'd been sitting around on the unpaved rock that was the roads in this area. He had dark circles under his eyes, whether from worry or tiredness. He really didn't look the same as he did when they first met, though his demeanor didn't change at all. Before that, how did you even get over here? Disregarding her first instinct, Melania asked about his situation. I don't really know. I was just walking, then I smelled something, so I came this way, and then I kept walking, and somehow I ended up here. Somehow. Yes, somehow. Melania almost couldn't believe it. This place was 3 hours outside of the city. There was nothing nearby except other decrepit houses and the bland livelihoods of the common people that often went ignored. Was it even possible to come to this place unless one was born here? Melania didn't think so, but everything about August told her that he wasn't lying to her. Is he naive, or is he just stupid? She couldn't tell. But with his attitude, if you go back to the city now, you won't find anything good. Crime didn't exist here. Dragons didn't commit crimes. However, a draconic society was still a draconic society. It was a ruthless place where the strong prevailed and the weak were suppressed. Crime didn't exist because things that could be deemed as crimes elsewhere weren't the same here. If one was strong, one could rob and steal as one pleased. If one was strong, the will of others didn't matter. If one attacked someone weaker, they wouldn't be punished. Unless, of course, someone stronger than them didn't like what they were doing. If someone like August, who looked like a fallen noble, entered the city at a time like this, there was no way he'd see the sun unscathed. August didn't know this, so he was a bit confused. What am I supposed to do if I can't make it back? Sleep on the streets? Wasn't it a bit rude for Melania sighed before he could finish that train of thought. Come with me. She started walking without another word. August looked around, as if he was asking the world if she was talking to him. But seeing her continue to walk whether he followed her or not, he just stopped asking questions and rushed to catch up with her. Melania led him through the maze-like streets of this residential district until they reached one of the many monotonous residences that outsiders would never be able to tell apart. She only turned around to face him again when they reached the door. If you say anything out of line, you're gone. If you do anything even slightly suspicious, you're gone. Just be mindful, sleep, and leave in the morning. You can find a hotel or something tomorrow. August's eyes widened slightly. Wait, you're letting me stay here? It was a sudden proposal, but not an unwelcomed one. August would much rather sleep for free than pay for a hotel, especially if he had to spend hours returning to the city before he could even find one. Just shut up and follow me. Melania sounded like she didn't want to deal with this at all, but she was the one who brought him, wasn't she? He asked for directions to the city, but she chose to show kindness instead. She has it in her, but her circumstances don't allow her to be kind, huh? August read it almost immediately. Is this the norm around here? He was forced to wonder as he accepted Melania's terms and followed her into the house. Immediately, he was blessed with warmth. It was quite cold outside. Aurelian's climate was varied and ever-changing. It had 6 seasons, and currently, it was the equivalent of winter in this sector of the kingdom. August was more resistant to cold than other dragons, who were already more resistant to cold than other races. It was one of the many benefits of an azure dragon lineage. Still, the warmth was much appreciated. The instant he entered the house, he felt like he'd been healed. Sit over there. Melania's voice drew August's attention. She used her head to motion over to a small chair, one of only a few in the house. Aside from the warmth, there really wasn't much. A kitchen, a table where 4 people could sit, another small chair, and a worn center table that constituted the living room, and a stone staircase leading to the 2nd floor. August didn't comment on it, instead opting to just do as he was told. Melania went to the kitchen with her groceries and started putting them away. I'll set up some blankets for you, so you can sleep where you are right now. No matter what, the upstairs area is off limits. If you even think about it, I'll kill you. She still hadn't looked at him more than a few times. Melania was putting an effort to make sure this was just a random act of kindness, not something he should take for granted. And August accepted those sentiments. He didn't plan to impose on her for longer than he needed to, and her family circumstances had nothing to do with him. I can't help but be curious, though. Melania's attitude towards the upstairs area was far sharper than anything else she'd said. Her motivation, could it be? August looked at the ceiling, but he didn't think too hard about it. In the end, if Melania didn't want to share her life, he wasn't going to press about it. He was just thankful that she decided to show him kindness. And for that, he had to reciprocate in kind. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1631, Curiosity. Chapter 1631, Curiosity 2. Nothing much happened that night. Melania finished putting away her groceries and then brought him some sheets and blankets to create a comfortable space in the living room. After that, she went upstairs and August was left on the ground floor by himself. It wasn't as if that meant anything. All he did was set up his bed and lie down. His eyes were already getting heavy, whether because of the energy he'd spent throughout the day or all the food he ate. To sleep tonight and figure everything else out tomorrow. August sighed to himself, staring into the darkness above. Were there really 6 more days worth of things for him to do? I don't know, but I'm definitely going to find out. He didn't want to spend the next 6 days wallowing in loneliness. If he couldn't find something to do, then he'd create something to do. A positive mindset. It was August's best quality. As his eyes closed and his consciousness faded into a dreamland, staying optimistic was his main priority. August expected to wake up and leave before Melania even noticed, but he was completely wrong. His morning was not fated to be a quiet one, and he was not the first one awake in the house. August's consciousness returned to him not because he was ready to wake up, but because he felt something strange. What is that? He squinched his eyes as light flooded into his eyelids. Suddenly, the feeling of something poking at his cheeks brought him completely awake. What? He instantly shot up. His eyes opened, and he looked down to his side. Ah! His sudden action surprised the being who was poking at his cheek, causing them to jump back. August scratched his head in confusion as he looked around, but he wasn't seeing wrong. There wasn't one, but 2. They had jumped back together, and they currently stood a few feet away from him and stared at him with a strong curiosity in their eyes. You guys are? They were small creatures, roughly 3 feet long, who looked more like lizards than dragons. They had small wings attached to their backs and tiny horns that indicated that they were something more, but their general figures were far different from the dragons August had ever seen. They must be earth dragons. August smiled. He looked around to see if Melania was anywhere, but it seemed she was still upstairs. Nice to meet you, he said, addressing the 2 young dragons. Their eyes twinkled as if they understood his words, and though they were still a bit suspicious, they inched forward as their curiosity took hold of them. They must be young, 3 or 4 years old at most. August was born in his human form. It was because of Damien's influence. Other dragons would always be born as dragons and would first transform into their humanoid forms when they were around 10 years old. August was an outlier, but that was one of the first things he understood in life, so it didn't surprise him. The 2 young dragons hesitated to play because they didn't know if he was friendly. It was easy to sense from their movements. Well, she told me not to do anything suspicious. But wasn't it fine to entertain them a little before he left? August's smile widened. He activated his Azure Dragon bloodline just slightly, allowing his horns and scales to grow a bit. It was just enough for him to have a draconic aura that the children could recognize. Their eyes sparkled when they realized that he was like them. Young dragons would always have one of 2 personalities. A portion of them would only ever recognize their families. They'd never trust others outside of their lineage until they grew and learned enough. The other kind was the complete opposite. They were friendly to any and all dragons, and were generally more inquisitive than anyone else. August was a mix of the 2, a true outlier, but these kids were obviously the latter. The second they felt his aura, their eyes sparkled, and they jumped at him, tackling him to the ground. Ha ha ha! August laughed at their silliness and entertained them well. Since Earth Dragon children seemed to enjoy wrestling and playing physically, he summoned a string of water and waved it around to satiate their curiosity. They're like cats. August had never seen a cat before, but he'd seen them in Qinglong's memory and heard about them from Damien. Watching those kids run around and chase the water string made him feel like those stories and memories were coming to life. It also reminded him of himself as a child. Just as he was fascinated with mana, they were enamored by any and all new things. They wanted to explore and learn, and that made August feel like they'd achieve great things in life. Perhaps that would be difficult considering their starting point. August suddenly remembered where he was. In a place like this, where even the architecture made one feel like there was no such thing as hope. How were kids meant to dream? How were they meant to grow up and believe that they could be something outside of their circumstances? And even if they did, what kind of opportunities could they have to make their way out? This is a problem. Dragons weren't meant to live like this. There was no justification that could explain these circumstances. It really is that bad. He hadn't seen those parts of Qinglong's memories. He'd only heard Damien's explanation. August trusted his father above anything else, of course, but he also wanted to see the corruption in the kingdom for himself. This was the start of it. He'd only been here for a day, but he'd already found an issue rooted in the very core of this society. I guess it really is my job to change it. August shook his head. No, not just me. He alone wouldn't be enough to turn a rotten society into something magical. I need people, allies and subordinates. People who will see this thing to the end with me. He really didn't want to do it alone. A passion was reignited in his heart. He'd always wanted to be a hero, but he didn't really know what it meant. He wanted to save people, but he never really understood how. He was young and ignorant. He had dreams without any substance, dreams that were impossible to achieve. He was older now, not fully mature yet, but enough to understand what he actually could do with his own power. My goal isn't something that needs to be held off until I'm on the throne. His goals needed to be slowly achieved as he aimed for it. And when he finally took that spot back and honored his ancestor, he could set everything in stone so that Aurelian would become a real sanctuary for dragons. August clenched his fist as he reaffirmed himself. The string of water he'd summoned burst and splashed all over the two earth dragon children, which ended up being even more fun for them. And, as if on cue, Melania walked down the stairs and froze at the sight she was seeing. Her eyes turned cold, and when August saw her, he immediately knew. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Chapter 16:32 Curiosity. Chapter 16:32 Curiosity. Out. Melania wasn't playing around. The instant she saw those children playing with a stranger she'd made the mistake of letting into their home, she saw red. Out. August didn't get a chance to talk. He stood up slowly with his hands up, not saying a single word. Melania was too defensive. He knew he didn't do anything, and she probably knew it as well, but she had no choice but to adopt this kind of attitude. Why? I'll have to find out. He wasn't going to push it. Whatever the case was, she was defensive to protect those around her. These Earth Dragon children were obviously very important to her. If this was what she had to do to protect them, then he had nothing to say about it. August walked to the door and out of the house in one move. He could hear the sad screeching of those small dragons who wanted him to stay, but he put it out of his mind. As he stood there, he heard the door open behind him and turn around. Melania? Why had she followed him outside? She didn't make him wait long for the answer. In a single motion, she stuffed a piece of paper into his hand and then returned to the house. Oh! August opened it up, finding a map that led him back to the city. He smiled slightly. Well, at least I didn't leave a bad impression. His mood had slightly improved despite his sudden eviction. I know what I'm going to do for the next 6 days. You want to find out why Melania was the way she was. Not by stalking her or anything of the sort, but by understanding the problems of the people and the environment they were truly in. She said not to go out at night, but that's pretty much all I'm going to do. August walked away, following the map he was given. The city had a lot more to offer than just food and entertainment. It was a hub for people, a place that contained both questions and answers. There August could start his quest for the truth. It'll be a good week, a positive mindset. Since he was practically throwing himself into muddy waters with everything he hoped to attain, he really had to rely on that positive mindset. That day was spent well. August made his first priority when he got into the city, finding a place to stay. Once he got himself a room in a seemingly good hotel, he went back out into the world. To find information, What were the best places to visit? Some cities had information brokers that made the job easy, but Aurelian didn't have that kind of organization. The noble circle and commoner circle stayed completely disconnected. Not a single person broke that tradition or followed money, not even those from the Aureate clan who treasured money. August had to do it the hard way. He traveled the city again, visiting a lot of the same spots he saw the day before. However, this time, he used the perception-blocking artifact. When people weren't aware of his presence, when people thought there was nobody around, what would they talk about? That was what August wanted to know, and he spent the entire day trying to answer that question. I didn't get much, but the people were not happy with their lives. That much was certain. For the most part, nobody talks about the nobles. They just complain about the city being cramped and changing into something worse. They did complain about a few policies, but the problem was that they didn't act like dragons at all. They'd completely forgotten their origins, and as they conformed to their lives, their original instincts were killed over and over again. A majority of the citizens had been born into these circumstances, so they didn't question anything. They didn't even realize that their daily lives in their human forms were already wrong. They were dragons, not humans. Unfortunately, these dragons without strong lineages didn't receive ancestral memories, since their ancestors weren't strong enough to leave them. Was it still a problem if they didn't realize they were suffering? If they were happy, did their lives need to be changed? That wasn't a question for August to answer yet, but it was one he'd be forced to ask himself in the future. There was no way to bring them out of their current plight easily. And, though it seemed like a shame, a portion of them would likely reject change entirely, even if it was for the sake of a better future. It'll definitely be a long road, maybe even a lifelong thing. For now, he had all of the information he needed from people, but he did have one thing he still needed to do. I remember the way now. He made his way to Melania's neighborhood one more time and slipped something under the door. He left without making trouble, and it seemed she wasn't home to notice, so the story of that gift could be saved for another time. It was a 6-hour detour, but it was one he needed to make, especially since he wanted to explore these neighborhoods again, intentionally this time. August once again found himself wandering the streets at night. He was walking back to the city, but he wasn't taking the same route he came through. August thought to himself, I got lucky last time. He was instantly met with more activity than he expected. There were people everywhere. They weren't doing much, but they were standing around as if they were waiting for something to happen. When August, a relatively skinny boy who didn't look like he belonged, arrived, their eyes immediately darted to him. They were obviously scanning him, trying to determine if he was worth going after. And we're still in the outskirts. There weren't many people out at night in these parts, so what were they possibly waiting for? August had a realization. It's me. He had come the night before. Others had probably seen him. When they noticed that he'd come back, it looks like I accidentally made myself a target. His guard went up instantly. He could sense their hostility from a mile away, so there was no need to doubt it. Well, it's nice to have some practice before the elimination round. He needed to see how fights with normal people compare to fights with his father. Though, August smiled a little. I really can't sense danger at all. They looked threatening, but that was about it. If they actually fought, August was confident they wouldn't stand a chance. But, just like every theory, that one had to be tested. And when would there be a better opportunity to do so than now? August stepped forward, and 5 of those dragons who prowl the night stood up. They were obviously going to fight, but it was already a bit of shame for those nameless dragons. After all, the man they were being compared to was none other than Damien Void. Even gods would feel inferior at that point. So what were they to do? Chapitre 1633 Corruption 1. Chapter 1633 Corruption 1. Was there a point in watching the fight? It would definitely be interesting to see how August fought, since he didn't have many opportunities to show off his skill, but it would definitely make more of an impact to see how he responded to geniuses on his own level. These dragons, while they were strong enough to run the streets, they didn't hold a candle to people who could participate in the air wars. If they got on the bad side of any of those geniuses, they'd lose more than just their lives. There was a reason why they stayed in the outskirts and preyed on the weak. They didn't have any sort of standing in the ocean that was the real world, so they had to rely on the hierarchy they'd created for themselves in the small pond they inhabited. For August, they were just target practice. His physical ability alone was enough to take care of them. Considering that Damien was a close combat enjoyer and he taught August how to fight, August's martial ability was undoubted. His elemental ability, his talent in utilizing mana, was what he wanted to practice. Not because it was worse than his martial talent, but because that was where he wanted to specialize. It was obvious since he was a child how much August loved mana. Naturally, he was going to become someone who used it as his main combat technique. The offensive capabilities of water needed to be discovered by its users. For most, this meant using it to create projectiles. Qinglong needed to find different methods. He was a dragon. Naturally, his techniques would reflect his lineage. He started with the basic skills of a dragon and evolved them to work with his element. From there, he expanded and expanded until he and an entire repertoire of attacks that nobody outside of his species would ever be able to utilize. Now, August had those skills as a basis to create his own unique arsenal. It wasn't necessary, but it was part of his ambition. A few shady dragons in some random street far away from any prying eyes were perfect for testing and learning what needed to be changed. That was the only worth they had for August. He didn't view their battle as any more than it was. There were 5 of them against only 1 of him. As they focused on their obvious advantages, August surprised them by attacking first. A stream of water appeared on the ground, unseen in the darkness, and when it reached them, it stabbed upward and incapacitated one of the thugs. August shot forward before the rest could react. He grabbed another one's face and slammed water into his orifices and pores. The scream that followed was not pleasant. Anyone who saw the battle and instantly turned their eyes away. It was confirmed within a second that August wasn't target. He wasn't someone they should have touched. These 5 would be the only ones facing consequences because they were the only 5 stupid enough to do something without confirming anything about their opponent. August did everything in one motion. All of his combat against other sentient beings had just been against Damien, but that was only a part of his training. More than sparring, he was out in the mountains fighting the creatures Damien summoned to challenge him. They weren't just wolves and pigs anymore, either. They were powerful creatures with more than enough ability to fatally injure him. August had become used to fighting against packs. He was always standing with 6 or more enemies on the other side, and to properly defeat them without being defeated himself, he was forced to learn how to maneuver in battle. August's real power came out when he was faced with multiple enemies. The fluidity of his movements could be used to their full potential in such a setting. The last 3 of the thugs lost their will to fight when they saw 2 of their friends fall within a few seconds. Neither of them was dead, but both had serious injuries that wouldn't heal with a month or 2 of recovery. They already wanted to run, but August had no plan to let them. The ground dampened, and while the rest had their steps slowed as the dirt became mud, August slid across the water particles on the surface and used them to propel himself forward. 2 of them were right next to each other. They made it incredibly easy for him. August arrived between them and raised his hands. Water flowed out and grabbed one of them by the neck. The other was punched in the face. Water rushed into his throat and suffocated him until he passed out, only returning to August's hands when he was on the ground. The last one was already running. He turned on his heel the instant August moved towards his friends and bolted with everything he had. Though August didn't mind. He was holding the perfect projectile. A dragon flew through the air, though not with his own wings. He was manhandled by a water claw and whipped into the air on a perfect trajectory to crash into his fleeing comrade. Neither of them would be incapacitated by an attack like that. It was more than likely that they walked away unharmed. Still, August didn't give chase. It just wasn't worth it against opponents who'd lost their will to fight. His mind had already moved on to different things. It's still not right. August found a critical flaw in his techniques. Well, it wasn't so much of a flaw as it was a difference. My techniques are too much like Dad's. Ever since that fateful day when August was still a young child, Damien had taken special care to make sure he taught August according to draconic ideologies, only mixing in human ideologies where he felt they were absolutely necessary. However, August had always adored his father. He strived to be like him, and due to that, when he developed his fighting style, he subconsciously mimicked him. That meant his techniques were more like what a human would use. There wasn't really a problem with this, especially since draconic techniques came out naturally when he was in his true form, but it did lead to a strange predicament. August couldn't use Qinglong's techniques when he was in his human form, nor could he interpolate them into something useful. I originally thought it would be easier when I'm actually fighting, but that's not the case. Perhaps he was never destined to follow the same path as his ancestor. Will I have to do it all from scratch? August personally experienced how hard it was for Qinglong to create a completely new style. He didn't want to do the same if he didn't have to. Then again, I guess I don't. Qinglong left a legacy that allowed his descendants to see what an azure dragon could do. Damien gave him a unique thought process that allowed him to see the world from many different perspectives. With their guidance and experience, August already had something of a path in front of him. It's just up to me to define it. In the end, he did gain something useful from his fight. His mentality improved, and more importantly, the common street thugs wouldn't lay their hands on him anymore. All in all, despite being short and unexciting, it was a fight worth having. Now that it was over, August was already back on track. He had come here to find out some truths, didn't he? He wasn't planning to leave until he'd done exactly that. Chapitre 1634 Corruption en deux. Chapter 1634 Corruption 2. In societies like these, street thugs never just existed on their own. It was stupid to think that nobody in the outskirts had the power to deal with them, especially since most of them were just second-class dragons. If Melania wanted to, she alone could clear up the streets and let people walk freely. However, she couldn't. Not because of them, but because of those they followed. Sometimes, small gangs would act recklessly because they were young and ignorant, but for the most part, these thugs submitted themselves to stronger powers for the sake of survival. They got themselves backing so that when the situation came where they needed it, they could escape unscathed. There were two main gangs in Aragon. They opposed each other, but banded together against anyone trying to encroach on their territory. It was impossible for a common thug to know the true strength of the leaders of those gangs, but they were estimated to be high third class or even fourth class. Their closest associates were of a similar level. These people monopolized most of the income of the two gangs, and they controlled everyone who wanted to commit crimes in Aragon. People couldn't even stand up for themselves anymore. A few thugs wouldn't alert the higher-ups of their authority being challenged, but if it happened 3 or 4 times, somebody would be sent to take care of whoever was so bold. The people who lived in the outskirts had families and livelihoods. They couldn't risk standing against the gangs, so they just did their best to stay out of their sight. And if they see a stranger, they'll avoid them at all costs. Strangers meant danger here more than anywhere else. Danger meant that their families could be seriously injured or killed while nobody batted an eye. It meant they could lose everything in a single night. After grilling a nearby thug for information and giving him a small tip to show appreciation, August mostly understood why Melania acted the way she did. She also wanted those young dragons to explore and enjoy the benefits of their youth. She absolutely wanted to be kind and trusting. However, she didn't live in an environment where kindness was rewarded. She lived in a place where even children could die if she slipped up. That was why she reacted so fiercely. If August wanted to do something to those young dragons in the time before she arrived, she wouldn't have been able to do anything to stop it. That sort of helplessness could drive one mad. It's already impressive that she's still willing to try. Melania was a good person with an extremely strong mind. If not, how could she have passed the qualification exam's mental test? She only froze because she was suddenly introduced to chaos. What mattered was the fact that she managed to pull herself out of her confusion within the test time limit. She'd be a good ally, but that's only if she's willing. August didn't think she'd appreciate him approaching her now. He figured he'd wait until the elimination round came. Until then, I'm back on the case. 2 days had passed in a flash, and 5 suddenly sounded like a much smaller number than 7. There wasn't much time left. There definitely wasn't enough for August to do anything about the problems he discovered. Gangs weren't exclusive to Aragon. In fact, The two in this city were quite high profile and likely had connections to even higher forces. In places that weren't so close to the Holy Region, the absolute center of Aurelian, gangs were everywhere, even having control over the entirety of a few districts. Even if he managed to somehow unearth the massive gang's entire schemes within 5 days and destroy them, chaos would ensue because of the power vacuum, and the situation would just worsen. He was just taking note of things. If he wanted to change this kingdom, he had to know what needed to change. That was, from the start, the purpose he established for his 6 remaining days in Aragon. Damien had told him there was corruption, but he was intentional in glazing over the details. Now that August was going out into the world, things were different. His son would not be someone whose entire success was attributed to him. August was going to be someone who could stand proud, knowing that he was the reason for his own rise. If he wanted to rule, he needed to have the attributes of a ruler. Some of those were inborn, but even more needed to be learned through experience. Damien had faith in his son, and August felt that faith strongly. He used the intellect that he was gifted with to its maximum potential. He unearthed the problems of the people and used them to infer what kind of issues existed in the higher tiers of society. He was going to be an emperor in the future, one that could make his father and ancestor proud. Nothing would be able to stop him. Really, August spent the next 5 days looking for information. Regular thugs didn't bother him anymore. And since he didn't go looking for them, he didn't attract trouble from those stronger powers. He kept his head down and explored, and as his presence disappeared from most people's minds, the amount of information he got a hold of became greater and greater. However, because he was using the perception-blocking artifact for most of the day, he failed to find a certain encounter that was waiting for him. Melania eventually went home that night. She had just gone out to train, so she wasn't gone for long in the first place. August just managed to find the most coincidental timing to miss her. Nevertheless, the moment she opened the door, she was greeted with strangeness. Her siblings were nowhere to be seen, so they must have been upstairs somewhere. It looked quiet on the ground floor, except for one little detail. What is that? There was a small ring on the floor. It wasn't ornate at all and seemed to be made of the most common silver, but Melania was sure that it didn't belong to anyone in the house. She was, of course, suspicious, but that was exactly why she picked it up. After examining it, she couldn't find anything notable in its structure, which left only one thing to do. Melania moved outside into the street and created a barrier around the ring before injecting mana into it. She was expecting an explosive or something similarly malicious, but what she found was her mind being pulled into a separate space. She was still conscious of reality. It was like she could see 2 different planes with her eyes and her mind. And in the one that was opened by the ring, I appreciate the hospitality. Here's a little something I brought to express my gratitude. A simple note with only 2 sentences on it to indicate the identity of the person who left the ring. And several piles of gold. Melania tripped over herself by accident as she took the barrier down and grabbed the ring, looking around to see if anyone saw her. After confirming that she was alone, she rushed back into the house. There's no way, right? There really was no way. That amount of gold, at first glance, was already enough to move her family to a better neighborhood. And the fact that it was inside of an unbound spatial ring, wasn't that already insanity? People of her stature couldn't get anywhere near spatial artifacts. Yet, an amazing one had just dropped at her feet. She ran upstairs and opened the door to the 2nd level of the house. It was just one bedroom, the place where Melania and her siblings stayed, along with a woman who was currently unconscious on one of 2 beds in the room. She was frail and sickly, seemingly on the edge of death. "Mom!" Melania collapsed at the bedside, tears streaming down her face. A miracle happened. She carefully cupped her mother's bony hand and brought it to her face. With this, we can save you." At last, her kindness had paid off. At last, her most daunting worries could be dealt with. August had just grabbed a large amount of money and stuffed it in the spatial ring without thinking. He didn't know just what his gratitude meant to the ones receiving it. But to Melania, the things he'd given were gifts from the gods, and she was never one to forget a favor. Chapitre 1635 Corruption à 3. Chapter 1635 Corruption 3. Melania searched for August for several days before giving up. She just couldn't find him. She wanted to talk to him about many things, but since she couldn't find the opportunity now, she just had to wait until they saw each other in the elimination round. There were many things she could do before then. For instance, curing her mother. Her mother had fallen ill after having her two younger siblings. It was around the same time that their father died. Ever since then, they've been living on barely enough money to feed themselves. Melania found out what her mother's illness was long ago. She also knew where the cure was. However, it was far too expensive for her to afford, even if she worked for her entire life. Entering the Air Wars was a last resort. She believed that her talent could at least get her noticed by a few big shots, who would provide her sponsorships and chances at higher positions where she'd get more pay. She was correct. After all, Raycon offered her a sponsorship the moment the qualification test ended. She didn't end up taking it. When August left the conversation, the terms changed and became far more demanding. For someone in her position, it was still a great offer, but she decided to wait. The elimination round was near. If she made it through, then Raycon's offer would pale in comparison to what she'd receive. If she failed, she would do so while attracting the attention of people who want her talent for more than just the Air Wars. It was all planned out. But in just one day, hadn't that plan been brought to ruin? With the gold that August gave her, Melania could purchase a house in a safer district and cure her mother while still having some left over. Considering that this was only a small portion of August's wealth, one could assume just how much Damien gave him. Nevertheless, Melania could solve the problems that originally led her to participate in the Air Wars. Yet, she wasn't planning to withdraw herself from the competition. August gave her a far better starting point, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Her goals hadn't changed much now that her family was safer and healthier. Still, with her newfound hope, she was able to see the coming competition as more than just a money-making opportunity. She could focus more on herself and her growth. When 5 days flew by and she found herself in front of a teleportation array that would take her to the location of the elimination round, she was filled not only with stern ambition, but also excitement. She wasn't going to waste the chance she'd been given, nor was she going to let August's gratitude go unreturned. If she did, she wouldn't be a proud dragon at all. August also stood in front of a teleportation array, though it wasn't the same one. Raycon's assistants had found him at his hotel early in the morning and led him to that place. The array was located inside of the testing facility, which had by now been repurposed as the office of some organization that August wasn't told the name of. "Where's Melania?" It was the first question he asked when he arrived. "She will be taken to a separate array that is more convenient, considering her location." There was a bit of disdain in the assistant's tone when she mentioned the outskirts, which made August frown. It runs deep indeed. This woman was probably a maid or something in the Scorch clan, not someone of high status in the slightest. Even still, she felt superiority over those in the outskirts. August didn't say anything about it. No good would come from lecturing this one random assistant. Instead, he quietly allowed her to lead him to the array and stepped into it. Raycon was there as well. "Have you thought about my offer since then?" he asked, somewhat hopeful. However, August shook his head. "It would be nice to have support, but I only came out here so that I can achieve something on my own, so I can't accept anything of the sort." His answer had changed since the last time they met. Instead of a flat-out refusal, did he just confirm it? August practically told Raycon that he was a hidden genius from a noble clan, didn't he? It was a great misunderstanding to uphold since it gave August more freedom to act, so he decided to reinforce it just a little bit. It was a good way to keep Raycon off his back, too. "I understand," Raycon responded, his eyes brighter than they were a second ago. "Then, prepare yourself. You will be teleported shortly. Remember, though you'll arrive directly inside the arena, do not attack anyone until the horns are blown. That will become a fatal mistake for anyone who makes it." Raycon left August one last piece of advice, to which he nodded thankfully. To Raycon, if August was a hidden noble, it was impossible to sponsor him. However, since his desire to do so had left a good impression on someone of high status, he was satisfied. He walked away with some pep in his step, and the array around August lit up. It's time. After so much delay, and a week that led to a surprising amount of development, August was finally on his way to participate in what was, by all means, the first round of the Air Wars. His body disappeared from Aragon, and when they received light again, he was in a massive coliseum unlike anything he'd ever seen before. He couldn't help but say it out loud. This is what I was made for. The entire Air Wars would be televised. Everyone in Aurelian was able to watch the event in some fashion. For those in the central region, tickets were available that let them watch some of the events in person. For those outside of the checkpoint that only true dragons could pass, the events were only available to watch on projection devices. Still, August wasn't alone in believing that the elimination round was the official start of the Air Wars. Most people thought the same, since it was the first event that could be viewed by the audience. This battle between commoners would set the stage. They would create a benchmark by which every genius participating in the Air Wars would be judged, and it was the key determiner of the public's attitude towards the event. It was an important day, even for the nobles who didn't have any part in the competition. People flooded the Colosseum stands in droves, and geniuses appeared on the stage below one by one. None of these people were known names, not even the most talented of them. However, many of them had people in the stands cheering for them, awaiting their victory. August also had a person like that. A part of Damien was still searching for the Dragon Emperor, but his main body had taken a break from that quest. Today was his son's big day, after all. If he wasn't here for it, then he'd be nothing but a terrible father. He blended in with the dragon people and smiled as he saw August arrive on the field. His expression was strong, and he looked to be surveying his opponents from the second he could see again. Regardless of August's performance, Damien was already set in how he was feeling about it. He was proud, and he was excited to see what August could do in an environment like this. The cheers and conversations in the stands were loud enough to create a tsunami of sound that assaulted the geniuses below from all directions, but they were all silenced with a single sound. A man appeared in the sky, his draconic aura fully exerted. "Welcome, everyone," he said, his voice amplified by mana. "Today, we see 153 fine geniuses who have proved that they have the qualifications and talent to proceed. However, only 50 of them can continue on to the next round." It was a brief explanation for anyone who didn't know what was going on, but that was the end of it. But it raised the anticipation in the stadium to an all-time high. Everyone was waiting for him to say one thing and one thing only, because with a single word from him, the Air Wars would commence. Chapter 1636, Elimination. Chapter 1636, Elimination, 1 Start. The word finally came after some more introduction was done, but since nobody actually cared about the things he was saying, they hardly even heard it. Their eyes were focused on the geniuses below, all of whom were waiting for the moment they could let loose. August was also focused on his peers. He'd hardly looked into the crowd, and he completely tuned out the man above. He was something of an announcer, but he didn't exist for anything but providing entertainment to the crowd. The real indicator for when the event started was as Raycon told him. He had to wait for the horns to blare. "I wonder what happens if we move early." Raycon's wording was curious when he spoke about it, so August was naturally confused. What kind of fatal mistake could be made in such a non-lethal setting? Sadly, nobody who'd made it to this stage was stupid enough to let recklessness ruin their opportunity. It seemed to go over a lot of people's heads. In many circles, the Air Wars were viewed as a competitive event that existed for entertainment purposes only. No, this was an event where the future of the Dragon Kingdom was at stake. This was an event that gave commoners the chance to become the Dragon Emperor's disciple, and gave those who failed opportunities far beyond their station. It was an unbelievably important moment for every single genius in the arena, regardless of their individual goals. Therefore, none of them even moved a muscle when they were teleported into the arena. They surveyed those around them with predatory eyes, circulating their mana calmly in preparation for the moment to come. The announcer's drivel in the background eventually came to an end. The crowd went silent too. The geniuses took their stances and the horns finally blared, filling the arena with a cacophony of sound. August took a single step and released his mana instantly. There are 3 nearby who could be a threat. 10 people have their eyes on me, but they're all being eyed by others. It'll probably be less of a group battle than I expected. There were too many people for them to team up and target others, at least for now. August could sense the hostility coming at him from every side. As he whipped his eyes around to find a target, the arena exploded into battle. Boom! 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 Clouds of dust rose as some geniuses immediately put all of their power into their attacks. The announcer's voice came back as he commentated about the most interesting battles taking place. Chaos enveloped the arena, but for August, it was still quiet. His attention had focused in on his surroundings. All unimportant information was filtered out. His mind entered a battle state. There! August found his first target. He wasn't aiming for weaker participants. There were only a few that August felt could actually challenge him in the vicinity. They were the ones he needed to eliminate first. He shot forward with a plan in mind, but executing it was an entirely different story. Boom! A boy and a girl had approached him from behind, one to each side. They didn't have weapons, since weapons dragons were not beings who used weapons, but their extended claws were more than enough to cause damage. Whoosh! August ducked down and dodged both of their swings. He pivoted his foot on the ground and summoned a stream of water, letting it turn solid as it jutted up and stabbed towards the boy among them. Unlike the thugs he faced before, these geniuses had some ability. The boy dodged his attack with relative ease and drew out more mana, obviously planning to counterattack. Not happening. Bang! August dodged another attack from the girl and twisted his body to get behind her. He grabbed her head and slammed it into the ground, dealing a massive blunt force trauma that made her world spin. The boy had arrived in that time. He swung his claw down again, but when August dodged, he found another attack waiting for him. The boy was an earth dragon like Melania. He'd used his mana to tie August's feet to the ground so that he couldn't keep moving out of the way. Solid. August complimented the move. The boy's other claw was coming down at him with heavy force. If it struck, August's flesh would definitely be torn apart. But they underestimated his flexibility. Like water, his movements could not be defined by his shape. He bent his back strangely and used his knees to pivot the angle he leaned in. TCH. The boy's claw still managed to swipe his shoulder, but only with the force to cause a flesh wound. August had prepared for this. His momentum was already too high for him to bring himself back to a standing position. He summoned pure mana into his legs and expelled it, breaking the rock that kept him captive in his shards of rubble. His body kept falling backward. The boy saw this as an opportunity, but it was nothing of the sort. He approached closer so that August wouldn't be able to evade again, but that was exactly what his opponent wanted. August kicked his feet off the ground. A pressure wave was released from his soles, pushing the boy back several steps. Meanwhile, a small stream of water appeared below August's back and flipped him onto his stomach. Before he fell completely to the ground, he got his feet and hands down and used them to propel himself forward, recorrecting his strange position. Bang! It didn't help that all of this was done above the nauseous girl he'd taken down before. All of the residual force from his movements slammed down on her, knocking her completely unconscious. Damn it! Realizing that he was in over his head, the boy tried to run. There were better fights for him, ones that he could actually win. However, this was not a street brawl. This was a competition, and August didn't have a single thought of letting his competitor escape without suffering the consequences of attacking him. The elimination round didn't have many rules. The geniuses weren't allowed to kill each other, but any degree of damage that wasn't fatal was accepted. Those who suffered could be healed back to full health by the staff on site, so it wasn't a problem even if they lost a limb or two. Mana and the physical body were the only weapons allowed, but there were no limits on how they could be used. And though all of the geniuses had started in their human forms, they were given the right to transform into their true forms. However, if they did so, they wouldn't be allowed to return to their human forms until the battle was completely over. The boy that August was chasing, Jason, wasn't a great genius. He managed to barely pass the qualification test, and he was planning to get good sponsorships and offers by attacking those who were weaker than him to seem stronger. That was how he'd gotten by in life until now. It was the same for the girl whom he'd allied with. But the first person they'd attacked was far beyond their level, and as he looked around, he realized that there was no such thing as people who were weaker than him in this place. He was at the bottom of the barrel, and if he wanted to survive for more than 5 minutes of this fight, then he had no choice but to go all out before others started doing the same. He saw August chasing him at a speed he couldn't match, and that was when he made his decision. He planted his feet, turned around, and changed. August was no longer charging towards a humanoid being. He was charging towards an earth dragon who was ready to risk it all to defeat him. Chapter 1637 Elimination. Chapter 1637 Elimination 2. This battle was still in its infancy. It was a free-for-all. Nobody knew what their opponent's strengths were, so they were not only probing each other, but also trying to eliminate those who were most threatening. However, this was not a battle where those unworthy could slip by because they managed to eliminate those who were meant to pass. No, in a place like this, only the worthy could achieve victory, no matter what they faced. The crowd was already roaring. There were many individual fights taking place that were more than worth watching. Their attention went from place to place, seeing everything there was to see. It really gave him no time at all to feel bored. Most of those battles were far away from August. His location was both lucky and unlucky in that there were really only people below his level around him. Even those he saw as a threat were only seen as such because of the environment. If it was just him against them, he'd be able to take them down without a problem. But perhaps that was a good thing. It hadn't been mentioned yet because August never put much thought into it, but he wasn't that strong. He was still at the peak of 3rd class, and while that was monstrous for someone who only recently turned 10, this was a competition for everyone under 100 years old. There were several geniuses here who'd already passed the 4th class boundary, and when it came to the nobles, all of them were at that level. August had yet to completely become someone who could deal with them. So for him to spawn in an area where he could first develop his skills was actually more of a boon than anything else. When August hit 4th class, he would be an unstoppable force. Reaching that level was one of his main priorities after this round ended. Nevertheless, Jason's transformation attracted quite a lot of attention. He was part of the first wave to do so, and in his area, he was the only one. It was up to August to take him down and move on to more challenging fights, but compared to others, his job was easy. On the complete opposite side of the arena, there were 3 specific geniuses who made it into the qualification round before anyone else. When they arrived at their testing facilities, they set precedents that others couldn't hope to match. Of those who had passed the qualification exam, there were some of only 10 who were above the 4th class level, and that surprisingly wasn't as scary to their competitors as they expected. On August's side, everyone was fighting small battles apart from each other. For them, on the other hand, it was more than that. There were at least 20 people attacking each of them, all of whom were in their dragon forms. They didn't reveal their own true forms quite yet, and though they were under quite a lot of stress, they didn't plan to do so anytime soon. Boom! One explosion knocked 10 dragons back. All of them were covered in blood as their scales were pierced, but none of them gave up. Boom! 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 It was all fire released from the girl who caused the damage, yet her fire seemed to take physical form. Every time she swept her claws, shards of pure heat compressed into projectiles that seemed like they were made of metal. And when they struck, people were harmed. If she wasn't holding back, it was almost guaranteed that her enemies would have already died. Nearby, there was a similar scene taking place in an icier environment. It was a man this time, somewhere in his late 20s. He was surrounded by sculptures. The dragons who charged at him found their bodies intruded by cold. Their scales did nothing to protect them and merely froze along with everything else. Even when they were eventually melted and resuscitated, they'd sustain injuries that would need a long time to heal. The two of them were obviously eyeing each other, but now wasn't the time for them to fight. Rather, they were united in their goal. This stage could only be passed by those who had the ability. The rules said 50 people would make it to the air wars, but they didn't see 50 people who were worthy of that privilege. Yes, there were also commoners. Yes, they understood the struggles of their peers and the motivation that kept them fighting. But the air wars weren't a thing, so they could prove themselves or gain opportunities. No, this was a place from where the future Dragon Emperor would be born. Rabble couldn't be allowed into the competition, no matter how compelling or heartbreaking their stories were. These two, along with their fourth-class fellows, had made it their mission to eliminate 90% of the arena at the very least. And since they were almost done cleaning out their side, people like August, who were focused on their own battles, would soon be enveloped in the storm, whether they liked it or not. At this point, one could begin to wonder, where was Melania? She had also been transported to the arena, and she was also fighting, but August hadn't seen her, nor had she been involved in the clash of fourth-class dragons. Melania was also fortunate in her own way. Just like August, she spawned in a place that mostly had others on a similar level as her. And since the fighting style she developed was quite unique, she'd managed to evade the attention of those who were too strong for a very long time. Melania could be best described as a trapper. It was a rare battle style even among humans and barely existed among dragons. Those who used it were usually sages and scholars who focused more on gaining knowledge than battling. Melania wasn't a scholar. She wouldn't consider herself smart by any means, but she knew her limits. She understood that talent could only get her so far, especially since she wasn't as good as a lot of the others who were competing against her. A style that allowed her to continue fighting even when she was outclassed. A style that perfectly fit her needs until her hard work could pay off and match the talent of others. That was the style she chose, and so far, it was working out as she'd hoped. Everywhere she went, she laid traps with her mana that would activate when other people either stepped on them or triggered them with their rampant auras. For people had already fallen for her tricks. They were trapped and suffocated, left as open targets for her to pick off one by one. Nobody even knew what she was doing because of the chaos. Still, her main goal was to be seen, to be recognized by others. Eventually, she'd have to start fighting seriously, using power with abandon and putting herself on the line for success. And that time was approaching fast. Due to the antics of the more powerful geniuses in the arena, the number of competitors was being cut down quickly. It would soon become a battle of only those who stood above others. For Melania, especially, it really was uncertain if she could survive through it all. Chapter 1638, Elimination. Chapter 1638, Elimination. 3. Boom. An earth dragon slammed into the ground, his consciousness completely gone from the real world. Done. August let go of his tail and took a breath. He stayed wary of his surroundings while taking a short break for himself. It was hard to fight someone who had unveiled their true form while still in one's human form. After all, dragons were best when they were in the forms they were meant for. August was definitely stronger than Jason. It was a strong difference that couldn't be overcome just because of transformation. Still, Jason was able to hold August up for over 5 minutes. August attacked and attacked, but earth dragons were known for their sturdiness. His water was particularly bad at piercing. He could do something about it against dragons in their human forms, but he couldn't pierce scales with the power and techniques he had now. August had to resort to physical force. After enough blunt force trauma to the head and spine, Jason was done. It was barbaric, but since it worked, it was enough. Nobody interrupted their battle while it happened. It seemed that many were wary of Jason's dragon form. More so, the boy who was fighting it with his fists alone. Everyone was busy fighting anyway. They dropped faster than anyone expected. These geniuses were putting everything they had into the battle, and that meant that despite individual battles taking a decent amount of time to end, people still got eliminated every 5 minutes. There were already less than 100 people left with only 10 minutes passing. And that number, boom! August finally got the chance to examine his surroundings properly. That was when he noticed how wildly the battlefield had changed. In one corner, there were heaps of burnt geniuses rolling around on the ground. In another, many who were frozen into ice cubes. There was a third area where trees had appeared across the battlefield and suffocated loads of geniuses with their roots and branches, leaving not many areas free of total destruction. Wow, I must be lucky. Somehow, August didn't run into whoever was causing a scene like that. Luckily, right? Wrong. Those three geniuses had already split up. The two that had been seen earlier, the young dragons who used fire and ice, had moved in directions away from August. However, the last was approaching fast. It was quite obvious from the line of trees that inched closer and closer every second. This is a big one. August's eyes narrowed. He had only fought one person before now, yet he was being thrown into a situation like this. The others wouldn't attack him anymore. They probably wouldn't even come near this area. Everyone with a brain had already started running, but August already knew it was too late for that. We're already in the attack range. Boom! It was as if the genius in question wanted to prove August correct. The trees instantly started attacking, flinging tens and hundreds of roots into the air to chase after the geniuses who ran. The dense forest they created hid the person who summoned them from the eyes of others. Yet the impact they had made it impossible to ignore them. August hesitated. The forest was moving towards him. If he didn't make his decision now, then it would be made for him. Either I run and keep fighting people like that earth dragon, August's eyes sharpened, or I charge into that forest. The safer option was the former. It might guarantee his survival, and it would definitely give him a performance beyond what he could achieve in the forest. On the other hand, the latter option was more dangerous and created the possibility of him getting eliminated in this round. But that's the one that will help me grow. He could sense it somehow. He didn't know if it was fate or the strange aura calling him into the forest, but he truly believed that he would benefit most in the long term if he followed a more risky path. It wasn't like he had time to ruminate over it. His instincts had to make the choice. And for a dragon, one raised by a man who became a legend by following his instincts, August's decision was obvious. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. His feet were already moving. As everyone else fled as far away from the growing forest as possible, August shot into its depths, disappearing from the eyes of the onlookers. Many who saw it happen gasped. They were suddenly intrigued about the identity of that bold genius. Their curiosity would have to wait, though. August had completely vanished, and only a single person in the audience could still see him. Oh! Damien's brow raised with interest. I didn't expect something like this. Did he want to surprise me? August's performance wasn't the best thus far, but that was only because he was holding himself back. For the sake of hiding his identity, he couldn't use too much of his power as an azure dragon. In that place, not many people can see him. Only the important ones would be able to, but they were precisely the ones he needed to evade. I guess I should help a little. Damien understood what was happening more than August did, and for the sake of that, he used his power a bit. A barrier appeared around the forest, completely imperceptible to all outside observers regardless of power or status. The only thing it did was hide August's aura, so he could fight properly, but Damien was confident that it was all his son needed. Now, he smiled as August approached the opponent waiting for him in that place. Let's see how he does when he's taking things seriously. August rushed through the forest, unaware of what his father was up to. He was confused as to why he was able to do so. Nothing is attacking me. The trees all focused on those outside. The rest of the forest didn't seem to care about him at all. Am I being provoked? Either that, or this was an invitation, whatever the case. The lack of interference from the environment allowed August to reach the center of the forest within 2 minutes. When he reached, he was met with a strange sight. A girl sat there in a chair made of twisting vines. Her posture was relaxed as she leaned back and snacked on an apple, reading a book as if she wasn't consciously controlling the roots that wreaked havoc outside the forest. She sat in a clearing that received an odd amount of sunlight, which hit her at the perfect angle. When August stepped into that clearing, she immediately raised her eyes to look at him. "Oh, are you the one?" she asked as if she'd been waiting for someone. "The Azure Dragon child, I mean." Bang! A geyser exploded out of the ground and flooded the clearing. It burst from directly under the girl's chair. The scalding water coming from it was obviously meant to harm her, but she was already on a nearby branch, completely unharmed. The curiosity in her eyes had only grown, because the boy who stood before her was not the one who arrived here a second ago. No, his eyes had changed completely, as had his stance. That icy gaze, that hostility. The moment she decided to say something like that, everything went sideways. August was no longer just participating in a competition. Right now, in this moment, secluded from the rest of the arena, August was looking to kill. He had to be the only one who walked out of this forest when the elimination round ended. Chapter 1639 Elimination 4. Chapter 1639 Elimination. August being an Azure Dragon was an absolute secret. Damien knew. He knew. In this world, there couldn't be anyone else who knew that information. August didn't know this girl. She looked to be around 15, but she was already a fourth-class being, which shouldn't have been possible for someone outside of a noble clan. Yet, she was here taking the test with the commoners. August didn't understand anything about who she was, nor did he understand why she'd brought up such a crucial fact. However, since she had, his life was now in danger. Azure Dragons. The Liqua claimed to be part of their species, but they were not. They were fakes, water dragons with a bit more talent than others who liked to pretend that they were great beings. In reality, Azure Dragons were a scorned race. If anyone with that bloodline appeared, they'd be executed as soon as possible. The holy clans couldn't allow another Qinglong to rise. As such, even regular water dragons often disappeared at random. If their bloodlines were too strong, the Liqua clan would immediately eliminate them. August was able to survive as a water dragon with talent because his aura and draconic lineage signified that he had no relation to Qinglong. Damien had made sure that nobody would ever be able to tell otherwise. This girl thought differently. If her thoughts spread and became more mainstream, then everything August was trying to achieve would be ruined before he even started. He couldn't allow that. Interrogating her and finding out what she knew and who else knew it was important, but August didn't think he'd be able to do it. That left only one option. He had to kill and then search for clues later. Boom! 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 August stopped hiding his power. He still hid his bloodline aura just in case she was making assumptions without proof, but he didn't fight with power that a third-class being should have had. He swung his claws out ruthlessly, a manifestation of blue energy, foaming with white like rolling waves, shot forward and destroyed several of the surrounding trees. August watched as that girl moved around as if this place was her home. In a sense, it was. Despite the strength and frequency of his attacks, she was able to evade everything without a problem. "Ooh, you're a feisty one, aren't you?" She smiled as she taunted him. "Try a little harder." Those were fighting words. They were meant to rile him up and make him reckless, but he refused to fall for her provocation. She's nimble. Just like him, she didn't really fight like a dragon. If so, then I need to abandon convention. For now, his unique fighting style was the best way to approach this situation. That style was not one that allowed him to attack from a distance. Bang! August shot up from the ground, propelled by jets of water. He swung his foot out and used the same jet as a laser that cut through all of the trees in front of him and eliminated any cover that the girl could take. Boom! 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 As the trees collapsed, the girl jumped into the air, preparing to move again. But August was already on her tail. Bang! Another geyser erupted below her. The scalding water came close, but she managed to dodge in time. August twisted his hand, forcing the temperature of the water to rapidly cool. August didn't wait to see the results. He shot through the steam, protecting his body with a film of mana, and found his target again. Now, I can't let this happen. As it froze, the rapid temperature change influenced its structure, and it exploded into a massive cloud of steam. Boom! August didn't wait to see the results. He shot through the steam, protecting his body with a film of mana, and found his target again. Now, I can't let this happen. The girl's eyes became more serious. Boom! 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 The ground around them exploded, giving way to the roots she summoned. Over 10 thick tree roots slashed at him. They were like whips, but at the same time like swords. In the middle of it all, August lost his chance to attack. TCH. He twirled his body and managed to avoid the initial attack. As his eyes swung around, he saw a root aimed straight at his shoulder, but he didn't try to stop it. Shick! It stabbed into his flesh, and in the same moment, August located the girl and struck again. He needed to be more serious. August didn't have access to the most of his abilities because he had yet to become a fourth class, but he could still do a decent amount with what he'd learned. When it came to flexibility and rigidity, August had done so much studying about the concepts that he could almost replicate what a fourth class could do. And he could accomplish things that were impossible to others. That was a benefit of being an Azure Dragon. When he had to create water for himself, he'd always be restricted to his level. But if he could find a source, August let that tree root hit his shoulder because he needed that second of time to focus on other things. The girl had summoned this forest with her mana. It was created without a natural ecosystem, which meant there weren't any lakes or water sources nearby that he could take advantage of. However, she still used trees, and trees couldn't survive without water. Boom! August's power spread across the entire forest. His senses melded in with any water that he could find, and as he pulled his arms towards himself, the water responded to his call. At first, she thought she was going to win easily. She knew he would be here, and that was her only reason for participating, but for what she'd heard about him, August was still a youth who was in his growth stage. He wasn't meant to be powerful. However, the scene she was seeing now proved her wrong. She could feel the vitality draining from the forest. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to provoke him like that. She thought he would calm down after a little bit of fighting, but the calm demeanor he usually had didn't translate to battle. I thought he was supposed to be innocent and naive. However, the killing intent that had been embedded in all of the water flowing out of the dying trees told a different story. The girl's thoughts were light. It didn't seem like she wanted to be his enemy. But August didn't know that. He felt his power growing. He felt himself healing as the vitality from the water was transferred into him. Okay. He never stopped moving, nor did the girl stop trying to attack him. His body was swerving everywhere, supported by jets of water as he zipped through the air. None of the roots were hitting him anymore, but they did make it harder for him to aim. But with all of this water, August's eyes sharpened. I don't need to aim. Boom! His mana raged. If he kept fighting like this, he'd eventually run out, but he wasn't thinking about that. He focused on the mana. He didn't try to force it to change shape, since that went against the nature of water. Instead, he supported its flow and suggested it a path. The mana responded to him with the same feelings he put into it. The relationship he'd formed with the energy over the few years he'd lived allowed him to communicate with it in ways others simply couldn't. It formed into a shape it would have never otherwise reached. It adopted a hostility that was uncharacteristic of water solely for his sake. And as the girl watched on, August managed to form an attack that even she didn't think she'd be capable of. Shit. She smiled wryly as she looked at it. I think I need to clarify things before we keep fighting. Chapter 1640, Elimination. Chapter 1640, Elimination. 5, Clarification. It would definitely be nice, but it was too late for something like that to stop August. He wasn't ready to listen to reason. Definitely not if it came from the girl who created this entire situation in the first place. Humans formed their original mana techniques by watching animals and learning from their habits. That was because humanity itself was an adaptive species that combined many of the best traits of said animals. However, dragons were technically animals themselves. They learned to wield mana through their own actions. They used their claws and teeth to attack, so they evolved to use their claws and teeth to attack. Even breath attacks formed by utilizing the same concept as a dragon's roar, which was why dragons always roared when they let loose their breath. Wasn't that quite constraining? To use no other inspiration but the movement and capabilities of one's own body was only useful until a certain point. Humans eventually branched out. They studied the stars and the world, the elements, and their own unique traits like weapon handling. Eventually, the human training method became so diverse that it couldn't even be considered a method anymore. It was not a single doctrine, but so many that even the least talented and equipped people could find a way to learn at least a part of it. Then what about dragons? What did they do when they found that their base capabilities weren't enough anymore? Well, that truly depended on the dragon. For some, their elemental abilities combined with their physical strength were enough. Dragons were naturally gifted, so even if their techniques remained basic, they'd be able to dominate others with power alone. The Ignis clan was like this. While their techniques were developed, they could still only be used through claws or teeth like their ancient ancestors. The ones who diverged from this belief were those who came to be known as scholars. Just like their human counterparts, they studied the world and the stars above. But because they were dragons, their perception of these concepts was different. The techniques they created didn't hold any resemblance to human techniques, and the comprehensions within them could only be understood by other dragons. It was hard to describe that branch of perception. August had to experience it firsthand through Qinglong to even properly adopt it. It completely and utterly clashed with his father's worldview. But that disharmony was actually more helpful than anything else. They were two completely different perspectives that couldn't be combined. When they were placed within a single person's mind, their clashing ideologies could create magic. The shape of August's mana was that of a dragon. In a very human way, he mimicked another being to form the vessel that his power would use. It was an eastern dragon, resembling the Noct, Aurora, and Ether clans in its appearance. But within, the comprehensions were all draconic. They came from a worldview of a being who was far more in tune with the world itself than a human. It was formed based off of the perceptions of a dragon who could truly meld with the water and become one. This was one of the main teachings of the Azure Dragon Manual that Damien created to teach him. It was, by far, the main source of August's great strength. It formed within a few seconds, not giving the girl much time to do anything. August coldly flicked his wrist, commanding it to kill her in one strike. Hush! The wind ripped apart as the dragon traveled through the air as if it were alive. Its body waved as if it was truly propelling itself with its physical capabilities, and its eyes contained a strange mirage of spirituality that couldn't be distinguished from reality. It seemed to move slowly because its every minute movement could be discerned by the naked eye, but that wasn't the case at all. The girl's perception of time had slowed. It was in front of her so fast that she barely had time to put up a barrier. Still, she was a fourth-class dragon. She didn't earn that power by just sitting around and meditating. Boom! The water dragon crashed against a thick barrier of wood. The instant it lost its form, the amount of water within ballooned explosively. It aggressively flowed around both sides and over the top of the shield, flooding everything in its path. A huge wave formed on each side of the wooden barrier and rushed past the girl. After moving for several dozens of feet, they froze, blocking all but one escape route that was too far away to be viable. Meanwhile, the water that was slamming into the shield and over it took on completely different properties. It got faster and faster, using mana to accumulate more and more energy. Its pressure increased, and the area that it targeted became much smaller. August could feel the energy draining from his body to support the reaction, but he continued to push forward. Steam rose and turned into smoke as the water reached a temperature that burned the wood into ashes. Shio! The girl was immediately forced to dodge to the side as a jet of water faster than a bullet rushed past her face. Her expression changed as she felt the integrity of her shield fading. This is dangerous. She'd been trapped and cornered. If she tried to attack back now, the situation would escalate to a point where it couldn't be controlled anymore. And if that happens, I might be able to take him down, but I'll definitely go down with him. She didn't need any more proof after feeling what was happening on the other side her barrier. I need to stop this. Shio! 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 One by one, similar jets rushed past and tried to kill her. The girl was able to evade them since she could sense where they'd come from, but if the entire force of the water on the other side managed to get through, she wouldn't have anywhere left to dodge. Tisich, the girl took most of her mana out of the shield and directed it at the ground. Immediately, several tree roots sprung up and grabbed her ankles, pulling her into the dirt. She didn't control the earth, so she couldn't necessarily do something like this safely, but August didn't leave her with any other options. As he continued to attack her barrier, she tunneled through the ground, following the paths her roots had laid out before until she was directly under him. Now, she was covered in a film of mana that helped her breathe and conceal herself. She waited patiently until... Boom! Her shield exploded, as did the ground above her. August barely had time to recognize that she was no longer trapped. His eyes went down as he heard the forceful destruction of the ground, and the first thing he saw was a girl with green hair charging at him with everything she had. He moved his arms, ready to attack again, however. Ah! Bang! He wasn't expecting her to let out a war cry and tackle him. Huh! August inadvertently exclaimed as the two of them crashed to the floor. He didn't know what she was trying to do, but she'd given him the perfect opportunity. Drawing his hand off of the ground, he formed a blade of water in his grasp. Killing was something that came easily to August, or so he'd thought. But now that the moment came, he found himself hesitating, if only for a second, before actually making the necessary movements. Still, a second was all the girl needed. "Wait!" she shouted, taking his attention off of the blade and putting it on her. It was a last-ditch plan, meant to be used if conversation was no longer an option. She didn't think they'd reach that point within 5 minutes of meeting, but such was the situation. She didn't know what use it would have, but she'd been instructed to do it, so she followed. The girl's draconic aura flared outward. Her lineage fully expressed itself. August furrowed his brows, not understanding what she was trying to do. He continued to swing his blade for her, but half a second before he froze. Wait! Despite his rampant desire to kill, he was still rational. He sensed something off and stopped himself before he could do anything he'd regret. That bloodline. August frowned. It's familiar. He didn't know who this girl was. That much was certain. However, if he'd felt that bloodline before, then there was only one answer. She is not my enemy. August had never met an enemy dragon before. The only auras he recognized were all allies and friends. If she was related to one of them, wow. August dropped his hand, letting the water blade sink into the dirt. I almost messed up. Big time. Chapter 1641, Elimination. Chapter 1641, Elimination 6. August sighed to himself. Who are you? He asked the question that definitely should have been asked a long time ago. The girl also relaxed after seeing that he'd lost his killing intent. She got off of him and straightened her clothes, patting her chest in relief. I was wondering when you were going to ask. You really act before thinking, don't you? Not usually, but you asked for it, didn't you? How else was I supposed to respond? The girl shrugged. It really isn't my fault. If I knew you would react that way, I would have never started off like that. You can't blame me for wanting to look mysterious. August rolled his eyes. He was calmer now, so he was able to put away his hostility, but he still didn't like that she'd evaded the first question. Am I getting an introduction anytime soon? All right, I forgot about that. The girl smiled sheepishly and held out her hand. My name is Valerie Ravel, she said as August grabbed her hand. She helped him up while continuing. I don't know if you remember, but you met my grandpa when you were still a kid. August's eyes widened. Everything became clear at that moment. Alcarist Ravel was the name of the wood holy dragon who'd helped him when he first transformed into his true body. Damien made sure that August knew the names of all 16 ancestors who helped him back then. He eventually needed to repay their favor, and beyond that, they would be a great help in his quest to take the throne. He learned that wood dragons were a rare species. They didn't have the same reproductive capabilities as the rest of their species, only birthing a child once every 10 millennia. In return, they were able to have children later in their lifetimes compared to others. Even the oldest wood dragons would still have a part in reproducing, since every single one of them knew how important it was to increase their numbers. Back when Alcarist was a holy dragon, he only had one son and one daughter. His entire clan had less than 1,000 dragons in it. Now that so much time had passed, not only had Alcarist's children grown up, but they'd also had many of their own children. The Wood Dragon clan was booming now. It was not quite a holy clan yet, but it was almost at that level. They had lived in hiding because they wanted peace, but it seemed like August's birth changed their stance. Grandpa said that a new Azure Dragon had been born. I don't really know what that means, but he made it sound super important, Valerie explained. I see, August said, nodding his head. If Senior Alcarist is the one who told you, then it all makes sense. Those 16 ancestors all knew what he was. They'd been there during his first transformation, before his aura was ever concealed. They'd lived for long enough to see Qinglong when he was the Dragon Emperor, so it was only natural for them to understand his origins. Damien made sure they were sworn to silence on the matter. However, the oath only applied when they were trying to harm August with the information they had. But why are you here? It couldn't be because of the air wars. She didn't need to participate in the elimination round if she wanted to participate. It also couldn't have been out of sheer curiosity. Alcarist wasn't one to allow such reckless action. The only possible way for him to let her participate in this competition was, apparently Grandpa wants me to go out to gain experience. He said that this place would be good for my training. And more importantly, he said that a certain Azure Dragon could probably use my help. Valerie looked August up and down. Though it doesn't seem like you really need it. August smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's already behind us. August nodded. She was flattering him, but he knew otherwise. He definitely needed help. Maybe not in the air wars, but definitely in everything that came after. Alcarist had sent her knowing this. Her presence was a token of the entire Ravel clan support. They were fellows who shared the same goals as him. More importantly, if they were willing to back him in a situation where he actually had to go to war with the Holy Clans, then August could act with a lot more confidence. He obviously didn't know how far their willingness to help went, but he was hoping for the best from a man who went as far as to come out of seclusion to help him gain confidence. Even if it ended up being a minimal amount of support, August was still immensely grateful. There were people who wanted to see him succeed. That meant more than Valerie could ever know. Let me reintroduce myself, August said, his tone more formal. My name is Auguste Void. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Valerie gave him a strange look. She couldn't help but laugh. What? What did I do? August asked, slightly offended. Nothing, Valerie responded, still trying to stifle her laugh. It's just funny to see you acting all adult-like. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't I say it's nothing, you brat? Valerie stepped forward and in one move, put him in a headlock and started ruffling his hair. Did you forget that you're only 10? What are you doing acting like my dad? Oi! Oi! August exclaimed, tried to pull her arm off of him. That's just how I am. Let me go already. Oh, that's just how you are? Really? August didn't know how he'd gotten into this situation, but he found himself being relentlessly teased by a girl he only just met. He had to admit that this was the first time someone other than his father actually treated him like he was a child. It wasn't like he didn't understand what she was thinking, but he really was just like that. He had been seeing an old man's memories every single night for far too long for him to not act like one. What was he supposed to do? The actual competitive part of the elimination round ended when August decided not to kill her. August ended up trying to wrestle Valerie off of him. They ended up on the ground and got covered in mud before he got her off of him. At that point, they started sparring. They didn't get to finish their previous fight, and they were quite competitive people. Plus, if it looked too still in the forest after all of the mayhem they caused earlier, what would people think when they both walked out without many injuries? They at least had to simulate a fight, and they were both curious about who would actually win. August was more than able to fight her on equal terms. If they both went all out, would she be able to hold an advantage just because she was stronger on paper? They fought to find out, and they fought well. Well, for just a minute or two. Just as they got into it, they heard horns blaring all around them. Huh? Oh, right. They suddenly remembered where they were. In the 15 or so minutes that they spent fighting, the situation had changed massively outside. The elimination round was forced to come to an abrupt halt. After all, rather than the 50 people they had originally planned to pass, only 15 remained. Chapter 1642 Gratitude. Chapter 1642 Gratitude. 1. There were around 80 people left in the elimination round when August first entered the forest. It was around half the number of those who entered, but it was still a decent amount. If things went as they were meant to, the battle would continue for another hour at least as these geniuses started confronting each other in single combat and abandoning their groups. It was especially so since Valerie had stepped away from the battle to find August. The only ones left with immense power in the arena were Lucas Stroll, the Ice User, and Ophelia Banner, the Fire Elementalist. And they barreled through their opposition. It was hard for anyone in the arena to stand against them, and with their power, they could wipe out every single one of them in a minute if they wanted to. The only reason they weren't using the full extent of a fourth-class dragon's power was because they were testing their fellow participants. They didn't just want to destroy people weaker than them. They wanted to preserve the sanctity of the Air Wars tradition by only allowing geniuses to pass. In fact, of the 80 who were still in the arena, 5 of them had been spared by the duo and deemed worthy. Those 5 were standing behind the line they created, not really sure what they were meant to do. After all, they'd lost. They weren't supposed to remain, but they had. The arena itself looked strange now. The entire middle was split by a triangular area of forest that Valerie had created. Tremors and explosions shook the very foundation of that forest. Occasionally, one could feel a burst of power or see something peek above the canopy to indicate what was happening inside. It intrigued not just the crowd, but also those fighting in the arena. Ophelia and Lucas were deeply curious about who Valerie had met that could make her fight on such a level. But they'd find out when the round ended, so they didn't fret over it. On each side of the forest, fire and ice raged as they continued their attack, somehow not affecting the trees in the slightest. Boom! 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 Roair. Ophelia was extremely aggressive. Her fighting style was similar to what the Ignis clan and other fire dragons preferred. Flames were king. Fire was above all else. In order to prove the strength of their element, they didn't focus too much on making their techniques fancy and filled with intricacies. It was the most basic form of power. She slashed her claws out and created huge, billowing flames that enveloped countless people. She roared with her entire heart, letting loose beams of fire that incinerated even the arena grounds. Lucas was her polar opposite in many ways. Even humans were influenced by their elements, so it was unsurprising that dragons, who were born far closer to them than humans, would have similar tendencies. The conflict between fire and ice users had presented itself countless times through Damien's century of adventure through the universe. Except for unique cases like Feng Qing and Lunarius Snow from the 3000 Beast Mountain range, almost all fire and ice users formed rivalries or feuds solely based on the views they developed through their abilities. In this moment, they were united, but they'd been dying to fight each other since the moment they met. They would have to wait until they were on a bigger stage. Currently, they had different goals. There honestly weren't that many people who could meet their standards. Even the 15 who were left by the time they were done were only standing because the announcer managed to stop the 2 wild geniuses before they could eliminate everyone in the arena. Nobody did anything noteworthy. Aside from the original 5, the rest were quite literally just lucky. That included Melania. Stop! The battle is over. The announcer's mildly panicked yet incredibly stern voice resounded through the arena. It barely made its way over the crowd's cheers, but Ophelia and Lucas still stopped as he asked. They couldn't offend the administration running the competition when they were participants themselves, could they? To them, it was a bit of a shame that the last 10 people were still conscious, but to Melania and the rest, it was heaven's gift. Could I have survived? They saw the waves of fire and ice that approached closer and closer to them. They saw as people tried their best to defend themselves, only to end up in corpse-like states riddled across the ground. How many of them were able to even think of formulating a counterattack? Not a single one. Only those 5 who stood behind them. They had passed precisely because they tried to put up a fight before losing. Melania wasn't certain if she could do it, especially with her current fighting style. She wasn't afraid to try. Her mentality was there. But with today's event, she learned what real geniuses looked like. August was at least still a third-class being. Even if his talent was unbelievable, the strength he'd reached at his age wasn't too far away from her. These 2, or rather 3, on the other hand, could she ever match up to them? It was a serious doubt that plagued her mind. On top of that, where is he? She hadn't forgotten about what she wanted to do here. She had been looking everywhere for August, but after being unable to find him despite truly making use of the entire battlefield, she was forced to believe that he'd been eliminated. Contestants, please come forward. Though, his job became redundant when the battle became more of a fight for survival. Everything was a bit jumbled from the perspective of those in the arena. Only when the announcer said those words did their perception of the world return to what everyone else had been seeing. It was also when they began paying attention to the announcer, who'd actually been speaking through the entire battle. He'd highlighted the parts that people would be most interested to see so that the crowd didn't have to figure out what was happening on their own. Though, his job became redundant when the battle became more of a fight for survival. That was beside the point. The most important part was that the crowd was absolutely enamored with what they saw. That was the original goal of having an announcer in the first place, so he didn't take too much offense. The geniuses stepped forward as he asked. They all put away their mana and walked to the center of the arena. The forest that once inhabited that space was fading, dispersing into mana. Left in the center were two people. When others saw them, they were immediately shocked. Valerie had shown her skill before she started fighting August. She sat in the forest without even showing herself. Yet, she took out enough geniuses to match Ophelia and Lucas. Those who saw August rush into the forest thought he was going to lose for sure. However, they've been proven wrong multiple times already. This moment stuck the nail in the coffin. August and Valerie were both still standing. Covered in wounds, sure, but they were in good enough condition to fit in with the geniuses around them. Ophelia went to August's side while Lucas stood next to Valerie. They both eyed the boy they'd never seen before as the other geniuses lined up next to them, facing the head of the arena. "Everyone, do you see them?" The announcer yelled, his draconic voice echoing and booming off the walls. "These are your geniuses. These are the youths who will represent the people in the coming air wars. They are 15, not 50. However, their might has already been proven." Wah, wah. The rush of cheers overwhelmed a lot of them. August, Melania, and most of the other commoners had dumbfounded expressions on their faces when they finally realized how many people they'd been fighting in front of. It wasn't a number in the mere hundreds or thousands. Tens of thousands of people were crowded into the stands, roaring with their hearts to support the geniuses who would represent them. Do you want to see them fight again? Do you want to see them rise and face challenges beyond anything they've ever faced before? The announcer grinned as he heard the crowd's affirmation. Then you won't have to wait long. He finished his sentence, pausing for effect. The Air Wars, the event you've all been waiting for. Phew. August took a deep breath, closing his eyes and reopening them. He scanned the crowd until he felt a certain aura calling for him. Turning his eyes in that direction, he saw the person he wanted to see and grinned. It officially starts now. The first stage was over. Originally, there would have been a few months separating the elimination round and the true Air Wars, but all of that had changed. The Air Wars would begin as soon as possible. The announcer had just officially confirmed it, and to be one of only 65 people who had the qualifications to participate, August had to admit, he really loved this feeling. Chapter 1643 Gratitude. Chapter 1643 Gratitude. 2. For the crowd, it really was an event to remember. The entire thing seemed to be plotted out well, keeping a sort of continuity that let them feel like they were really part of the action. For the geniuses, on the other hand, it was a completely different experience. They showed up, heard the horns, fought, and left. At first, they were too focused. By the end, they were too weary to pay attention to anything else. There was no closing ceremony. After all, they were all winners, so there wasn't much of a ceremony to hold. They stood shoulder to shoulder and listened to the crowd for a few minutes before being ushered off through a door embedded in the side of the arena. It led to a place that visitors couldn't reach. Only then were they allowed to relax. August immediately collapsed against a nearby wall, creating water to drink. It tasted like manna, but that was fine since he didn't really mind it. Others usually felt awkward about drinking water they created. Damn, I wish we got a finish. Valerie stood next to him. She hadn't been able to complain about their battle being cut short since they were in front of a crowd. But now that they were alone, she could truly let loose. I mean, I get that the battle had to end. Those two went overboard. But still, they could have waited for a few more minutes, right? That was never going to happen. August wasn't the one talking. At some point, The two in question had walked up to them and decided to join the conversation. "You are August Voy, correct?" Lucas said, looking at him. He was looking down since August was the only one seated, but his gaze didn't contain any notes of condescension. If he was able to survive for so long against Valerie and even wound her a bit, then he was someone worth respecting. Lucas nodded as he shook it. "I look forward to seeing what you're capable of." "That is indeed my name," August replied with a smile, holding his hand out. Lucas nodded as he shook it. "I look forward to seeing what you're capable of." "You as well." August and Ophelia exchanged similar greetings, though she was a bit more direct than the icy Lucas. Her words were something along the lines of, "Next round, you'll fight me. I want to see what you're made of," though she didn't sound like she was being intentionally rude, so August didn't take it to heart. The geniuses were being kept in this room. They were resting, sure, but they weren't allowed to leave. It wasn't made clear yet why exactly this was the case, but since it was probably related to the Air Wars, none of them made a fuss about it. August sat and breathed calmly, focusing on that more than anything else while a conversation budded around him. These three, they were treating him kindly because they saw him as an equal. That's a lot of pressure. August knew they were stronger than him. His advantages were only enough to let him fight them. Whether he could win or not was not really a question in his mind. "I know the answer, and the fact that the Air Wars aren't going to start a few months from now makes that a difficult thing to think about." August needed to reach 4th class. Now more than ever, it was important. The elimination round isn't over. No, the entire Air Wars was an elimination round. He had to pass and pass and pass, never losing even once. Otherwise, all of his goals would go up in flames. A new Dragon Emperor heir would be chosen, and if he tried to rise up as a competitor to that person, he'd have to face a far harsher and less heroic path. August had a lot to think about. It was a relatively short battle, but it was more than enough to teach him the things he needed to improve on. I was focusing on the wrong things all along. His techniques weren't the main problem. If he continued to use them in the way that fit him best, then they would naturally be molded as he grew. I need to focus on the foundational parts of the manual. He was already prepared to go into the mountains and train. The question was, how much time would he have? As August pondered on it, a certain head peeked around the corner. "August!" His gaze was drawn, along with those around him, who stopped their conversation to see who'd arrived. After realizing that she was a face they didn't know, Lucas and Ophelia lost interest. As for Valerie, she looked at August to see his reaction. "I'll be right back," he said, excusing himself. Valerie nodded and returned to her conversation with the other two. Occupying them was better for him, since their views towards the less talented were not so friendly. August slipped away from a group and turned the corner. Melania was already gone, but she'd left a path for him to follow. What's up with this? He didn't really understand her actions, but perhaps that was because he wasn't in her position. To her, Lucas and Ophelia meant something completely different. Nevertheless, August followed the trail and eventually found himself in a different connected room, where Melania was waiting for him. When he arrived, her face instantly lit up. "I knew you wouldn't be eliminated so easily." "You thought I was eliminated?" August replied, looking slightly offended. "I couldn't find you, so I had no choice." August shrugged. It was understandable indeed. A slight lull fell between them. August didn't really know what to talk about, considering their last interaction. Melania, on the other hand, just needed a few moments to prepare herself. Once she had, she immediately bowed a full 90 degrees in his direction. "Thank you." She had been dying to say it. "I'm really sorry for the way I acted back then. For you to still come back and give me gratitude, you don't understand how much that meant for me and my family." She didn't want to bore him with her life story. She also wasn't trying to appeal to his pity by letting him know what she'd been through. All Melania wanted was to convey her gratitude to him by any means possible. "Even if you wanted to serve you for life, I'll do it without hesitation. If you have anything you want, then please ask me without worry. I can't let a favor as big as this one go unrepaid." August was shocked by her sincerity. It came out of nowhere, especially when he considered his actions nothing more than a small act of kindness. But Melania was serious. The look in her eyes told him that nothing could convince her otherwise. He smiled somewhat helplessly. Actually, there's one thing I wanted. Really? What is it? I'll really do anything as long as it's not, well, never mind. August snickered a little. He didn't remember Melania being this jittery, but it was definitely fun seeing a side of her that acted more her age. Is this what Valerie was thinking when we met? He couldn't say he didn't understand the sentiment. Acting more my age. Maybe he could try it sometime. But for now, there is something more important. The one thing I've wanted since you showed me kindness back then. How about becoming friends? Friends, Melania echoed. Yeah, friends and allies who support each other when things get difficult. That's what I want us to be. Melania's eyes widened slightly. Of all the requests she was expecting to hear, this was not one of them. She couldn't help but smile. Friends, she muttered. That doesn't sound too bad at all. August returned her smile. Yes, friends. That was all they were now. But eventually, they would become allies who would conquer the world together. And that was August's one true wish. Chapter 1644 Scheme. Chapter 1644 Scheme. While Melania expected a lot worse. The people she saw on a daily basis would have reacted to such a proposition completely differently. If she offered to do anything to repay the favor she was given, then their minds would immediately go to places that would end in her exploitation. August was different from them. She'd seen this from his behavior and the fact that her siblings liked him. Deciding to trust him was a leap of faith on her part, but she felt it was the least she could do after what he'd done for her. So she said it. She said that she would give him everything if he asked for it, and for him to just say that he wanted to be friends. She wanted to laugh at herself for worrying in the first place. It was easy for them to establish a friendship. Their personalities meshed well, especially when Melania put her guard down. Though they'd had different experiences in life, perhaps that was what allowed them to get along well from the start. They wanted to learn from each other with a basis of respect. The lack of arrogance was all it took. August originally meant to talk to Melania for just a bit before returning to Valerie and the rest, but they ended up getting to know each other for several minutes. As their conversation continued, the two of them had their attention grabbed by a bell that sounded in the main room. When they left to go look at it, they found the other 13 also gathering. A stranger was standing at the door through which they entered, seemingly waiting for them to notice him. Once they'd formed a small crowd, he opened his mouth and started talking. You may be wondering what happens next, he said, looking over them. For the sake of fairness, you will only be made aware of the actual challenges you face in the air wars when you arrive in the arena. This holds true for the nobles as well. The only information you will be given beforehand is when you will be tested, and depending on the situation, who you will be facing. The statement elicited many nods from the crowd of geniuses. Knowing what the challenges actually were was a huge advantage. If anyone was able to hold it, others wouldn't be able to compete in the slightest. Honestly, August and most others didn't believe that nobles would follow the rules and regulations. They had too many opportunities to circumvent such things. Giving them an inherent advantage over their competitors would ensure that a commoner didn't end up on the throne. It surely sounded like something the noble clans would do. The organization that controlled the testing didn't belong to the holy clans or the nobles. They were only somewhat involved. The main force controlling these matters was the Dragon Emperor's personal troop. They took care of the most important matters so that others couldn't interfere. Still, their reputation couldn't pertain to every single individual. There were sure to be people who were willing to provide information to those who could purchase it, but August and the rest just had to trust in the words of this man until they had seen it for themselves. In the end, it would be quite obvious if it happened, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, the man continued, unaware of their worries. I will now distribute your emblems. Using these, you can learn about when you specifically will be participating. It can automatically teleport you to the arena when the time comes, and if you so wish, you can use it to view the leaderboard that will show you who is still in the competition and who is in the lead. The man nodded, knocked on the door behind him, leading another to enter the room. He immediately scanned the geniuses before approaching them one by one, giving them their emblems. August received his after most of the others since he was near the back of the crowd. As he gazed at it, he listened to the man's words. Please press your mana and a drop of blood into the emblem. It will be bound to you thereafter. August frowned. My blood? What was the purpose of that? A device like this could easily be bound using mana alone. In fact, it was a far better way to identify someone than blood. After all, one needed to draw blood before ever being able to examine it. Mana existet naturali. Even those who hid their auras couldn't remain concealed when they actually used mana for anything. An expert could recognize someone's mana from thousands of kilometers away. Each individual signature was simply that distinguishable. It also couldn't easily be replicated or forged. As such, devices like these always use mana. Only less developed societies, like some of those in the lower universe, needed to use something like blood. For Aurelian to resort to these backwards methods, the blood isn't for binding the emblem. It had an entirely different purpose. Let's stay cautious. August didn't immediately bind the emblem, waiting until he was alone to test it first. Melania, who was next to him, did the same. She didn't know why, but she decided to trust August's actions and wait. Nevertheless, as the rest of the geniuses bound their emblems, the man nodded. The next round will begin in 2 weeks. You can see if you're participating through your emblems. All other information you might find necessary will also be there. It was a system that allowed geniuses to stay informed without needing to find people to inform them, which was convenient. That is all. And the man seemed to believe that it was better for them to learn the rest on their own. His only job was to deliver their emblems. Now that it was done, he was more than happy to leave. There was one more thing for him to say before he left. You can leave at any time. However, I would not recommend it. There are quite a lot of people trying to find you right now. They had become overnight celebrities, so naturally, there were crowds outside waiting for them to leave. It made life inconvenient, but what were they meant to do? They had become overnight celebrities, so naturally, there were crowds outside waiting for them to leave. It made life inconvenient, but what were they meant to do? They were all aiming for the Dragon Emperor position, so this kind of treatment was simply something they needed to get used to. Some of them left, and some others stayed. Lucas and Ophelia went their own ways the second they had the opportunity. A few of the geniuses rode their coattails to make an escape without facing the crowd. Valerie stayed with August, who stayed back in a room with Melania. To him, leaving right now was just pointless. He did have an artifact that would allow him to subvert everything waiting outside, but there were too many people around for him to ever think about using it. So, as he waited for the crowds to die down after satisfying their excitement through Lucas and Ophelia, he started investigating his emblem. There was a scheme hidden within, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 1645 Scheme. Chapter 1645 Scheme 2. August pretty much knew what he was looking for. All he needed to do was confirm. Unfortunately, I'm still weak. He couldn't do it on his own. He was talented, sure, but he was not yet powerful. He and those around him could not stand against those who could actually move the world. If Dad were to fight against any of them, they'd all lose faith in their talent. That was the disparity between them and the true experts. Speaking of Dad, August's eyes brightened. He can definitely help with this. His father could do anything. They'd been apart for only a week and a few days, but August had already experienced so much. He saw Damien in the crowd when the battle ended. Knowing him, he was probably waiting for August to find him. But he won't just be part of the crowd. August changed his mind. I have to go, he said to the 2 girls nearby. Where to? Valerie responded. I'm going to find my dad, August replied. Your dad? As in, can I come too? Valerie's eyes were practically shining. Damien was someone she'd heard many stories about in recent times. From what her grandpa told her, he was a man whose existence was unreasonable even by dragon standards. She wanted to meet such a being. She was practically begging with her eyes as she stared at him. I don't mind, he said with a smile. Why don't both of you come? Me too, Melania asked. Of course. Why not? August wanted his dad to meet his new friends. More importantly, he wanted Valerie and Melania to get acquainted. They had exchanged greetings a bit ago, but that was about it. Their only connection was August, after all. If the 2 of them were going to be his companions from now on, then they would have to learn to like each other. Perhaps having them spend time together would make them closer? That was August's train of thought. He should be outside somewhere. I saw him in the stands before, but I'm sure it's not going to be easy. The girls were confused, but August just smiled. His father was never the type of person to give him anything easily. He had to earn it if he wanted it. Actually, he probably already knows about the emblem problem. If so, then he would make it even harder. I should get started as soon as possible. The field is bigger than it used to be. Usually, their elaborate game of hide-and-seek would only cover Viridea Mountain. The arena was located in a city called Fort Halia, which was completely unfamiliar to August. Damien was going to be somewhere in the city. That much August could assure. However, we're in the city, whether it be in a random store on the side of the street or at the top of the tallest building, Damien's location would be something August had to actually use his brain to find. Nevertheless, the first challenge was the same as what everyone else faced. Let's find a way out of here without being swarmed. The crowd outside was filled with vultures, and they needed to escape without alerting even a single one. It was hard to really play games with a dragon. Damien had to find ways to keep his son entertained with things that didn't have to do with training. Books did a good job. August loved to learn, so it was easy to keep him entertained when he was in the house. However, outdoor activities were a bit different. They could go flying every once in a while, but they couldn't do it too often. A dragon's version of fun would usually require another dragon to complete, and since Damien wasn't a member of their race, he had to find a way to compensate. After all, he was still a human. Even if he turned into a dragon when August wanted him to, he couldn't raise him entirely as a dragon. Instead, he found another way for them to play. It was, in fact, an elaborate game of hide and seek. Damien's job was to put himself in a place where nobody would think to look. Sometimes he would even disguise himself as a different person to throw August off. Meanwhile, August had to use his mind to find out where Damien was using the clues he left behind, and he needed to exercise his body to run around and actually chase his tail. The first time they played, Damien found that this game was the perfect way to satisfy all of August's needs. It became a sort of tradition for them, and when he started to get more serious about training, he incorporated the game into it as well. In the current situation, Damien decided to be even more creative with his hiding spot. He transformed into a fire dragon in aura and appearance. Once that was over, he found his way into the VIP section of one of the most prestigious institutions in the entire city. This place was hidden and inaccessible to those who didn't know about it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for August to find him. But that boy's intuition can hardly be called logical. August was able to infer things that were scarily close to the truth based on little to no information. Even taking the current situation into account, August was absolutely correct. Damien had indeed hidden himself in the city and made it harder than ever to find him. He had already learned that there was a problem with the emblems. Hell, he had already dissected the problem and unveiled the entire plot behind it. If it was August, even a place like this wouldn't be able to stump him. Anyway, while I wait, the problem with the emblems was one of many things Damien uncovered as he journeyed through Aurelian to find the Dragon Emperor. It's been so long, but that still isn't done. Damien smiled wryly. He thought it would be easy. With his current power, sensing the locations and entrances of the Holy Clan hidden territories was light work. He could infiltrate any of them if he so pleased. However, he couldn't find anything at all that led to the Dragon Emperor. At first, I thought he was a fake. For a second, Damien even believed that the Dragon Emperor was a being that the Holy Clans simply made up to keep their power solid and support their agendas. But he definitely exists. The problem is, I think he ended up in a situation similar to Qinglong. From what Damien could tell, the Dragon Emperor was basically being used as a puppet by the Holy Clans. Still, he was trying his best to maintain his influence. His people had revealed themselves when the Air Wars began, surprising and confusing the Holy Clans. They were put into a situation where they couldn't act against him because his role in society had become absolutely vital. They couldn't touch the Air Wars process either since they were bound by their blood. The sacred tradition of the Kingdom of Dragons couldn't be interrupted or interfered with by anyone except the Dragon Emperor himself. No dragon could disobey that rule. The Dragon Emperor was hidden somewhere in Aurelian. And while Damien took a break to attend August's big event, his clone continued to search unceasingly for clues. I guess this isn't the only game of hide and seek going on. The Dragon Emperor was doing to Damien exactly what he was doing to August. It was a bit of a funny comparison. Still, if my son can find me against all odds, then he could find the Dragon Emperor. Was it logical? Not quite. But was it true? Well, Chapter 16, 46 Hide and Seek. Chapter 16, 46 Hide and Seek. 1. It had been mentioned before, but Damien didn't leave August to figure it all out on his own. He'd left clues all throughout Fort Halia that would eventually lead him to the right place. It obviously wouldn't be easy, but it was absolutely possible, even with the particular uniqueness of Damien's current hiding place. Damien believed in his son, and August believed in his ability to read his father. Making it out of the crowd was a problem at first, but for geniuses who put their mind to it, evading regular civilians wasn't a problem at all. In a situation like this, they were permitted to use their power, weren't they? August was able to maneuver in such a way that he could avoid all prying eyes without a problem. Valerie was more high profile, but after seeing her performance in the arena, hardly anyone was willing to stand in her way. Melania didn't have either of those traits. She was good at concealing herself, but only at a basic level for now. Still, she had the least problems out of any of them. Her presence during the battle was barely a thing. So even when she left the same area as the other geniuses, people decided to focus on those like Valerie instead, so she was able to get through without a problem. It was a bit humiliating, but since August and Valerie didn't see it that way, Melania was less self-conscious about it. Nevertheless, the three of them escaped the arena and met up at a nearby cafe to discuss strategy. August had somewhat explained the game to them. They had to follow his lead since he was the only one who could track the clues left for them, but both Valerie and Melania were prepared to play any role they could to help. Though, they didn't believe it would be that hard. It was just a friendly game between father and son, right? What was the worst that could happen? August didn't bother telling them otherwise, since they'd find out on their own soon enough. First off, clues. Knowing my dad, the first clue is going to be super obvious. It's going to get progressively harder from there, but we can worry about that later, he said, involving the other two in his thought process. The question now is, where is that obvious place? He didn't know anything about this city. He could spend time learning if he wanted to, but what was the purpose of having teammates if the work wasn't distributed? Melania hadn't left Aragon before, so she couldn't help in this area. But Valerie had explored a decent amount of the kingdom under the guidance of her clansmen, so it was different on her side. Fort Halia isn't a crazy popular city, but it's still a spot that tourists really enjoy. There are a few monuments that matter more than others, but if it's as obvious of a spot as you say, then it has to be a staple of this city, Valerie said, her brows furrowed. If I had to guess, then the best place to start would be the Monument of Truth. The Monument of Truth? August echoed. Yeah, it's not really anything special. It's just called that. Anyway, it'd be too boring to just talk about it, so I'll just take you there. August nodded, and Melania also agreed. Fort Halia was a port city, or at least the draconic equivalent of one. They didn't need to use the seas to trade with others, but there were several clans that lived in the water. They would surface at places like Fort Halia to accumulate resources and trade for things they couldn't get in their natural habitats. The Monument of Truth was located on that port at the very west end of the city, outside of the walls that allowed this place to call itself a fort. It was really just an obelisk made out of a dark obsidian-like material. Its height was commendable, but the actual artistic creativity behind its design was questionable. Still, when a well-traveled or well-informed dragon thought about Fort Halia, the Monument of Truth was one of the first things that came to mind. It was put in place when the city was first created and had withstood trials and tribulations for hundreds of thousands of years. The reason it was valued was not because of its design. It wasn't even because of the materials it was made of or its originally intended meaning. The reason people valued the Monument of Truth was because it managed to survive no matter what kind of arduous situation it was placed in. Through countless wars and countless disasters, it stood strong, reminding people of what they could do if they just kept themselves stable and refused to lose hope. As such, What was originally just a monument used to praise a long-forgotten king was now a symbol of the people, a sight that Fort Halia's denizens took pride in. August could feel their pride as he approached it, along with something else, an aura that only he'd ever be able to sense. "You were right," he said, looking at Valerie. "It looks like our quest starts here." He walked up to the obelisk with the girls. They could only follow him as he circled it before stopping at a specific spot on the side that faced the pier. "Am I allowed to touch it?" "Not if you don't want to die." Then, August reached out, his fingers just an inch away from the obelisk. There were people who immediately turned their eyes to him with hostility, but he didn't plan to move his fingers forward to cross that final gap. Instead, he took a drop of mana to the very edge of his fingertip and sought a connection with the aura he felt. Zap! Like a small arc of lightning, a bolt of mana connected August's finger to the obelisk itself. A galaxy appeared in his eyes. Darkness enveloped him and the two behind him. The obelisk flipped on its head and started ticking like the minute hand of a clock. Valerie and Melania were already confused and panicking. This situation wasn't anything like what they were expecting. August, on the other hand, was comfortable in the darkness. "It's a clock." Was this the clue, or did he have to do something else to unveil it? Since it's the first one, it would usually end here, but August started drawing in the air with his fingers. Mana was released from his hand. It first surrounded the obelisk in a circle before forming numbers, and even a second hand to complete the image of the clock. The second hand ticked according to the flow of the minute hand, and over time, as they synchronized, August saw a different picture. Coordinates. Melania was actually the one to voice it. August looked back at her in surprise. "How did you know?" I don't really know. The hands aren't really following the flow of time, so I thought they were trying to point us in a certain direction instead. The easiest way to do that is to either give us a range to explore or give us coordinates to find." It was quite an intuitive answer. Melania had spent a lot of time trying to discover what she was good at. She'd read as much as she was able to with her status, and she learned a variety of trades to support her family. Reading coordinates wasn't really a useful skill, but she learned to decipher them as part of a job that she had taken in the past. After gaining an interest in cartography, a skill that dragons didn't make much use of, she did some extensive research on her own and actually developed a decent skill set to become an explorer. Of course, she couldn't leave her family at home alone, so she never pursued that path. Still, her skills never became useless. This moment proved exactly that. "Nice," August said with a smile. Whenever Damien gave him coordinates, he'd struggle. He hardly knew his way around a map, and to understand the position of a few numbers in a place where he didn't know left from right was genuinely just impossible for him. By chance, he had someone in his party who could make up for his weaknesses. And because of that, what would have been a taxing task that took several hours or even a day to complete could be finished in a much shorter time period. "See, ancestor," August thought as his smile widened. This is why comrades are always important. He was hoping Qinglong was watching from the heavens as he gained prominence in the world. Because that ancestor of his, while they differed a lot, he was still the only blood-related family that August had. The urge to make that ancestor proud, to show him what kind of excellence he could achieve in the path he'd chosen. Moments like these helped him satisfy that urge, and it solidified his own thoughts. He would conquer this world with his comrades. Not a single one of them would be left behind in the process. He would make sure of it, no matter what it took. Chapter 16, 47 Hide and Seek. Chapter 16, 47 Hide and Seek. 2. Longitude and latitude obviously weren't universal concepts. They were defined by Earthlings to define Earth. However, the concept of having coordinates to denote locations was widespread. It was important, especially when setting up teleportation arrays. Without coordinates, arrays would have to be operated manually. That was a waste of spatial talents, wasn't it? The system in Aurelian was different from even what was used in the rest of the heavenly world. Luckily for these three, Damien had learned it and used it for their convenience. Still, it wasn't as simple as just finding coordinates and chasing them. Melania immediately went to work as the other two gave her space, decoding the code she found in the clock's movement. 5, stop, 16, stop, 20, stop. She said a total of 45 numbers. It was too many to form an actual destination by any means, but to identify those numbers, one needed to understand how to find coordinates. The actual task to accomplish with those numbers is different. In classic Damien fashion, the answer wasn't simple. Melania stepped back, staring at the clock intently as she tried to figure out what she was supposed to do. The clock has to be relevant. The Monument of Truth was important because of the time it had withstood. When they were transported into this space, they'd been faced with a clock that showed them the way. Maybe Melania curiously turned around and took a step forward. A slight yet noticeable ding sounded as her step landed. To her surprise, the ground below her foot glowed in a hazy blue color. Ding, 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 ding. She took 4 more steps forward and the light continued to follow her. However, the second she moved once more, the lights disappeared, clearly telling her that she was doing something wrong. It's a pattern. Melania went back to the start and walked again, stopping when she'd moved 5 steps forward. Stop. There were pauses in the code she decoded. Were they there to denote how long she needed to move in each direction? If it's a clock, then the movements. Melania turned to her right and took a step. As expected, she was greeted with a blue light and a ding. 15 steps later, she'd already confirmed it. Guys, follow my steps. I found the pattern. August and Valerie smiled. They'd already realized what she was doing when she took those first steps, but seeing her so excited, they let her keep the lead. They didn't really need to ask anyone to know that Melania had some insecurities about her talent and power. If she compared herself to the rest of the geniuses she was competing against, it was obvious for her to feel insecure. However, August knew from the start that she had talents worth acknowledging. With a display like this, Valerie was starting to see it too. The two of them did as she said and followed her steps. They went around in a square pattern that ended up forming a strange rectangular spiral. Their steps first took them wide, creating the larger parts of the spiral. At a certain point, they were led in a straight line that cut through the pattern so they could create the center. And when the 3 of them stood at its center, seeing the entire, frankly ugly, pattern around them, the blue lights that denoted their steps combined into a single flowing stream. The energy started to move, pulsating from the center to the outside edges, and subtly, the pattern changed until it was swirling at full speed. The floor beneath them had changed. It lost its permanence. The blue light became the entire floor, transforming everything into energy. And naturally, an ethereal floor couldn't necessarily be stood on. Whoa, don't reach out for anything. Keep your hands to your side and focus on landing properly. August warned the two, hoping to get through their surprise. He had assumed the form he recommended. His attention was focused on his legs. The 3 of them fell into the blackness of the space around them, but deep inside of it, August could see the makings of a city. It was not within the space. Rather, hush, the blackness was replaced by a clear sky. The brush of wind against their bodies reminded them that they were back in reality. However, instead of being at the Monument of Truth, they were in the sky around 1,000 feet above the tallest building in the city. This is unexpected. August's previous advice went out the window. Usually, he would be dropped close to the ground somewhere, but this time was definitely different. We can't use our dragon forms. At a time like this, one would obviously default to the form with wings. Unfortunately, it was illegal for commoners to transform unless they had received permission. They had to find a way to land safely with their bodies. Given their altitude, however, any sort of landing on the ground would kill them. The spire. August suddenly heard Valerie's voice in his head. Aim for the spire. His eyes focused on that building, the only one that was somewhat visible from this height. He then looked to find Valerie and Melania's positions. Okay, he wasn't close to them, but they weren't far away. Melania was falling, unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Valerie had already started using her mana. Vitality was birthed out of the air, and small vines immediately grew out of her hands. There wasn't much Valerie could really accomplish without the ground nearby, since most of her power relied on the forces it contained. She could still grow trees and forest around her body, but how could it spread without the Earth's vitality? If she was alone, she really would have been unable to do anything until she got closer to the ground. In this case, though, combined with her message, August understood what Valerie was thinking. He immediately went to work, summoning as much water as he possibly could. Whoosh! The ever-rushing winds made it impossible for him to transport his water to Valerie, but that was exactly where Melania came in. An earth dragon, a water dragon, and a wood dragon. Using their power together, why couldn't they replicate the properties of a natural earth? Melania provided the soil, and August provided the vitality. With those factors, Valerie was able to root her power into theirs and let her vines grow in a thickly packed structures that were stronger than tree roots. They were falling fast. The more matter they summoned, the more their overall weight was, and the faster they fell. The spire was approaching closer by the second, and what did they have to show for the time they spent airborne? Their waists were wrapped by thick vines that connected to a web of roots, shielding them from the ground. Cocoons of water enveloped them to dampen the force of impact, and dense rock armor shielded their bodies to make sure they didn't jolt too much when they suddenly came to a stop. The plan definitely wasn't to just hit the ground like this. Their preparations weren't enough to save them if that was their goal. Instead, with 8 seconds passing, this was the best they could do, and the spire was already upon them. "Get ready," August shouted out. The three of them braced themselves, and Valerie especially made sure to concentrate. Everything looked like a blur, but in that moment of truth, time slowed down. Valerie made her move. The instant before the spire made contact with the structure, the web of roots below them unraveled. Like a predator catching its prey, they instantly wrapped around the spire's roof, flinging the 3 dragons within off to the side. They swung down the side of the spire, almost crashing through its highest windows as their bodies were jerked upward by the abrupt stop. Their shoulders met their jaws. Their necks were nearly crushed, but the many provisions they'd put in place protected them from certain death. The 3 young geniuses kept their eyes closed and their bodies in position, trying their best to resist the forces acting against them until they finished bouncing and swinging from side to side. Thud! It took a solid 10 seconds for their momentum to finally disperse. Their bodies created a soft thudding sound when they hit the spire's windows, but for the most part, the water barriers crashed down to the ground below, giving the pedestrians who watched them pull such a stunt a complimentary shower with the show. It was quite a sight for said pedestrians and had definitely alerted more than just a few people. However, August, Melania, and Valerie weren't thinking about it all. They looked at each other with wide smiles on their faces. Since they'd survived, they were allowed to admit it. That was fucking fun. Wow. Valerie was the most crass of them, but she voiced their thoughts well. It was an exhilarating experience, but it was nothing more than the solution to the first clue they'd found. By August's experience, there would be at least 2 more. And as he learned to expect from his father by now, it really never gets old. He was once again surprised by a thrill unlike anything he'd imagined. Chapter 1648 Hide and Seek. Chapter 1648 Hide and Seek 3. Let's get down quickly. August came to his senses within a few seconds and quickly noticed the crowd that had gathered below. There wasn't really a law enforcement force in Aurelian, but there were means in place to deal with people who were causing mayhem. The risk of being caught was definitely a thing that August didn't want to risk. The spire itself was around 200 meters tall. They had the option to jump down, but even if they cushioned their impact, they'd end up destroying the streets. Since that wasn't possible, slowly lowering themselves with mana was definitely an option, but as they soon found out, snap! The roots holding them up snapped and rapidly dispersed into pure mana that drifted away in the wind. Actually, it wasn't just the roots, but everything they'd summoned. The 3 geniuses suddenly felt a sense of emptiness inside of them, and as they tried to find a source of that feeling, they found that they'd been placed under a restriction. Our mana is locked. As August said it, the vines that kept them suspended disappeared, and they were dropped onto the ledge below them. From this situation, it looks like we have to climb down on our own, but there should be a clue somewhere around here. They managed to stay surprisingly calm. Maybe it was because of the adrenaline pumping through their systems, but the fact that they'd been left stranded on a random ledge high above the city didn't seem that daunting anymore. More important was the quest they were on. After an experience like that, all of them were far more invested in it than they were at the start. Valerie was already plotting the best route down the spire, while Melania was observing the surroundings in search for another hint. August had his eyes closed. He spread his senses as far as possible in search of the vague aura Damien would leave to indicate where clues were located, but he couldn't find anything. "How's it going for the two of you?" he asked. "It doesn't look like there's anywhere to find a clue here." "The windows could mean something, but I doubt it'd be that easy," Melania responded. "Right. Our wits were tested in the last trial. This time, the basis should be something different," August agreed. "What about you, Valerie?" It should be pretty easy to get down from here. This place is surprisingly accommodating of climbers." The stone that made up the spire's exterior walls was set in intervals. Some stuck out, while others were depressed into the wall. This pattern was set to give the spire a more unique appearance, but it actually gave them a lot of ledges to use as they were scaling down its side. "If there aren't any clues up here, then we should just go down. We're drawing way too much attention." "All right. That was a thing, huh?" The other two had somewhat forgotten about their circumstances while searching for clues, but now that they'd been reminded, they immediately agreed. The three of them were quite nimble, and their draconic physiques set their grip and core strength leagues above humans. To make it to the surface wasn't even a problem with the architecture of the spire. In but 5 minutes, they were already on the ground, and, of course, bolting away from the spire. They couldn't help but laugh as they rushed through the streets of Fort Halia and hid away in a nearby store. There were probably a lot of confused onlookers wondering who they were, but they weren't yet recognizable enough to actually draw attention. "Do you think anyone will come after us?" Melania asked, slight fear in her voice. "It'll be fine," Valerie responded in the complete opposite tone. "We didn't break or damage anything except our own bodies, so nobody will complain. If that spire ended up destroyed, though, we would definitely be in for some trouble." It was the convenience of a draconic society. They were rowdy creatures, especially in their youths, so unless they were truly causing damage, nobody would raise a fuss. Still, we ran away before we could figure anything out. What the clue was back there? Melania's concern wasn't unwarranted, but I don't think it was back there at all. August's response was strange. The two girls turned to look at him inquisitively, only for their eyes to follow his to see what he was looking at. "What the where are we?" This was the first time they'd looked at the store they were in. It should have been a regular street-side restaurant or cafe. Due to the layout of Fort Halia, the dimensions of its interior could be estimated easily. And those dimensions definitely weren't as massive as this place truly was. Though the rows and rows of bookshelves on the walls begged one to believe this place was a library, it did indeed have a sort of cafe inside that was serving the visitors coffee and small snacks. The atmosphere was quite quiet and peaceful. The main problem was the fact that it was several tens of meters long, surely too long to fit in the amount of space it had. Spatial expansion magic. It wasn't something a common vendor would be able to afford. Just what the hell did we stumble into? Valerie was asking a good question, but August had a better one. Did we come here on our own, or were we led here? When facing a supreme being, was free will truly a thing? How could they know that they weren't merely acting according to his plans, subconsciously being led by his flow? This was part of the main lesson Damien taught August during these games. One could never lose one's sense of wariness when facing an unknown enemy. Even the most intricate of schemes could merely be playing into that being's hands. Especially against a being with limitless power, all schemes fell apart. But no power was limitless. As long as one could read the mind of a supreme, understand the way they thought, and replicate it, one could outsmart them the same way one could outsmart a child. Wasn't it a classic quote from a certain earthen strategist? If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. It all came down to the level one was seeing the world from. For Damien, that level had gone through immense changes. It wasn't wrong to say that he viewed the world as something he could change as he pleased. He could hold it in his hands, and if he so wanted, he could manipulate all living beings. How did a person of that stature think? How did the gears in their minds turn? August didn't know, so he was bound to face defeat. But he was in a position to learn so that he could eventually earn victory. This was a game of hide and seek, sure, but it was entirely led by Damien's flow. One of these days, August would diverge from it, using his own means to track his father. Compared to even the holy clans, Damien was a more terrifying opponent. So once August learned to perfectly read him, he'd be able to outsmart the holy clans with ease. He took his first steps into the library cafe, curiously scanning the bookshelves to see what the contents of their pages were. He was sure that this was a place Damien wanted him to reach. The only question was, why? Chapter 1649 Hide and Seek. Chapter 1649 Hide and Seek. 4. The three geniuses split up without a word. They had a mutual understanding of each other's specialties after solving the first clue, so they made sure to make the most of their individual talents. August had been intelligent since birth. He went straight to the bookshelves on the walls to see if he could find anything significant. There were at least 10,000 books in this place, far too many for him to read through, but he was hoping that there would be something in the way that they were organized that would show him the way. Melania went to the cafe and looked at the menu, curious about why it even existed in this space. It wasn't that coffee and books didn't go well together. The problem was more in the aesthetics of the two things. This wasn't a modern library, after all. It had clean wood floors and dark shelves that were reminiscent of a more medieval age. And within that aesthetic was a modern cafe with tile floors, glass cases, and kitchen equipment that couldn't even be found in Aurelian. The first impression Melania received was that the cafe was the original owner of this space and the library was expanded around it, but she couldn't be sure, especially since the cafe's menu seemed to be directly connected to the library. The two of them were the more intelligent members of their group. Valerie, on the other hand, well, it was best to just say that she was more talented in fighting. She was the brawn, and since there wasn't really anything for the brawn to do in a library cafe, she went up to the barista and decided to order herself some snacks. The transaction went as usual. Valerie bought a few treats and paid, finding one of the 5 small tables in the cafe to sit at. Right, she originally believed that she'd be able to sit back and let the other 2 take care of the matter at hand. But, guys, she called them over, trying to be subtle since they were indeed in a library. Well, her reasoning was different, but she chose to use sound transmission over her voice. August and Melania both noticed her and turned around. Don't make it obvious, but do you see that barista? No, nobody else here is alive. August raised his brow. As someone who couldn't respond through sound transmission, he didn't have a good way to communicate it. He could only stance himself in clear confusion and try to make it as obvious as possible what he was trying to ask. And nobody could say it wasn't obvious. Valerie had certainly never seen a stance that screamed, "What does that even mean?" more than how he was standing right now. Valerie glanced around. There were only 5 other people in the library cafe, but she could confirm now that she'd sensed it from up close. Not a single one of them has vitality in their body. They're either undead or they're illusions. So it's basically confirmed. August didn't need more proof that his father had led them here. It looked like Melania and Valerie were planning to stay calm, which was good. If these were being summoned by Damien Void, then the worst thing to do was provoke them. How does this work? He felt it a few times as Valerie used it. The sensation of someone talking in his head was strange, but it wasn't hard to interpret. It should just be transmitting his voice through mana, letting the energy carry his message. Is this working? Valerie's eyes slightly widened. It is, she responded. Oh, guy, I'll don't pan. I see and they babbly won't attack. Tell Mel, on you too. Valerie nodded and transmitted the message. Melania also agreed. The people here were acting on a set pattern. It had nothing to do with their current task, but as long as those patterns weren't interrupted, they would just continue to act as puppets without any specific purpose. This gave them the freedom to explore as long as they were mindful. August made sure the other two were all right before returning to his search of the bookshelves. The most important conclusion he'd made was the fact that none of these books were real. They're filled with nonsense. What even is the dissection of how a chicken's thought process could possibly lead it to cross the road? Every book had its name written on its spine, and none of those names made sense. The organization was also completely off. They weren't sorted alphabetically or by genre. Instead, it seemed more like completely different books that had somewhat similar tones were kept in the same section, as if the library was meant to be traversed as one's mood changed rather than anything else. It was interesting, sure, but these books held no value. August tried to take one out and flip through it, but they were embedded in the shelf purely for decoration. On his own, he came up with nothing more than an interesting fact. And that was the same for the other two. The strange names of the snacks caught Melania's attention, and she kept trying to decipher something from it. As for Valerie, her findings were definitely even more odd. She was simply eating the food she paid for, but she found that nothing tasted as it seemed. A small cake would taste like a parfait. A parfait would taste like a brownie. A brownie would taste like a snickerdoodle cookie. The tastes themselves were good, but it was too disconcerting for her to honestly enjoy the experience. The three of them were forced to gather without much to go on. However, perhaps they had more information than they thought. Melania spoke first. She brought a menu back from the counter and put on the table for them to see. I found these, but I can't make heads or tails of any of them. The names are just confusing, she said. Valerie nodded as well. And they're not even accurate. Look at this one. The description says it's chocolate, but it doesn't taste like one at all. What does it taste like? August asked. Cake. August glanced at the menu again. These names. He didn't recognize them, but didn't they look strangely similar to the book names he'd seen? He stood up and went back to the shelves to find them. That chocolate thing was called An Egg That Never Gave Up and Ended Up Becoming a Sacred Being. The sheer number of books made it difficult to find, but August caught the feeling that the book would be in the same section as the chicken one he saw earlier. And sure enough, within 5 minutes, he'd found the book on the shelf. Can I pull it out? He couldn't, but the book definitely moved. He tried pushing in next, and that had a completely different effect. Oh, Valerie and Melania saw him do it. They immediately went to work to figure out the actual pattern, since it had become clear how to input it. To just go based off of the names of the menu items was possible, but Valerie had a different thought. None of them tasted like what they were supposed to be, right? Then, wasn't that meant to confuse them? If she had never decided to sit around and eat, then they never would have realized that there was another layer to the entire problem. But since she had, they had all of the parts together from the moment they exchanged words. Valerie went through every item on the menu and tasted them. Afterward, she and Melania went from top to bottom and matched the names to their specific tastes rather than appearance. The list was reordered, and when August pushed the associated books in with that order in mind, it was only natural for a library to have a hidden staircase into an abyss, wasn't it? A part of the shelves lining the walls pushed inward and revealed it, showing them where they needed to go. As they stood in front of it, August took a deep breath. This isn't the end of the trial, he said. When they went down that staircase, they'd find out what they really needed to do. Are you guys ready? More than ever at this point, Valerie responded. Agreed. With Melania's affirmation, they had no more reason to hesitate. The three of them walked down the stairs together, their guards raised high. And in the library they left behind, the 6 people inside, including the barista, morphed into their true forms. They were creatures of unknown form, gray clouds of smoke that had hollow eye sockets filled with flickering blue flames. Their eyes turned to the staircase, or rather, the beings who had just ascended it, and as they had been ordered to do upon their creation, they followed. Chapter 1650 Hide and Seek. Chapter 1650 Hide and Seek. 5. The 3 young geniuses were completely unaware of their ghostly pursuers. The staircase was eerie enough on its own. It didn't need their help to frighten them. The darkness was lit by twin torches on the narrow walls. When the trio walked between them, they'd flicker with blue flames and reveal that there was far more staircase waiting for them than they ever expected. It was a much longer descent than it needed to be. Was it meant to destabilize their minds? If so, it definitely worked. There was a haunting aura to each and every step. The further down they went, the more they felt like they were walking into the underworld. The fact that they were together was a huge help. If any one of them had to do it alone, they might not have been able to. Still, they took it step by step and eventually made it to level ground again. When they looked up at the path of torches they'd left in their wake, they found that the surface wasn't visible in the slightest. Even with the light, it was a staircase that led into an abyss. The place they'd arrived in was a large cavern. There was nothing developed here, which made it look more natural. Actually, there wasn't anything waiting for them to explore at all. Instead, it was just a single being. As their eyes adjusted, they were able to make out its figure in the darkness. Impaled by over 10 extremely thick chains that were pulled taut by their ends that were embedded in the ground, and the ceiling was a being with a head like a cow, but a physique more like a giant. He was over 10 feet tall, covered in fur that couldn't hide his bulging muscles, with crimson red eyes and a large bull ring in his nose. Perhaps his most prominent feature was his horns. They were not too tall or too thick, but they adorned his head like a crown that he clearly took pride in. They were clean and pristine, completely lacking the dirtiness that the rest of his body seemed to have. Except for one thing. The dull crimson stains that looked to have existed from long ago, the remnants of the blood that they had once drawn from their foes. What is that? Valerie's eyes widened. It was a creature unlike any other she'd seen before, and if it managed to get its hands on the axe stuck in the ground in front of it, it's dangerous. It's a minotaur. Valerie and August spoke at the same time. Valerie's point was obvious, so August was the one who continued talking. It's a minotaur. My dad told me about them when I was a kid. They're mythological creatures with great strength. For us to find one here, this is the actual trial we were supposed to find. Correct. August did say that the test wouldn't be judging their minds a second time. It seemed a bit too obvious for it to be a mere battle, but this was just a game. After all, it wasn't meant to test them too much or be complicated enough to be seen as an actual challenge. In the end, our job is simple, August said, a slight grin on his face. That thing has an amazing regeneration ability. Do you guys know what that means? He looked back, and slowly, Valerie started to match his smile. For Melania, who was still confused, she voiced it out. That guy is free target practice. For the three of them, who were competing soon in a competition beyond all competitions, training was the most important thing right now. They had 2 weeks to become the best versions of themselves before they faced the world with their talent. For a target like this to be provided to them in a friendly setting where they could guarantee their lives, it was truly a blessing. Guys, what are you doing? Melania stayed back because she was still a bit apprehensive about the creature, but August and Valerie immediately approached it without fear. Just watch, August said with a smile. Look at what we do, and you'll naturally join in when you're ready, Valerie continued. Grrr. A rumbling growl resounded as the Minotaur recognized their presence. It glanced at its surroundings, and immediately it roared out in fury. Ruawayer. Its arms bulged as it exerted the most force it possibly could. Like they were made of butter, the chains that kept him contained were destroyed, shattered into thousands of pieces. It reached into its chest and gouged out the chains stuck in its body, and as its flesh visibly healed, it picked up its axe and looked at August and Valerie. They grinned, and the Minotaur huffed, letting steam billow out of its nostrils. As if they had a mutual understanding between them, all three bent their bodies and prepared a rush. In the same moment, they charged. The battle immediately began in front of an audience of only 2. Yes, not 1, but 2. After all, certain Damien Void was also spectating from far away. That one needs some mental training. Damien wasn't just watching his son's adventure. He was assessing the people he'd chosen as companions. Their personalities were good enough. The problem was more in their talent. Alcarus girl isn't bad. She just needs to gain some experience, and she'll blossom. As for the other one, there are a lot of barriers, but if she can show some potential, it's not impossible to help her thrive. When Damien was an upcoming genius, he had the convenience of the void at his beck and call. Because of its aid, Rose, Ryue, and Elena were always able to somewhat match his progress, so they didn't get left behind. It was the same for even people like Long Chun and Su Run who he befriended. Every single one of them received a boost in talent that allowed them to rise fast enough to face the threats that were coming at them. August bore the same last name, but he did not have a connection to the void. The people around him would eventually be left behind, unable to even see his back in the endless desert that power was. Damien could change that future. He also knew how much it hurt to reach a level where old comrades started to view one as a god. It was painful and it was lonely. Damien didn't want August to ever have to go through that. Eventually, he would have to suffer some pain. This aspect would probably cause a good deal of it. But while he still could, he wanted to help. And it started with the first few friends that his son had made. Even for me, it was the ones who were there at the beginning who stayed until the end. Those three would definitely beat the Minotaur with ease. He made it specifically so that it could be killed whenever they decided they were done with it. However, the next trial, well, it was a bit more intuitive. I know these tests will probably repeat themselves in the Air Wars, considering that it's those uncreative people organizing it, but it's good to prepare them, right? They were new friends, so he obviously didn't expect too much from them. But he really was curious. When it came time to unravel that third clue, just how would they react? And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.